As we get going here, I'm going to announce that if you look around the gym here, we got our youth council sitting in the back. That's our youth chief and council. We also have our elders council sitting to the front here as well. And also we have our chief and council sitting in the front. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Don McKay. I'm the band manager for Montreal Lake. And I'm going to ask Elder Mary, they told me to call you Musqua, so I'm going to ask Elder Mary to say opening prayer.
Enseguida Vigsiva Maemos Chegada, Menina na Sua, Mantou noite, e Tawata Coate, disse Mamovia. Then they didn't say, Kagito, Away, Kawista Maki, what Mota, Kitas. Yamuni si luan, kita lagi kupina maham nisunigan. Ini ko, ya tem nama takwa, tato, kalau ya itu macam which ya aku mana nisku, kalau mana kita persidangan, kian ada. Kung hindi mo, kaya nagagawa ng tao. Masinalista na lahat ng mga Ito manood ko, pabusin mo, tukin naman. Kaya nagtatapos naman ng mundo. Kiwagaw gusto manuya. Iwo sumala, gusto matnaw. Misali ito. Kaya ito din. Kiwa, gusto pinuswata man. Through the love of our own precious Son, our Savior Jesus Christ, and the love of the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Thank you, Elder Mary. Yes, yeah. There's agendas being handed out. We have several copies of the agenda. So as soon as some of the staff are handing out and the leadership are handing out the agendas, the first thing on the agenda is our audit presentation. And we'll get going immediately with the program. So I'm going to call on Jason Linz to do the audit presentation. Jason is with MNP, our auditor. So for this portion, I think we're going to have to dim the lights so we can see the screen. So if somebody can dim the lights. So we'll get going. The first thing before we do our audit financial reports is I'm going to ask our chief to do opening remarks. Chief Joyce McLeod, Neitahoao.
Good morning. First, I want to acknowledge the Creator for bringing us, for waking us up this morning. I want to acknowledge the Chief and Council, your future Chief and council sitting over there. Thank you for joining us. This is going to be their first assembly, band assembly. I hope you learn lots. Also, I want to acknowledge the elders have been with us for 3 days. This is the 3rd day now. Vivian, Yvonne, Laura, and Bella Ross. And the workers that are here, the program managers, the council, Damakai. I want to acknowledge all of you and the elders that have been joining us for 3 days. Simpson's been there, Billy, and some other elders, and the staff, especially the managers. I commend the managers. They're going to be doing all their programming here. We were in Little Red yesterday, and it was actually a good session, long session. And we were at Urban the other day. A lot of people, good food, good company. This is a time for you to find out what's happening in your program. This is the time for you guys to find out. And if you have any questions, do not be shy. Just ask questions, because we want to know everything. And I think I was talking to a couple of elders yesterday. You know, this is an assembly, but also I think we should go back to at least 4 band meetings, council meetings, because there's so much to cover, so much to do, so much information out there. The world is changing, and our programs are changing, and they're fast. And there's a lot of things happening in Montreal Lake, and there's a lot of things that are going to be happening this year. So I suggest you, I was thinking maybe it's best if we just keep communicating through meetings. You know, that there's an app that's happening. There's an app that's happening where you can find all the information. Thank you, Mary, for neighbor for the prayers. Thank you for always saying the prayers to open the meeting. Wait Mr. Moacek, Mr. Moyagos, no, Mr. Moacek, get there. You know, I go back and I think about the people that are struggling today, the people that can't make it here, the people that are struggling, and the sick people that are in the hospitals. And we also think about the people that are homeless or houseless. We heard a lot about housing issues yesterday in the Red, and it's happening all over. We also heard about the addictions. That one's all over. And we think, so we have to pray for those people. We have to keep supporting them. The stick. And we think about the ones that are grieving today. And you stay when they have our people since Christmas. Never mind, since COVID, we've lost so many people. And we think about those, and we think about the families that are grieving today.
Thank you, Chief. I guess Jason's ready to get rolling here, so we'll go right into the presentation of our financial audits for Montreal Lake. Jason?
Thanks, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Thanks to the elder for the opening prayer, chief and council, as well as all of you to invite me out to your nation. My name is Jason Linz. I'm a CPA, so a chartered professional accountant. I work with MNP. That's kind of our logo up there, if you've seen that. We are an accounting firm across Canada. We work with about 45 nations in Saskatchewan, so we see lots of different audits, have the idea where the risks, concerns are with First Nations when we're doing their audits. So does everyone have a copy, you should have a copy of a presentation with this on the front. If you don't, there's some more over on the table over there. It'll make it a lot easier to follow, because some of the numbers are quite small in the presentation, because it gives you a little more details. So a notice to start. So this is a summary of your audited financial statements. So this isn't your full set of statements. That would take a significant amount of time. There's a lot of information there. If you ever do want to see them, you can find them online. If you go to ISK, FNFTA, so Financial Transparency Act, they are available, the full set of statements. But this will be a screenshot, and I'm going to give you some graphs, some visuals to help you interpret what's happening in those financial statements. So the first thing before you ever want to look at a set of financial statements is the audit report or accountant's report at the beginning. It tells you, can you actually rely on the information that's in there? So that's our goal when we're doing the audit, is to tell you that the numbers there are correct. You could have a large deficit, but still have a good audit opinion, because we're saying that deficit is the right number. So what the audit is doing is telling you that these numbers can be relied on for you to decide, is council doing a good job, are they doing a poor job, are they spending how you want or not want? So that's what the audit opinion is. So in this case, in Montreal Lake for this year, they had an unqualified opinion. So no qualifications, that's why it's unqualified. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky, that word. So this is a good thing, and you can rely on the financial statements being materially correct to make those decisions. So when I go through this set of statements, these are the consolidated financial statements. So consolidated means everything coming in combined. So what's included is the 2 reserves, Montreal Lake and Little Red, the health centers, as well as your CMHC program. The Little Red Community Store gets brought in because it's treated like a program, because it's not a separate legal entity. Montreal Lake Detox Center, as well as Urban Services. Then we also have a portion of Woodland Cree in there. That's a post-secondary labor management type program that's run with LaRange. What else is included is Montreal Lake Business Ventures. When you look at the financial statements, they're treated a little bit different. We're just going to have one line as an investment and what the worth of that is, because it's a for-profit business. It's not a program like those other entities I listed earlier. And then what is not included, so PAGC is not included all the operations, just the funding you receive from PAGC is in your financial statements. It's not PAGC's operations in your statements. Montreal Lake Child and Family Services currently is controlled by a separate board, so Chief and Council don't have control of that agency, so it's not included. With some of the changes in Bill C-92 that could change as the First Nation starts to get more control of those operations. And then there's a sports and rec program that's not included, that's separate from council and not controlled by them. So when we go to your financial statements, there's usually 2 really important statements that kind of summarize, pull everything together. One is your statement of financial position. Another common name is a balance sheet. This statement, the financial position, kind of tells you what you have and what you owe. So you have so much cash, you have so much money owing to you, so receivables. Sometimes the funder hasn't paid all the money owing to you yet. So that's your receivables. Then you have your liabilities, the amounts that you have to pay, that you owe, bank debt, you owe to vendors, etc. So this is a big statement with a lot of numbers. So what I'm going to do here on the next couple charts is give you a few ways of analyzing those statements. These are ways to interpret some of those numbers, because there's a lot of numbers in there. One of the first ones I like to look at is your short-term health, because you want to know, are we able to pay our bills in the short term? So when we look at this, we compare your current assets, so things that are cash or will be cash soon. So if someone owes you a receivable that's supposed to be paid within the next month or two, that's included in your current assets. And your current liabilities is usually typically unspent funding, payables to vendors, so you may have bought something and you haven't paid, you got the supply but haven't paid the bill yet. And then things like your debt that you're going to have to repay in the next year. So this is kind of a visual here of those numbers, so you can see your current assets are on the top and your current liabilities is the orange one in the middle. So you can kind of see they're going along a similar trend. When the orange is on the top, you're gonna need to find a little more cash to pay the bills. When the green's on the top, well, you got a little bit in the bank, but you can see there's not a big variation. And when we sum them at the bottom, you're hovering around that zero line. So that means essentially you don't have a big deficit of cash, but you have just enough to pay your bills. So you're pretty much operating as money coming in. There's no large savings short term, but there's no huge deficit short term, where they maybe would have to cut spending and stuff like that. So this way you're kind of running right around that zero level on your short term health. Another one, this is more of a long term, is your value going up? Do you have more assets than your total liabilities? So your financial assets is everything that could eventually become cash. So you have investments, like in Montreal Lake Business Ventures, you sold that, you could have that as cash. So different things that you can use security against your debt, because we look at liabilities, we include all your bank debt when we look at this calculation. So when we have a positive here, you've got excess revenue that you can use for the future, kind of a surplus. If it's negative, now you're going to have to find a way to pay those bills over time. With your future revenues, you're going to have to take out your future pot. Sometimes this will show up as a negative. In governments, you'll see if you ever look at the federal governments, they're going to have a huge negative net debt. They're going to have to use future taxes, future revenues to pay that debt. Sometimes with the First Nation, you'll see this in a negative because you take out CMHC loans, but you don't have the revenue yet because you'll get a subsidy in the future to pay that. So this being in a negative, you don't want it too far in a negative, but in a negative isn't too bad a position. When we look at Montreal Lake, you can see back in 22, we were almost back at zero. That number is just about close to a $2 million negative in net debt. And the reason that it went down is there was a lot of new CMHC houses, there were some new loans for equipment for public works. So now you have to get revenues in the future to pay for those loans that were taken out. And if you go back to the very first statement of financial position, that negative $2 million, you'll see it kind of in the middle, it'll say net debt. And that's kind of what this is showing, how that has trended over the last couple of years. Another number to look at is usually it's right at the bottom of your financial position is your capital assets. What do you have for infrastructure? So this is going to be your houses, your lagoon, schools, health center, all those assets. So the top line is you want to see that number trending up because that means you're increasing or improving your infrastructure. If it's going down, it means your infrastructure is getting older and depleting and you're not incurring any costs to replace that. So you can see it's slowly going up. Over the last couple of years, it's at about $55 million, where back in 2020 you had about $45 million invested to put into capital assets. At the bottom is how much of those capital assets you still owe. So that green line at the bottom, you still owe anywhere from that $10 to $13 million on those capital assets. So those are loans to CMHC, loans to the bank. So then we take the middle line, and that's kind of what's the bottom paid for capital assets. So you can see that some of your increase in assets has been through taking out some extra debt. so you can get more houses or more equipment as needed. Then we've got accumulated surplus. If you looked at the very bottom of that financial position, you would have seen about a $55 million surplus. You said, whoa, we got a big surplus. But we got to interpret that number. 41.5 is just what I talked about in capital assets. So you paid for those capital assets, you've had debt, so a lot of times you'll get the funding, you'll build a new school, or sorry, you got a new health center, you paid $7 million for that. Over time, that number is going to slowly drop, and your surplus will get there as we use something called accounting depreciation, because the value depreciated. The other big number in your surplus is investments. Most of that is Montreal Lake Business Ventures, which I'll have a presentation on further down, is $9 million surplus sitting there. So that's what makes up the majority of your surplus. The bottom one there is the important one. That's kind of where your cash in, the day-to-day programming. The nation has about $650,000 deficit in operations compared to $2 million the prior year. So very close to a break even. I know 650,000 sounds big, but as we go to the next slides, you'll see that we're running on around a $50 million budget. So that was kind of what you own and what you owe. Now we go to the statement of operations, which is money in, money out, kind of your cash in, cash out. So your revenues is where you're getting your funds from, and then your expenses is how you're paying those. So you can see the various types of revenue on there, and then the expenses. So I'll kind of give the visual here of where you're going. You can see your revenue has trended upward. The top line is your total revenue. In 2020, your funding, your revenue is around $35 million. It's starting to push into that $55 million range in the last couple of years. So some of that increase was COVID. You can see the big increase kind of through there, but now some of that COVID replaced. Prevention funding is a big area of increased funding. As well, you're starting to see a lot more infrastructure funding with things like the lagoon and different projects there. You can see the second line there, the green line, you can see that is your biggest increase, is still from the federal government, is the largest increase of your revenue. There is some smaller increases down below, but that is the biggest increase. This slide here just kind of gives you an idea, kind of a pie of what chunks of the pie your money comes from. You can see that 62% of your revenue funding for operations comes from ISK, and then 17% comes from FNIB, which is Health Canada. They're kind of under ISK now. So that makes up close to 80% of your pie there, and then you can see the various, there's a few other smaller ones. That next bigger one, 11%. If you go back to the two previous slides, you'll see that list there. It's kind of all, the other is all the items kind of listed there, not listed on the right here after rent on that list. Expenses, I'd like to show expenses in two different ways. One, how you've got you spent $49 million last year. How did we break up that pie by health, education, assistance, all your various programs? And then a couple slides as we go forward, you're going to see, okay, how much did we spend on wages, supplies? So I call that by object. But this one is by segment or by program. You can see if you start at the very top, the 3.7 in the top right there, the purple slide, that's your administration. If you go around clockwise, follow the ones on the right, you can see the next one's social development, then the next one's health, post-secondary. So you can see that your biggest areas of spending are social, health, and education. And then your expenses by object. This is a list of them all detailed. And then the next slide is kind of your pie, salaries, is your biggest one, assistance is your second biggest one. And then you'll see the big purple one, that's kind of, if you go back to the previous slide, all the items after the partnership, just kind of combined all the smaller ones there. But salaries makes up about a quarter of your expenses when they operate the budget, so all the people operating the various programs. So that's my presentation on the nation, and kind of on the program side. I do have a quick few slides on the business side, Montreal Business Ventures, but I'm going to pause right here in case there's questions on the nation side. What I find the package is the summary. Yeah, there is, like I said, there's a full set of audits, financial statements, and then you go to the nation internally, there's a lot of information. But if you want more details on anything, I'm open to answering any questions. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Final audit is complete. This is just a summary of that audit. Because I don't think everyone wants to listen to me talk about numbers for 2 hours. But so I was just kind of giving you guys a summary where you guys are at. But there is more details. The audit is complete. They have it at the back office, the full set of statements.
Jason?
Yes.
Just want to make a point, if people wouldn't mind, if they have questions, to come up to this mic and direct their questions at you so we can all hear the questions. So the mic is open here, so.
Okay. Just wondering about that summary that you just presented. Is it relatively part of the course, or are we in trouble, or are we doing well? Where are we at with that?
If you go, we look at a lot of, let's go back.
Overall denomination.
Overall. So,
As compared to other nations.
compared to other nations, I would say you guys are, the big thing here, we look at the operating deficit, and you're very close to break even. It's like, there's a small deficit. 650,000 might sound like a big number, but when you compare it to 55 million coming in each year, it's a couple %, right? So in that case, you guys are operating. The other nations I work with, I would say you guys are right in the middle, break even. I have some that have larger, but they have usually typically more active. They've got oil and gas, or they've got some big trust settlements that help supplement the getting revenues from their trusts, where Montreal Lake doesn't currently have some of that. They have a little bit with Montreal Lake Business Ventures, but they're not really a cash cow type investment that's constantly providing you cash. They're growing assets, so that, but based on the program operating, I would say you guys are kind of operating at a break-even level, so you're not poor, but you're not saving. Any more questions? I'll give you another opportunity at the end here. I'll quickly give you a summary about Montreal Lake Business Ventures. So Montreal Lake Business Ventures, we've got the forestry and the store combined into their operations as well as their investments. So you can see their financial position, all their assets. They've got about $3 million in cash there, and then they've got portfolio investments. So there's their investments, and we'll show them shortly what it's all made up of. But investments in various businesses where you're going to get a dividend, or if you sell it, you're hoping the value of those companies have grown for when you sell it, and you'll get a gain when you sell it. So that's their financial position. So they have 12 million in assets. In this case, liabilities, they don't owe a whole lot. They have no debt. They've got a bit of money owing to vendors, a little bit owing to back to the band. So they only have 225,000 in debt. So essentially the value of Montreal Lake, if they business ventures, if they liquidated, would be about $11.8 million. So if they sold all their investments and everything. So you seen this chart for working capital earlier with the band, and you would have seen the black line hovering around 0. You can see that line is way up higher now because they have lots of cash to operate. The investments they hold, this is probably a bit small, but if it's in your chart, there's a few larger ones. Manitoba Buckalux is $3.5 million value. There's Prince Albert Business LP, $1.7 million value. There's One Sky Forest Products, $1 million. You can see the percentage that you guys own, anywhere from 3% to 15% of those. Some of those, you'll see the values gone up over time. When we go into one of these future slides, you can see a big jump because Manitoba Buckalux, the 1 year, the value went from about 1.5 up to 3.5, so there was a $2 million increase in that value. So you went and sold it now, but you don't get that cash to actually sell it on the game. So your various revenues in here are the store, forestry, and investment income. So here is kind of a summary of your various incomes, so you can see how much is coming in at the store, the purchases at the store, the various margin, and your other revenue is the bottom there. So this slide is the various revenue in those programs. That big spike in 2021 was when they changed the value of Manitoba Buckalux that I mentioned earlier. But then you can kind of see your retail store margins slowly are going up. You're getting a little, forestry is going up a little bit, but overall your revenues kind of have been fairly stable other than that one spike. This slide here, I always, I know members, when I do this with other nations, always find this one as an interesting one. So for every dollar you spend at the store, where does your money go? So if you, for the dollar, the first 71 cents or 70.9 cents goes to just them buying that product that they're selling you. So them buying the fuel, them buying the tobacco, them buying the groceries, that costs them 71 cents of that dollar. Then they need to have employees to stock the shelves, run the tills, do all the management of the store, the ordering. That costs them about 11 cents, the orange piece there. Then there's some other overhead costs involved in running the store, which cost them about 3.7 cents. So in the end, right now, they're typically, sorry, and I missed the, or sorry, the 3.7 is the rebate to the member, not just the other costs. So 3.7, so that's what you get back as a rebate when you buy your fuel and tobacco rebates. If you look back, you would have seen in 2019, 2020 was significantly higher. It's not that they're giving you less dollar-wise, but if you go back a few years, if you paid $1 a liter in gas, you got that 13 cents a liter back. But now you pay $1.50, you still only get 13 cents a liter back. So 13 cents divided to $1.50 is a lot smaller percentage. So their costs have gone up there. Those rebates are based on a liter because the tax on that is still 15 cents a liter, essentially. And then they keep approximately 9 cents for every dollar to reinvest into the community, to make improvements at the store, etc. This segment, the last couple of slides here, just some additional information for you guys. How much of our business ventures, just the breakdown of the retail sales. So you can see how much is retail, how much is forestry, and how much is the other programming and investment income there. Just because there's kind of 3 different things going on in one company that are very, very different types of operations. And then this is the slide that just gives you a high level of all their overhead type costs of the various, their salaries, their contracting fees, how much it costs them for operating. So that's it on my presentation. Second round of questions.
Hi.
Yes.
So we have 7 companies in Montreal Lake?
Sorry, 7 companies?
Yeah. I was, no.
Okay. So
How are we doing and are we doing good each year or not doing good?
So the 7 companies,
Portfolio investment page.
oh, the portfolio investment page? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, okay. Sorry. This page you're referring to? Yes, okay. So what happens here is Montreal Business Ventures says, okay, we want to invest in Manitoba Makalaksa Blue Moose Clothing Company because they're looking for cash or raising cash because they want to grow their business. So
it doesn't say the year they were created or.
right, so I have to go back which year they made the investment. So you guys aren't, these are just typically type of investments. You guys aren't operating or doing anything. You're essentially put money in to invest and hope that when you guys go to sell your investment that it's worth more than the day you bought it. So they're doing a bunch of due diligence. They're like, yeah, this company's going to grow. They're doing a lot of good things. So we're going to place $1 million here and let's watch it grow to $3.5 million. And then when it's time to sell, we've made more money or investment on our money. Or they might say, okay, we need to sell this because we want to go into a different investment or do another business at Montreal Lake. So the percentage, you can see in all these, the most you own of any of them is 15%. So Montreal, these aren't like the store over there where you own 100% of that business and all the profits are directly coming to you. These are just smaller investments where you're more of a silent type partner. Hopefully that answered. Anyone else?
How can we find out the year that it was made though?
Which years? You'd have to check with Montreal Lake Business Ventures, or I could go back and look in our audits which years they were purchased.
What did you say Montreal Business Ventures?
Business Ventures LP is who holds all these, yeah. And I think someone will be here later to present from that group.
Alright, so. Good morning, my name is Mrs. Bird, I'm a teacher, and just respectfully as a band member, as far as investments go, is there urban treaty land that's a possibility for an investment? And then looking at housing, because when we think of our post-secondary students, is the opportunity there to purchase real estate so that our students are guaranteed places to live when they head off reserve for education? Are those investment opportunities? Directed to Chief and Council, thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Caroline Tauhau, one of the councillors for On Reserve. I want to say thank you to our elder for opening us with a prayer today. I'll go into your question a little bit for what I am aware of, because your first question, I guess, was regarding land, possibility of land off reserve and it being status. So right now, Montreal Lake has been approved for a feasibility study with CHRT 41. So that just came in January of 2024. So our program managers and leadership will be working with MNP with this needs assessment. So in this needs assessment, one of the things that come up is land. You know, is it possible to purchase land, obviously to purchase land? And the answer was yes. So, but we need to make sure that this land is specifically, children related in some way or another. So we are working on that. It's been something that's been asked many times. But when you purchase land, there's a whole process that comes with it afterwards. So we can purchase the land, going down the road. You need to make it into a reserve. So that's a process called ATR, which is additions to reserve. So a lot of other nations are working towards that right now. So right now, our goal is to purchase land first. So it's part of the needs assessment, I guess, is the best answer I can give you right now without talking all day. With the post-secondary, it is under the same umbrella, to purchase land, because there's also the CFS that can go under there. There's so many needs that can go into this land being purchased officer. So.
Thank you. And I guess in the context of that too, with real estate, is there apartment buildings or complexes right now that the ban with the investments of the $7,278,287, could they buy into that and have those available for post-secondary students and those that are trying to work officer and get education?
So currently, right, there is no buildings that have been purchased for our officer. Okay. So that is something that can be added in. Yeah. So right now it's not happening.
Thank you. And just one more question, if you will, respectfully. Again, I just think about, I guess, the First Nation Students on Reserve, but there was another question I had regarding land leasing on a reserve. I know that communities and reserves are bound by the Indian Act, and unfortunately, that's a reality that we don't have a choice but to abide by. But as far as leasing lands on a reserve for home management, which was done about 10 years ago, would we as a nation consider leasing land here if our people were open to that as far as an investment?
I'll answer that one again. The answer is yes, and I need to add to it. Montreal Lake, we have a land scheme, right? And this land scheme already created a land code. So many other nations have a land code. So Montreal Lake, we created one. It's done. We've had governance committee and the land scheme working on this land code. But what comes after creating it, it needs to be ratified. So there needs to be a ratification vote in each sector. So that is coming, within the next couple of years. It is created already. And yeah, it should have been done. The only thing is that we didn't want to add, election, this, and afterwards is the citizenship code as well. So there's 2 codes that are created, they're done. They just need to be passed through our nation. Our members need to read word by word, just like sitting here. And in this land code, it does say a section of like leasing the land to community members for their business or, officer businesses to come into the nation.
Thank you.
Any more questions on my presentation of the audit? Like once, twice, times. All right, thank you everyone for your time.
Jason's been with us for the last 3 days for the audit report at Urban and PA, and of course he was also in Little Red yesterday. So I thank you, Jason, for doing your report. I know people have agendas out there. education on here, but I'm going to throw up my report because mine is ready to go. I talked to education. Our director is not here today, but Agnes, the vice principal of the school, will be doing an education report a little bit later on. So I have copies of my report here. If somebody can pass it around, and I have more copies in my briefcase if more are needed. So the other thing I'm going to put out there, because we're going live, I'm going to put my my phone number out there for all the people that are band members of Montreal Lake. If you have questions, you can text me your questions, but you have to identify yourself and you have to give me your treaty number, because I'm only going to take questions from people that are band members of Montreal Lake. So identify yourself if you're going to text me with a question, and identify yourself with a treaty number. So my phone number for those out there that want to text a question in is 306-960-5447. Once again, if you want to ask a question, if you're out there watching live, text me your question, 306-960-5447. So I'm going to go on with my report as a band manager for Montreal Lake. I think most of you know I've been here since August 15th, so just over 7 months. Before I came to Montreal Lake, I was also the band manager at Sturgeon Lake. I was at Sturgeon Lake for 2 years. I speak Cree fluently, a little different Cree dialect, but I understand when people talk to me in Cree, I understand, we understand each other from being from Cumberland, being the N dialect to the TH dialect. So when I first started at Montreal Lake here, and I did the same thing at Sturgeon Lake, is I studied your Executive Act. I'm not going to stand here and claim that I know the Executive Act completely, but I know some of the important sections of the Executive Act. So that's what governs your chief and council. That's what governs Montreal Lake Cree Nation. There's a couple of really important acts that govern Montreal Lake, and that's the Executive Act and also your Election Act. But today I'm just going to focus on the Executive Act because that's where the governance comes from. Like I said, I've tried to implement and follow the Executive Act with all the band office staff and directors. It clearly states in your Executive Act, and if somebody wants a copy of the Executive Act too, I can, there's nothing to hide. You can come to the band office and we can get you a copy. But the Executive Act clearly states that the Article 5.7, I have it memorized so good that I know it's Article 5.7. It clearly states that the Chief and Council have no mandate to the day-to-day operations of the band. What that means is Chief and Council are not responsible for the day-to-day operations. And I'm not disrespecting the leadership. I work with them. You've got a good leadership group here. But we were hired for a reason, and we're supposed to run the operations for the band. Not me by myself, but all your managers and all your directors for housing, for education, for prevention, for social, for housing. We're supposed to run the operations of the band. Chief and Council is not elected to run the band office. And I'm not disrespecting them, but we work with them, and they have the final say but a lot of times we have to make decisions and let chief and council know that the operations are, it clearly says that on your executive act, and this act was passed by the Montreal Lake Sk Nation. So it was there before I started. If there's any changes to be made for the executive act, there's a process for that as well. I'm going to say that the staff at Montreal Lake Sk Nation, we got awesome staff here. We continue to build our staff. There is a few problems, but you know what? There's problems everywhere. We're not perfect, but we try to do our best to provide best possible services for Montreal Lake Sk Nation. Just quickly here, I'm going to pull something up here. If you can see that, it's kind of small, but that's the org chart that we try to follow at Montreal Lake Sk Nation. I know it's hard to see, but right at the top is your membership. Your membership is right at the top. That's who we serve. We'll see if we can make that a little bigger. Just give me a second. How's that? If I click one more time, the membership will come up on the screen. So, what's that? You can't see anything? It's, yeah, that is big. If I click one more time, it's going to go off the screen, but sorry about that. But the member, yeah. We can make copies and pass it around for sure. Okay. I'll get copies made of our org chart and I'll get it passed around. Anyway, sorry about that. I thought it would show up on the screen. So I'll continue with some of the stuff that we've been working on since I've been here. One of the things is we have regular band meetings with our directors and managers. I've been here for 7 months. We've had 6 monthly meetings. I think we missed 1 month, and that was the month of December. But every month we meet with the directors and managers to go over issues and concerns that we have. So we continue to meet every month. Some of the projects that we've tried to implement, and it's been really slow, is we have an HR system called HR Bamboo. This is a software system where you enter all your information and it keeps track of all your sick time, your vacation time. It even has a little system in there where you can check in as when you come in the morning, you can check in and check out when you leave. So this is excellent system. HR Bamboo is used by many companies and governments, but it's been really slow to implement the system, but we continue to move forward, and we will eventually implement our HR system. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden, I just about started speaking about Fonzie, but he left. Alphonse Lavalley is, oh, there he is in the back. So I was looking at your chair and you weren't there. Alphonse has got a pamphlet up there, and we have Montreal Lake Sk Nation app. So if you have a cell phone, you can go on your app store, type in the search bar, you type in Montreal Lake Sk Nation app. It's free, you can download it, and we're going to be putting all kinds of information on the app. And Alphonse is at the table, and you can talk to Alphonse if you need to download the app or if you have any questions. One of the other things that I got made through, I applied for a grant, was the Montreal Lake Sk Nation signs that when you come in off the highway there, when you enter the reserve, there's a new sign there. So and a new sign coming in from the east side as well. So we have new signage that just applied through the Northern Lights Development, Community Development, and we got signs made.
What does that sign say? I haven't left the reserve.
What's that?
What does that sign say? I haven't left the reserve.
The sign says Montreal Cree Nation, and it says Treaty 6 territory, and the date and the year that the Treaty 6 adhesion was signed. Yeah, 1889, I believe. Welcome to Montreal Lake. Yeah. So it's on both sides of the reserve. One other plan that we've been working on with Chief and Council and also the federal government is called a Community Safety Plan. And it's been really slow, but it's moving forward. We got a core group of people from Montreal Lake that work here, and we're going to be meeting with the federal government to put a community safety plan together. But we have to have the. We just identified the core group. We have to fill out a couple of forms and send them to the government. And now the next step is to start training and putting the safety plan together. I think most of you know, but I put this in my report, that there's going to be a brand new RCMP detachment built here in Montreal Lake. I've been part of meetings with the federal government, with the RCMP, and they've committed millions. I forget, I think it's around $12.8 million for a brand new RCMP detachment that's going to be in Montreal Lake. And Waskesiu is going to become the sub-office. Montreal Lake is going to be the main office for the detachment. So that's coming. The government told us it'll be up and running in 3 years. They'll have it up and operational in 3 years. For facilities, we have a lot of problems with facilities. Our band office staff, our band office, a lot of our facilities are, they need upgrade, or we need new buildings, new facilities. But we continue to work with governments because we have all kinds of issues with different buildings. They're leaking, they're flooding. I don't want to scare anybody, but we had a snake in the band office while our janitor was cleaning up, and so we need new buildings, and we talked to the federal government and proposing some new buildings here as well. So I talked about the community safety plan. There's also what we call band representative services and Bill C-92. Lionel Bird and his team, CFA, will be here this afternoon to make a presentation. But the band has also been given funding to help with preventing kids from landing in care or bringing kids home. So we have funding to hire a band representative services person as well. So we're moving ahead with that. There's Jordan's Principle, there's the Youth Center, Sports and Rec, Housing, Prevention, Education, of course, at the school, daycare, Public Works, Woodland Cree, Education and Training, our admin office, Little Red. We've scheduled a couple of governance training sessions with Chief and Council. It just hasn't worked out because of different reasons, but we'll continue to move forward on that. So there's governance training, a strategic plan for Chief and Council family. The claims, I'm not going to say too much about claims because our lawyer is here. Our auditor did his presentation. Montreal Lake's a very busy place. Many issues and concerns happening in Montreal Lake, but it's not just Montreal Lake, it's everywhere. And we do our best, our staff do our best to deliver the best possible services we can. So one of the things I've tried to implement is a paper trail. As soon as I arrived at Montreal Lake, I encouraged Chief and Council and all the staff that we need a paper trail. A lot of times things were done verbally and nothing was recorded. I I am trying to implement that we all follow a paper trail, so that and the reason for that, it's not being a stickler for a paper trail, it's trying to prevent we're trying to prevent the nation from going into court or a lawsuit. So if you have a paper trail, you got documentation, it's trying to help the band so they're not landing in court for litigation for something. So I really try to implement that we follow a paper trail. Everything that we do is documented, and that's just facilities, that's money, that's dealing with people. We need a paper trail, so I can't stress that enough. So on behalf of the Chief and Council and also the Montreal Lake Sk Nation staff, I love working here. There's tough decisions that have to be made sometime, but I'm here to take any questions people might have of me. Oh, I see security coming to the mic. Come on out. Any questions for me? That's the end of my presentation.
So I'm assuming that when the RCMP station was presented to you from the RCMP, the government, that they included victim services, maybe beefing that up a bit, because there's only one employer now and there's a lot of victims. Just throwing it out there.
It's really hard to hear. Can you repeat your question?
When it was presented to you about the RCMP station from the government, I'm assuming that the building that was proposed had a beefed up victim services unit, because right now I think we only have one employee in that department. I'm assuming, but we have a lot of victims, right? So
I can't really comment on victim services, but I do know that the commitment from the RCMP, they're putting their design together right now. I don't think the design is complete yet, but they're working on that. There's a lot of other things, like the land has to be prepared, the sewer services, the water lines, the electrical, everything needs to be considered. So I'm not sure if they even know what their design is yet. Anybody else?
What's your brand representative service for the
Just going to answer her question. So, band representative services is almost the same as that child and family services that help try to prevent kids in landing in care, but not only landing in care, but they also bring in kids home that are in care. So that's what that band representative services is. So, yeah, and also advocating for the families as well. So that's what child and family services do. There's Carol will give you another more of the will elaborate on that.
Band rep manager, they have a list of duties that they will be doing, and mainly their job is to represent our members who have children in care already. So they are a liaison between the nation and the agency. So they would be coming. So when a child is apprehended in the community or officer, Chief and Council, we don't really get notified of that. But our band rep manager would be notified of that right away. So due to confidentiality reasons, only the band rep would be aware and would make leadership aware whether or not we need to go with the family to court. So their job is the liaison. And it's posted, I'm not sure what the deadline was for that position.
So that one, that representative, doesn't that work with Jordan's principle on prevention?
Yeah, it's kind of in the same, under the same umbrella. So what happened was there's a new program created. So we have the agency, and then now the new programs that are created are from the nation side. So Montreal Lake Cree Nation Band Rec Services, and then Montreal Lake Prevention. But the agency also has a representative over there, and the agency also has a prevention manager over there. So now what the government is doing is allowing nations to have their own members go and do this programming from the nation.
But they're all in the one area, right? They're all working for Montreal Lake Relation, but they're just distributing the...
Yeah, the way it's distributing the money is separately, so it's all under one umbrella. So there's going to be more information sessions on that as well, because we're hoping our band rep that comes in will have evening meetings, you know, to give information as well as creating pamphlets to provide more information to members, because it is new and it's needed. Yeah, it's creating more support.
Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, good morning to everyone. It is still morning, and thank you to everyone that's here. I guess my question is in regards to our old clinic health center. I'm glad that we finally got to operate our new facility. So I haven't been really up to date on the things that are going on, but I know we have lots of needs in our community, and I'm kind of hoping that we get that facility up and going sooner the better, because summer is coming and the kids are going to be running free, so after June, so maybe there are plans in place. So that's my question. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I was paying attention here to Dean and Carol, and I got handed the mic here to answer this question. I'd like to say good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Musqueam for opening prayer. I'm glad everyone got here safe. With the old clinic, we did work on a plan, I think it was last year, before we moved in. We were trying to be proactive. Our plan with that new old clinic was to be a mental wellness building. We recently got informed from the government that the health department will only fund for one building. So they're funding the new nursing station. We have to go back to the drawing board for the old clinic right now. So I hope that answers your question.
We have dreams. So what happened is that because it's ours, for the past couple of years, I've been questioning, what are we going to do with the old clinic now that people have moved in? And I also deal with a lot of our elders that are in homes. And what's happening with our elders is that they have to pay $2,000 a month. That leaves them with nothing. Sometimes we have to supplement them a couple $100 just so they can buy their winter clothing or whatever they need. So what we have to go, when Troy said, go back on the board, go back to the board, and I think what we need answers from the public here. We need your ideas, because what we need and what we decided is maybe we can use it as an elders' home, a Montreal Lake elders' home. And the reason I say that, because it's so close to the clinic, so close to the health center, it's close to church, it's also close to the store. People, and we have a need for that. I think about my Uncle Donnie Charles that just passed away, and how he wanted to be how he wanted to have a place in Montreal Lake. And I think about Doris, I think about Jeremiah, I think about all these elders that we have. And not only that, but we also have elders from Little Red. Some of them that need a home. And I think, I've been questioning Prince Albert Grand Council for the past couple of years. They don't even have an answer. They don't have a place. But what the Grand Chief Brian Harbaugh told me, he said, you know what? I said, when that happened to us in Stand the Mission, and Stand the Mission was always asking the Saskatchewan government, the federal government, for money. And they're not. It's a long process. It could be about 5 to 10 years. They don't have the money. They don't have anything like that. So what Stand the Mission did is that they just created their own. They used their housing dollars. They just created their own building. And the people, the elders that go there, they're on their own. So they can eat. They can feed them leg bones. They can feed them fish. They can feed them whatever they want. They don't have to answer to the government. They don't have these restrictions, and we can hire whoever we want. So that's what we're looking at, and we also have an opportunity that we were invited to another place in Pipot, I think. Pipot, yeah, where they have one, and we've also Carol probably will speak on this, but we also did put an application, trying to find a new one. But in the meantime, I said we need to fix up that place there. We spoke to Lionel. Lionel actually has a blueprints that we can actually renovate that house and make it into renovate the clinic and make it into about 8 to 10 little apartments. And but you know what, the direction has to come from you. What do you want us to do with it? Okay? And we always think, we have to think back about our elders. Have to think back about the elders and their needs. And some of them will, some of them do need a place, especially the ones, I think about the ones in the urban area, and also the ones in Little Red. Sabi sa watch, mititisi when they hire our elders. And these are the ones that were failing because they need a place, and yet we couldn't even help them. Now that we have a place, now we can put them there.
Yeah, good question. Thank you for asking that here. Our old WCHC, we had a plan going forward with it, and we wasn't able to follow through with it. So we did have some discussions around it, and the options are there. What we're told is that that facility is now a abandoned building, and it's up to you guys, but health can no longer oversee or pay for any of the costs there. So trying to figure out ways of how this building could be used efficiently. I can have my ideas, Chief can have her ideas, we all have our own ideas, but really it has to come from our members. What do you see this building as? So when Chief was talking about, getting opportunities to visit other elders' long-term care homes, down south they have a building and it is actually funded by the province. So any long-term care homes, most long-term care homes in Saskatchewan are funded by the province and their affiliates. So we deal with the feds. We've never dealt with the province when it came to any help. So going forward, we're like, okay, well, how do we build that connection with the province? We've had one meeting with Saskatchewan Health Authority already. We have another meeting coming in April with Saskatchewan Health Authority to work on an MOU for the province's things that the province can fund us with. which is one of them is a long-term care home. So with this old WCHC building, I was kind of thinking, well, if we are looking around the community for elders' homes, because a lot of people have been submitting letters, with elders needing homes. So we're like, okay, well, what about this home? What about this old WCHC? What if it was just a house, a housing place? So that was an idea that came up, but nothing is set in stone yet. So I would say any recommendations, any suggestions you have, come, let me know. I can write them down, because that's what we need is your recommendations. If you don't want to go on the mic, and I have an elder at the mic and I don't want to hold her up too long, so I'll leave it
Okay,
there.
go ahead. Go ahead. I can wait.
That's okay. I think I'm done. I let them know they can come and let me know what kind of suggestions they have for the old WCHC.
Hello, you have a question?
Yes, I'm a little behind on the housing part, but I wanted to stress these, take me for instance. That house was handed over from my late mother-in-law for me taking care of her in her late years. And I ought to stress that when I leave, I will leave that house to Leon, because that's what his late dad had told him. Also, there's other things that I'd like to talk about. You see, we don't have alcohol in our house, but somehow they sneak in with Leon, I guess, or somebody else that lets them in. And when I go into the house, it smells awful. I don't like the smell of alcohol. I used to be an alcoholic myself, but through the grace of God, I could come over it. But I would like to tell them nicely and quietly that I don't like to have alcohol in my house. That's a kind of abuse that elders have when they live alone. They're kind of abused in both language and alcohol problems. And I don't like to use cops or security. I'd rather tell them personally not to bother us. With that, I thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I just want to say there's some issues with alcohol and drugs all over, and for all you young people sitting here, I'm just going to go out and say this: please respect your elders. If there's an elder in your house, if the elder's home, please respect the elder. And if they don't want alcohol or drugs in the home, think twice before you even think of bringing alcohol or drugs into the home. This belongs to the elder. The elder has been living a lot longer than most of us, and please, we need to gain that respect back and respect our elders. So I thank you for that, Mary. I hope that message gets out there that we need to respect our elders, and we respect not just the elder, but we respect their home as well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon again, Chief and Council. With all due respect, just one more question with the William Charles Health Center. Great idea for the elders. I propose as a band member, maybe create a questionnaire. It would be an opportunity for the high school students. I would initiate volunteering to go around asking our band members what their thoughts are. because we only represent here right now less than 1% of our nation. But if we go out and get this questionnaire out online through SurveyMonkey or whatever, then we get the feedback. But just in closing, with that idea with the health center, a feasibility study, is it worth using that building with all the mold? Isn't that why they moved the health center there? I propose tear it down. That way you can access new funds if it's available through the feds. And I encourage keep the feds accountable, because their job is to try eradicate their responsibility to us as a treaty nation, and try keep that communication, because if you go to province, then again, it just gets the feds away from being accountable to us as a Treaty 6 nation. So those are my suggestions, humbly.
Great idea. Great idea. We need to, and you're exactly right. A lot of times the federal government is trying to unload their responsibility back to the province, and I think you guys all know the story of how Jordan's principle came about was because the federal and the provincial government was too busy fighting about responsibility and jurisdiction, and little Jordan passed away because nobody would take ownership, and that's how we got Jordan's principle. But you're exactly right that the federal government is always trying to, they're trying to download their responsibility to the provincial government, and the provincial government will say, we have no jurisdiction on a reserve, that's a federal jurisdiction. So they just kind of throw us back and forth, but I think your chief of council is always fighting with, not fighting is probably not the right word, but, taking the agenda up with the federal government and making sure that, we get more money or more ideas and funding for, like you said, tear it down, and maybe we can get a different building up there. So thanks for that.
And the last thing I was going to say, the infrastructure would be built there in the existing place. If you tear it down, then you could build your elders home and it would be brand new, state of the art. So.
Thank you. Any more questions? If not, I am going to call our lawyer up here to come and do her presentation. Lawyer for the Montreal Lake Sk Nation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invite. This is day 3 for me of presenting on this very topic. I've been asked to travel around to your various sectors and provide an update on your claims. So that's what I'm going to start off with today. Towards the end of my presentation, I would like to spend a few minutes talking about a potential by-election. Your leadership had asked me to bring that to your attention. And so, honestly, feel free to grab lunch while I'm presenting if that makes more sense to you, because this could take a while. I'll probably take at least an hour here, and I won't be offended if you decide to have something to eat. So there's a lot of familiar faces in the room, but there's also some new faces. And I just wanted to give a little bit about my background for those of you who aren't familiar with me. I have been a practicing lawyer for the last 20 years, and I'm based out of Saskatoon, and my law firm mainly consists of employment law, Indigenous law, and general litigation. And I'm originally born and raised from the Clearwater River Dene Nation, way up near La Loche. And I've been living and working in the Saskatoon area ever since. So basically, what I plan to do this afternoon is I would like to start off by kind of recapping, especially for those who are unfamiliar, especially for some of the students in the room. I think it's equally important that I just kind of explain what Canada's specific claims process entails, just so you understand, how things are taken from beginning to end. And then I'm going to provide an update on the band's claims one by one. I'm also going to discuss something called Canada's acceleration policy. And basically, not policy, but strategy, I should say. And this is basically I want to say a pilot project by Canada that they just recently implemented and is currently, being offered to the nation. And then I'll open it up for questions, but like I told, the other sectors, like if you have a question while I'm going through my presentation and can't wait till the end, just feel free to put your hand up and then ask it at the mic and we can address it at that time. No problem. Okay, so let's start off by talking about process. Because a lot of people, they only see the end result. They only see when, the time comes that they have to vote on a claim. They don't know about all the other work that goes into it. And so when somebody wants to file a claim, what they have to do is they have to deal directly with the specific claims branch, as well as potentially the specific claims tribunal, if it goes that far. And you have to go through a number of steps, and I'll get to those steps, but before even considering filing a claim, you have to be aware that there are several rules that Canada has imposed in relation to these claims. One of them being only a band, an Indian band as defined in the Indian Act. Only an Indian band is entitled to file a claim, so an individual person is unable to file a claim with a specific claims tribunal. You would have to find another forum for that. Your claim cannot be based upon something called aboriginal title. So aboriginal title, we're basically talking about an inherent right to the land. They will not address any claims in relation to that or about delivery of services. If you have a land claims agreement, they won't hear a grievance about a land claims agreement. A couple other rules. So when you file a claim with the tribunal, your claim is limited to $150 million. So they'll cap it at $150 million. And if, say, you figure your claim is worth $200 million or something like that, you would definitely want to find another forum to do that, because there is a cap for these claims. Canada also expects that your claims cannot be based upon any rights that they consider to be of an ongoing or variable nature, such as harvesting rights, for instance. And if your grievance has anything to do with a matter that is within the last 15 years, they won't consider that either, because they only consider claims that are historical in nature, so they have to be older than 15 years. So those are some of the rules, some of the parameters that we have to deal with when we file a claim. Now for the steps. The first thing that we do when we even consider a claim is we have a research report generated. So typically that entails hiring a researcher who does this all the time, has tons of experience. I like to use a research firm called Joan Holmes and Associates. They're pretty kind to our people, and they do good work. And so for most of the claims that I'm working on, I send my research to them. And the research typically takes 1 to 3 years, depending on the complexity of the claim, and depending on things like access to documents and whether there's any difficulties accessing and stuff like that. So the research is a very, very important part of a claim because we consider that our ammunition, we consider that our evidence that we use to move forward. And sometimes with that research, we conduct elder interviews because that type of knowledge is just as important as any other type of document or anything else that would help form part of the claim. And without that research, we won't be able to move forward to the next step, which is a legal submission. So once I receive the research, I take a look at it, and then I determine whether I think that there is enough cause to move forward with a claim, whether I think there's any validity to the claim. I'll draft a document. Sometimes it's a 20, 30-page document. We call it a legal submission to the specific claims tribunal. And in there, it will outline a lot of facts. It will outline a lot of allegations of what we think Canada did wrong in any specific circumstance. And then we outline as well the law, and then we outline what we're seeking in terms of compensation. So that process can take up to a year, but sometimes if the matter isn't overly complex, I mean, I can get a legal submission done in a month or two. Once we have a legal submission and we vet it through the nation, typically that involves your land claims committee and the chief and council. We submit this directly to Canada. So Canada will take our submission and they'll undertake a review and assessment of the claim. And that can take anywhere from up to 1 to 3 years, again, depending on the complexity of the claim. So Canada has to do their own due diligence. They have to do their own research. They have to confirm whether what we're saying is true or not, or whether they find anything else that might dispute what we're saying. And at the end of the day, Canada will decide at the end of that review process whether they consider our claim to be valid. And if they do, then they will present us with an offer to negotiate a settlement. So what happens when Canada takes the position that they don't consider our claim to be valid, or the nation undertook negotiations and negotiations failed, for instance? What happens then? So the band would have some choices to make at that time. One of them would be, if Canada considered your claim to be invalid, you can take that document and formally file it with the tribunal. And then the tribunal would undertake to make a decision as to whether your claim is valid and what it might be worth. And that process operates much like a court. There's a judge assigned. People call evidence. People call experts. And typically that process takes 1 to 3 years, but you know, as you'll see a little down the line here, sometimes it takes a little longer than that. Another option is some bands will just opt to file in court, typically federal court, and you know, you're then again at the mercy of a judge. And sometimes those processes take a very long time and can be very expensive. But then you don't have the same rules and restrictions as you did with the tribunal. So there are some merits with, filing directly in court. What some bands also do, and I've been involved in these types of situations, is you can negotiate with Canada in a process outside of the specific claims. So it's a special process, they call it. And of course, there has to be a willingness on their part to do that. It's not automatic, but it is a way to negotiate a settlement as well. So that's a little bit about the process. Does anyone have questions about process? Okay, actually, you know what? Did the presentation end up getting handed out? Yeah, okay, sorry about that. That was supposed to be the first thing I was supposed to do here. It's been a long 3 days. Okay, so the band currently has 6 claims on the go, and I'm going to go through each of them in a little more detail, just so you understand what they are and what stage they're at. Okay, I'll start off with the timber claim. So the timber claim, I would say, is the band's longest standing claim. What this claim is about is, back in the 1800s, actually 1897 to be exact, back when Canada was interested in turning our people into farmers, they realized, look, we want to turn these guys into farmers, but they don't have adequate farming lands. Most of your reserve is bush, right? Bushland. And so they had set aside a piece of land over at Little Red for the joint use and benefit of the Montreal Lake Sk and Orange. Of course, we know that that reserve was since, split, and it's not joint anymore. But back then, it was joint. And what ended up happening over there is Canada allowed timber companies to come in onto your land illegally and harvest timber. Harvest timber without a license. They allowed them to harvest the wrong kind of timber, and they did this without any sanctions, any punishment to those companies. And so the bands took the position that that wasn't right and that they should be adequately compensated for that. And so the timber claim was born. So in around 2003, the bands jointly filed a claim with the tribunal. And they actually went through a set of negotiations. They almost reached a settlement at the time. But negotiations failed, and it's continuing to work its way through the tribunal process. The tribunal, because this claim is, relatively complex, there's a lot of moving parts to it, what they ended up doing is splitting the claim into 3 phases. The first phase had to do with a determination as to whether the claim is considered valid under the law. This phase of proceedings happened before I started working for the band, but the result of that was that they considered that there was an invalid surrender of timber, and they considered that your claim was valid. And so you got to move on to the next phase. I was part of the phase 2, which involved calling experts expert witnesses on our part as well as Canada to determine how much timber was actually taken from the reserve. So this was a big source of contention between the parties. Canada took the position that very minimal timber was taken from Little Red and that the band was paid for it. And we said, no. We happen to know that these timber companies were up to no good in other places, including Sturgeon Lake. We know that they were intentionally underreporting how much timber that they were taking because they didn't want to be taxed on it, they didn't want to give the government a cut. There's lots of reasons why they would have done that. So we went through that process, and the tribunal sided with us and agreed that a substantial amount of timber was likely taken from the reserve. So we're now entering phase 3, and like I told the other sectors, within the last couple weeks, we had received a proposal from our next set of experts. We have 2 this time. And these experts know their stuff. They're very good at what they do. And they are going to be taking all of the information from the claim, and they're going to be generating a compensation report for us. And that report, once we officially hire them, should take, a few weeks to a few months, depending on the circumstances. And then we'll be able to say, this is what we think this claim is worth. So it's a very, very important part of the process. It's the final part of the process. And we're expecting that by July, we're going to have more of a plan in terms of moving forward and setting some dates for the last phase, the last hearings. And I'm anticipating that everything will be settled by the end of 2025. So lots going on with the timber claim. Of course, we'll update the membership as soon as we know more, probably primarily through your app. Does anyone have any questions about the timber claim?
What year was that? 2003,
2003 was when it was initially filed, and the parties kind of set it aside to negotiate. And they did that for some time, and nothing happened.
So it takes about 2 to 3 years, you said?
Typically, yeah, it was supposed to be one of the reasons why they created this new process, because it was supposed to be faster, more efficient, less costly, more teeth. But we're finding that for some situations, it's not helpful at all, and it's taking a lot longer.
Who's you're talking about the government? Takes more time, or?
Well, no. The government and this tribunal are 2 separate entities.
So where's the hold at the government or the tribunal?
I would say it's with the tribunal, although Canada has been stalling this claim numerous times for various reasons.
And who's the tribunal process? Is there a group of people in that tribunal, or?
So the tribunal, I'll get to your question, sorry. So the tribunal is made up of a lot of different judges, usually retired judges. Some of them are still sitting judges, and they assign one of these judges to a claim that somebody files, and it's like you're going to court, right? So you have to file things, you have to do all these different steps, and at the end of the day, the judge makes a decision.
Okay, so my question was due to reporting process of the timber company that underclaimed for tax evasion reasons and such. Does that give validity for the government to dodge the underclaim? Due to underreporting, they would be less liable because they haven't been paid in compensation for taxes on that claim. And is that one of their tactics and tools? And will it come into play at all?
I would say the underreporting thing, because the tribunal sided with us and they agreed that that's likely what happened, I would say it's in our favor. Canada was trying to say at the hearing that, we didn't, or these companies didn't harvest all this timber. There wasn't a lot of spruce on the reserve, even though the river's called the Spruce River and all of these things, and we have evidence. We had our experts say that there was a lot of spruce. They were saying fires likely burned down most of the trees. They tried everything, and they'll still try to undercut what we're trying to say. But so far, the tribunal's on our side.
Was Waskasoon area also part of that timber claim?
No.
Okay.
No more questions on the timber claim? Okay, so let's talk now about the agricultural benefits claim. So a lot of people refer to this claim as cows and plows. So it's a common name for it, but the proper term is agricultural benefits claim. So on your slide here, I basically cut and paste some actual provisions from your treaty that speak to these implements. We lost a lot of the students, but for those of you who don't understand what this claim is even about, under your treaty, Canada was supposed to provide your nation with certain agricultural implements. So literally we're talking about cows, plows, pigs, hand tools and seeds for growing things like vegetables, as part of their effort to turn our people into farmers, right? But as our research indicates, Montreal Lake people weren't interested in just abandoning their way of life and becoming farmers. That was never your intention. Your intention was to supplement your lifestyle with agriculture because you saw things changing and you saw a need for it and you wanted to protect your people. That's all in the historical information. And the research indicates that the band did receive some of these implements, and then for the most part though, most of these implements were not provided to the band. A fine point, and this is going to become important later on, these agricultural benefits, they were considered under your treaty a one-time benefit. So when you got your land, you got your reserve land and you started cultivating the land, that's when you were supposed to have gotten all of these implements. It wasn't a situation where you were supposed to get these implements every year, like you would $5 a year, for instance, or like ammunition and twine, which you're supposed to get every year. It wasn't like that. So basically, back in the 1800s was when all of these benefits were supposed to have been provided to your people. So these claims, these agricultural benefit claims, are a way for Canada to fulfill that treaty obligation. Now Canada could just give you these, literally give you a plow and all of these things, right? Hand those things to you as a way to fulfill their treaty obligation. but they don't do it that way. They do things differently, which we'll get to in a bit. Before we start talking about more specifics, I wanted to talk a little bit about the stage we're at in this claim. I feel it's important because one of the questions that I get asked all the time is, and people are asking the leadership, you know, how come other bands, like they always point to bands like L'Orange, sometimes they mention Sturgeon and other Treaty 6 bands, basically. How come they're getting their cows and plows and we're not? Another thing that gets asked is, did the band already receive cows and plows and they're just not telling us? You know? The answer to that, by the way, is no. No formal offer has been presented to the band and nothing has been paid to the band. And in fact, Canada will not do that without you having a say about it. You have to vote on whether or not you want to accept that settlement. So they will not just pay it out to the band without your consent. So going back to the reason why, you know, other bands are way ahead, as some people have put it, than Montreal Lake, is we had started the research around the time that, right before COVID hit. And the research ended up taking longer than normal because Archives Canada was shut down, and then when they started opening it up again, they were only letting a few people in per week, and there was a big backlog. And so our researcher wasn't actually finished the report until October 2022. And then it was turned over to me because so much time had passed already. I had finished the legal submission very quickly, within a couple months, and I vetted it through the Land Claims Committee and the Chief and Council, and it was formally filed in January of 2023. And then Canada looked at it and they said, okay, we think that it meets our rules and we'll undertake an assessment of the claim. So if you think back to one of my earlier slides, it said that assessment process could take 1 to 3 years depending on the complexity of the claim. Under normal timelines, you know, it's very possible that Canada could have said to us, we're not going to give you a response till July 2026, right? That would be normal timelines. Fortunately though, I have been talking to some of my contacts over at the specific claims branch, and they have advised that they want to talk to the band about the possibility of accelerating this claim. So that means that there's a real possibility, likelihood I should say, that the band can move forward with this claim much quicker than anticipated, much quicker than normal. So the accelerated strategy that Canada offers involves, you know, an expedited review, and so they, a lot of times, instead of, you know, taking that whole 3 years, they, even before a claim is filed, they know a band's going to file it, they start their research in advance. And they hire more people to work on them. And so everything moves way quicker under this process. So the last time I talked to my contacts at Canada, they said that within the next 6 to 9 weeks, the band can expect to receive a letter formally inviting the band to enter this accelerated process. So once we do get this letter, we could share a copy of it with the membership probably through the app. That app, by the way, is a very, very useful tool. My own First Nation has been using it, for maybe the past 3 years. The same company built it that your nation is utilizing. And it's very user-friendly, and it's a great way to keep the membership apprised of things happening at the band. So we could send it out that way. And if the band agrees to enter this accelerated process, they will have to indicate their acceptance through a BCR, and then the band can begin negotiations. So here's some important timelines I would like the membership to be aware of. If the band opts to go through this accelerated process and a BCR is submitted, then we can expect that formal negotiations will happen by this summer. And then those negotiations, under the accelerated process, Canada kind of anticipates that there will be, probably 3 to 6 sessions. And if the band is comfortable, even after 3 sessions, if the band's comfortable with what's being offered and what's on the table, then the band can start moving on to the next step, which is a ratification vote. So late 2024, early 2025, you can expect that the community will have a vote on this. So that will involve, it's a very involved process, these ratifications. Packages will be sent out to members. We'll have meetings like this explaining how Canada's formula works in relation to this claim, what they're offering in terms of a settlement. We have to go through all of the settlement terms to make sure people are comfortable. We have to do it with a translator present. We also have to do it with the help of a financial advisor. So these are all Canada's legal requirements, and we're going to have to do that all with each of your sectors. Now, typically with these votes, it's the threshold is a simple majority. So that means 50% plus 1 of everybody who votes has to vote yes to the settlement. And if that happens, then, we sign a bunch of documents, and then we turn it over to Canada, who will then pay out the compensation directly to the band sometime in 2025. So if you think, originally we weren't even going to hear a response until July 2026, I would say this is very good news. It just means that there's going to be a lot of planning and a lot of decisions that have to be made, and they'll all be made with your input. I also wanted to say that as part of this ratification process, members are not just going to vote on the settlement agreement and whether you think the settlement is fair. You're also going to have a direct say in what the nation does with the money. And we do that in a separate agreement called a trust agreement. And that trust agreement will spell out all the rules about, how much money is going to be paid out to each member and when, who's eligible. It will cover off things like, okay, are we going to set aside some of that money and create a legacy trust and invest some of that money so that we can grow it for future generations? You could also use some of that money for some of your priorities. Some bands will use some of that money to top up their programs, for instance. like post-sec. A lot of times we have to turn away a lot of our people because there's not enough money in post-sec. You can top up programs. Some people build a skate park or a spray park. You know, the sky's the limit in terms of the possibilities, but you'll all have a say in that. We're going to have tons of consultations regarding the settlement. So because we haven't received that letter, we haven't received a formal offer, I can't stand here today and talk about what Canada's formula looks like, although I know a little bit about how they go about calculating it. So I'm advised that Canada will look at a combination of historical population as well as current population, and then they'll also, there's a formula that they use for determining what they think that those agricultural implements were worth at the time treaty was signed, and then they bring the value of that up to today's dollars. And so it's a combination of that and applying that to your population figures, and that's how they come up with an overall compensation amount. So we'll find out in the coming months how much they think the claim is worth and how they calculated it. Any questions about this claim?
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Good day, ma'am. You mentioned earlier that this is a pilot project, the accelerated process. I'm just curious, what, if any, would be the pros and cons of an accelerated process? Is there any?
I would say there's some. So Simpson wants to know, is it a good idea to enter this process? So let's start with the pros. Okay, so a lot of the members are kind of anxious to move this forward, right? Sometimes I say there's a lot of members who have what I've termed cows and plows envy, right? You see other nations getting their cows and plows, and you want yours too, right? And so this would very much accelerate the process, probably 1.5 years faster than normally anticipated, just to start it off, right? It would probably take 2 to 2.5 years under normal timelines to get from start to finish here. So those are your pros, right? I would say there are 2 main cons, right? The first being, I always say, Canada is not offering to accelerate this claim out of the goodness of their hearts, right? They truly don't care about you. They don't care about me. What they're most concerned about is what this is going to cost them. And so by accelerating the claim, they're going to have a lower compensation amount than normal, because if they go by population and if they wait another 2 years, how many more band members are going to be added to your list? Especially with Simpson, has kids all over. The other thing too is we all know that the cost of things is rising all the time, right? Inflation is not our friend. And so the longer Canada waits, the more it's going to cost them. And it basically means the faster you do it, the less money is going to be paid out to you. So that could be considered a con too. Another con, you know, this whole thing is going to involve a very substantial payment to your nation. We need to take the time to consider everything. Make sure that you guys have to make sure you're comfortable with the settlement agreement. You have to make sure you're comfortable with the trust agreement. And if we accelerate it, we're going to have less time to consider these things. So we have to mobilize now. We have to put a team in place. We have to do more of these consultations to get your input. You know, I think it's Lisa. You, the teacher? Yeah. You mentioned earlier, like, why not utilize, like, use a questionnaire and get feedback from the membership. We could do that. And we could do that even through the app. We could do it through One Feather. There's different ways to do these things. But the point being, we have to mobilize now and start planning now. And I feel like because things have to move very quickly now, that's a con. You know, we need to give people enough time to do this properly, and you need to be comfortable with it.
Okay. Any other claims in the future that would be in this accelerated process that you might know?
Right now, from what I've been told, Canada is trying to accelerate cows and plows and ammunition and twine. And those are the only ones that they're offering right now, but that could change in the future.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. And Billy Bird, does that answer your question?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Taneo Netauha. I would just like to say that thank you to everyone who made this happen. Thank you to Mary for the opening prayer. And this is for all the claims our nation filed for. My question is, to our chief and council and to our nation, our family members who are incarcerated, can they be qualified to receive a compensation as well? I would also like to say that they shouldn't be judged based on their background, but merely seen as a band member. Thank you.
I think it was at Prince Albert. When we met in Prince Albert, people were asking questions about, you know, those types of things, and it was more of a state type questions that were asked. I don't think anyone asked about somebody being incarcerated, but I think my answer, you know, would cover off any questions that members might have about how things are paid out and the rules surrounding them. So when Canada settles these claims, they don't specify in the settlement agreement how much each member is supposed to get. They don't say who qualifies for it. All they want to know is, where do we send the money? And so right in the settlement agreement, you have to indicate the bank account information, where the money is going to go, and it's all sent in one global lump sum. Canada will, it says right in these agreements, they will not tell you how to spend the money. They don't want anything to do with that because they know they could be sued if they start making rules about that. And so that means the onus for deciding all the rules about what happens to the money, who qualifies, rests with the nation. Some nations will say you have to be alive and on the banned list by a certain date, or you won't qualify for a per capita payment. Some bands will say their state can apply for it. We also have to think about things like human rights, and that's where people like me come in, right? We cannot discriminate against those who are incarcerated. They will have to be entitled to a payment just like everybody else. And in fact, even incarcerated people have the right to vote now. So I mean, they're changing the perception when it comes to you know, those who are in our system. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Hey, I was disrespectful before. I didn't mean to start talking without acknowledging our elders, and I'm sorry, Mary. Thank you for the prayer. Thank you for letting me speak up here. I just want to ask one quick question. The file was claimed in 2022. Prior to that, are those the members, the new members that enter into the reserve, are they included in that claim, or how do we know they're not from another reserve and coming here to claim another? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit before in some of these other presentations. You know, somebody was asking, you know, if somebody transferred over to the band from another nation, or say they're non-Indigenous and they married into the nation, do they qualify? Canada does not concern itself with any of that. All they see is an overall number of who's on the banned list, and that's how they determine compensation. And so legally, you would have to deal with those members, just like everybody else. I know that kind of makes people cringe, but that's the way it works. The other thing that I wanted to talk about a little bit was about, you know, as part of the planning, there are members in your community that aren't yet on the banned list for various reasons. Maybe they don't have proper ID and they haven't applied, or maybe they can't afford an application fee, or all of these things. So part of this planning has to be, you know, perhaps ID clinics on your nation or off reserve for your membership to get them on the banned list. Otherwise, they could miss out on this opportunity, right? There's a question at the back.
What is a BCR?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
What is a BCR?
Yeah, I can definitely explain that. So when your chief and council make a formal decision, they do it in a legal way. So they do it in a way where the majority of council is present. Everybody got advance notice of a meeting. They vote on something, and it's captured on paper in something called a motion. So it's a formal recording of a decision that was made. And then, just to make it even more official and nice and pretty, they put it on another form called a band council resolution. So we abbreviate that by saying BCR, and it's just proof that a motion was made. And we do that a lot for the government. They expect that when an important decision is made, that they go through those motions and they have that piece of paper called a band council resolution.
Can we have access to those?
I have another question. I was told that a BCR, like that, 500,000 could be held to one person for, like, let's say, a legal reason. And I was wondering how that happened was, like a community, their cows and plows was 40,000. Their band kept half of it in a BCR, so that's why I had to ask. And what is an audit?
That's a two-part question. So let's back up and talk a little bit about, the possibility of a band keeping some of the money. So like I said earlier, the community has to vote on what happens with the money. And in the trust agreement, it'll say what the rules are about how the band can access money and when they can't. And a whole board of trustees will be set up to make decisions. And so it's very unlikely that the band would be able to access significant amounts of money with a stroke of a pen. I, for one, don't draft my trust agreements like that. I do it in a way that protects the nation and isn't going to create an opportunity for abuse, for instance. But we can talk about all of that when it comes time. So I'm not sure how, what that other nation did or how they went about it, but it would have to be specified in the trust agreement that they could access something with a BCR. And significant amounts of money being accessed by BCR, that's kind of, there's an opportunity for abuse there, right? An audit, were you here this morning?
No, I wasn't satisfied with that.
So this morning we had the band auditor from MNP come and present on what they call audited financial statements. And it basically shows how much money was there, what it was spent on, how much debt is there, and things like that. So it's another report that talks about what happened to the money. So as part of this process, your trust agreement would say that there should be an audit on the cows and plows money every year, and it should be presented to the membership.
All right, cool, thank you.
And then there was a question at the front.
Do we have access to those BCRs?
Which BCRs for the claim?
Yeah.
I don't see why not. I mean, typically, when I do these types of claims, I show the membership everything that they need to see. So we could include that. We could send out a copy of the BCR if the band enters this process.
Hello. I have a question. My name is Jennifer. I you mentioned a by-election. And with this by-election, will these claims have to wait an extra 3 years? Because you mentioned all the chief and council have to be present to get anything processed, like you say compensation payout to the nation sometime 2025, and if the by-election comes around, will we have to wait another 2-3 years? And some of us elders, I don't think, I know, you know what I mean.
Yeah, so the short answer to that is no. the by-election will not slow down this process, and the reason for that is, and I'll talk about the by-election a little later, but there's already a quorum of council. And so they can continue doing band business like normal.
Thank you.
The chief had wanted me just to touch upon something as well that, you know, may have been floating around social media, and it's something that we're going to have to talk about in greater detail once we get more into this claim. So right now, we have an opportunity for an accelerated process. We have not seen an offer. We have not seen the draft settlement documents. I don't have a trust agreement for you, right? There's a lot of things that we still don't know. But on social media, you know, one of the things that's starting to get some traction is a concern raised by certain people that by settling cows and plows, you're signing away a treaty right. How many of you have heard that? So that is part of what I say, or what I mean when I say we're going to have to slow things down and you have to be entirely comfortable with what you're voting on. You have to get well-rounded information. And I think why some people are saying you're signing away a treaty right, if I'm interpreting things correctly, is they're saying, you know, Canada has release clauses in their settlement agreement that say you'll never be able to sue them again for cows and plows if you settle. And they say, well, that means you're signing away a treaty right. I'm also hearing that there's a concern that what Canada's offering in terms of compensation isn't enough, and that bands can do so much better. So that's all going to be part of what you're going to have to consider down the line. Now, I've settled these types of claims before, so I've seen Canada's clauses. I don't know if they're going to be exactly the same for you. We'll have to see. But from what I've seen, the settlement agreements will say we're not going to abrogate or derogate from Aboriginal and treaty rights. That means we're not making you sign it away. We're not interpreting it. We're just leaving it alone. And Canada will say all we're doing is fulfilling a treaty promise that we were supposed to do back in the 1800s. We're giving you what you're entitled to. So those clauses that you saw earlier, those are forever going to be in your treaty. We're not touching those. We don't have a right to sign away somebody's treaty right. And if I ever thought that I would be a part of that, I wouldn't be working on these claims. But they do mean, and I do this in my everyday work. So I work for a number of other First Nations. I do a lot of their day-to-day work. And I'll just give you an example. When somebody, say somebody's fired, right? And then they sue the band. And then the band wants to settle with them. We don't just say, okay, we're going to offer you $10,000. Don't sue us, right? We're not going to shake their hand and give them $10,000. What we're going to do instead is say, okay, we'll settle with you, we'll give you $10,000, but you have to agree that you're not going to sue the band for the same, for being fired ever again. And we'll make them sign a settlement agreement and a release. And that protects the band. Canada expects the same thing. It's a legal practice that when you settle something, it's give and take on both sides. And they don't want you to say, 10 years down the road, you know what, Canada, that wasn't enough money, I'm sorry, I'm going to sue you again. They will not give you a penny unless you agree that you're completely satisfied at the time that the settlement is completed. So each and every one of you is going to have to decide whether you're comfortable with that. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to give you the information, and you're going to have to decide whether you want to settle or not. If you feel at the end of the day that your treaty right is being signed away, then vote no, right? But we're going to have these discussions later on. We'll talk about each and every one of these clauses later on, and there'll be an opportunity to ask more questions later. Yeah, one of the things that came up, I was just asked to briefly talk about something else. So I said earlier that Canada only compensates for those who are actually on your banned list, right? So one of the questions I was asked at another session was, well, what about babies that aren't yet born? Are they going to be entitled to cows and plows? That was the question. And again, the answer to that is going to be put directly on the membership. So if you guys decide, for instance, to pay everything out, and it's basically going to become a miners' trust, there's going to be no money left for babies that are yet to be born. You know, and our elders always say, you have to think 7 generations ahead. And so one of the things you'll have to think about is whether you want to set aside some of that money and invest it so that when new members are entered onto the banned list, whether they're reinstated or they're just babies that are born and registered, then they would have an opportunity to access some of those monies, just like you did, right? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. The majority of communities do not pay out all of the funds. And the reason for that is, you know, they think it's irresponsible to future generations. And so what you'll see a lot of times is a combination of things. So a lot of bands, what they'll do is they'll, I'll just give an example, okay? So if one band decided they're going to pay out $35,000 to each member, and then the rest of it would be, and then some set aside for the minors, of course, because they don't access money until they're 18. And then they'll put aside another sum of money that would be invested, and then each member would get, say for the next 5 years, $1,000 each at Christmas time or something like that. So you could do all sorts of things. And we will bring to you a financial advisor that would be able to give you all these different scenarios, right? So the answer is most people have some sort of an investment policy with these claims because it's the smart thing to do, it's the responsible thing to do. But I also know nations who paid it all out and are having regrets. No.
Hi, I just have a question. Are you listening?
Yeah, these counselors are just saying my stomach's growling. I'm not sure if I should stop to let people eat or what.
No, just wait. I just have a question. I just wanted to know what's the website? And also, does it depend on the location of the First Nation about how much a person will be getting? Is that what it's based on?
What website were you referring to?
Well, you mentioned the website earlier.
No, actually, if you go and see Alphonse over at the table, he can show you, if you have a phone, a cell phone, you can download an app. It's a Montreal Lake Sk app, and it's free. And they'll post job listings, information about the claims, anything on there, and it's a good tool to communicate with the members, especially the off-reserve. When more than half live off-reserve, there has to be a way to include everybody, right? And then the other question was whether bands receive more money based on location. I haven't heard of that. I think all bands are presented with the same formula, and the only difference in compensation has to do with population. And the other thing Canada has been doing for the Treaty 6 claims is if there's proof that they gave you some of these agricultural implements, they'll deduct from your compensation for that. They didn't do that with Treaty 8. They did it a little differently, but for the most part, they're offering that same system to Treaty 5 as well, and I think Treaty 4.
Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. You're saying that the claim was based off of membership in a list. My question is, due to our mortality rate, unfortunately, based on the claim of when it began, based off of that membership list, we're talking about the new membership coming in, sure, that's important. What have other bands done, or what are we planning on doing for people that have passed on and that family would be missing out on that, for that deceased person, right?
The answer to that is it varies from nation to nation. Like I said, there's some nations that are very strict, and they say you have to be alive and on the band list by, say, the date of payment, which leaves no room for those who are deceased or recently deceased. But mostly, I think nations have some allowances for estates to be able to apply for that money. So what date you put on that, what date range is going to be up to the nation. I've seen anywhere from 10 years to 5 years to 2 years. And of course, it's not just going to be like, say if your mother passed away and there's no spouse and you're the only child. Now legally you would be entitled to her estate, right? But you would have to go through a process in order to access that money. So if she had a will, you would have to probate that will and get papers from the court. If you live on reserve, you can do that through ISK. But if you live off reserve, you have to go through a court process to do that. I think so.
Just one last question. There's a band, Treaty 6 band in, I think, Manitoba, Saskatchewan. They received their cows and plows. I think they only took 3 years to do theirs. And the way they set it up, from my understanding, is that they gave them $40,000 per member, and plus they gave, for Christmas time, they gave them $1,000 each, or $1,500 or something like that. Well, maybe that's just an idea, for the chief and council.
Yeah, a lot of people like that. They like the idea of getting some money at Christmas, but of course, in order to do that, you have to invest it and make it grow. Otherwise, you're just depleting that money, right? You don't want to always be spending it. You want to be growing it and taking a little bit out. We'll be able to come up with a bunch of scenarios for everybody to consider so that you'll have lots to think about. Our manager's lurking at the back. Yeah.
I'm just going to suggest that maybe we take a break. I think people are hungry. Like you said, there's growling stomachs, and maybe suggest we take a break here and have lunch. What do you guys think? I'm going to ask if I'll offer Simpson some tobacco here so he can bless the food. And I'll ask somebody to turn the lights on, and we'll get a blessing of the food, and we'll continue after lunch. Let's give our lawyer a big hand, you guys.
I want to talk to you about this claim. And Canada, she advised Canada views this claim too much of an ongoing and variable nature. So you recall earlier on in the presentation, we talked about those Canada's rules for filing specific claims. And she referenced that. She says, but don't worry, if Montreal Lake wants to amend their claim and kind of remove any reference to any matters that might be of an ongoing or variable nature, then you can resubmit the claim like that. That claim involved displacement, loss of use, breach of treaty, breach of fiduciary obligations, and Canada focused in on your hunting and fishing and gathering rights. And I felt that if we amended the claim, we might be doing a disservice to the nation because we might be watering it down just to suit Canada. Also, in my conversation with this lady from Canada, she says, oh, and by the way, 3 months after you filed this claim, the Waterhen Lake Cree Nation was in the same boat. They had a claim that was of an ongoing and variable nature, and they still tried to move it forward, and Canada objected and said, no, the tribunal does not have jurisdiction to deal with this. Claims of an ongoing and variable nature tend to involve matters that are within the last 15 years. It's not historical anymore. And Waterhen tried to challenge that, and they were unsuccessful. And so right now that is sitting in the Federal Court of Appeal, and they're awaiting a decision. And if they're successful, they'll be able to move their claim forward just like they intended to, and that would open the door for us to do the same. Is there a question? Oh, okay. So, to make a long matter short, this claim has stalled, and the band has to make some decisions in the next few months. So like I said, We aren't sure where to move the claim to next, right? You have some options to consider. I have to, as part of my legal work, I'm required to bring all matters that involve claims to the Land Claims Committee before I bring it to the Chief and Council. And so that's the process I've been told I have to follow. And everybody's aware that this claim is stalled, but nobody's made a decision on how to proceed. So here are some options which, you know, still require consideration. Again, we can wait to see what happens with the Federal Court of Appeal. Waterhen Lake is being represented, I believe, by Maurice Law. Maurice Law does claims all day long. They almost exclusively just do claims. They're trying to get over this hurdle. If anyone can get over this hurdle, it'll be them. And if they can't get over that hurdle, they're going to be in exactly the same boat as us, and they're going to have to make some other choices. So we're watching that court case carefully to see if they open the door for us again. If not, there's other things we can do. The first being, there are other First Nations in Canada, believe it or not, where members have been kicked out of national parks. Very, very similar stories to Montreal Lake. They were to undertake their review. And in July, Canada, I actually got a phone call from the lady that I always deal with for my claims, and one of them, a notable example, if you look them up on the internet, you'll see some literature about the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation under the leadership of Chief Allen Adam. So his people, his grandmother had a lot of stories about it, even about how they were kicked out of the park and how their rights have been trampled on. And they're currently negotiating a settlement with Canada on that, is what I'm advised. There's other First Nations, like Stoney is another example. They were kicked out of the Jasper National Park. It's my understanding that they're in talks with Parks Canada as well. So we can go directly to Parks Canada and try to negotiate a settlement with them outside of the specific claims process. I have a letter drafted for the Land Claims Committee's consideration and the Chief and Council's consideration. And if they give me permission to go that route, we will send a letter. So that's another option, is negotiate directly with Parks Canada. Something that's, piqued my interest is the possibility of filing a claim in federal court. So filing a claim in federal court, it could literally take decades for something to actually happen there, and a lot of money, not just legal fees, but expert witness fees, reports, those things cost a lot of money. But you don't have the restrictions that you get with a specific claims tribunal. There's no $150 million cap. They don't care if it's, you're talking about rights of an ongoing or variable nature. They don't care if it was a claim that involves the last 15 years or not. So all of those rules do not apply in federal court. So it is still a possibility to look at that. Another option, and when we were at Little Red, there were some discussions there about class action lawsuits and involving other matters. But one of the things that we might consider is talking with other First Nations who have been similarly impacted and talking about joining forces with them. Strength in numbers. Oh, okay.
Hello again. I just want to tell you a little story about how my late mother and dad were shoved out of Waskisu. They had no canvas or nothing to walk out of there, so they used branches to make a shelter for us. And I think that wasn't too good. But anyway, we made do with everything that my mother and dad supplied with us. And of course we had fish and meat, which was good, at least, but no flour, nothing. Everything was left as it was. That's what I wanted to just tell a little story about what happened. So we picked out Waskisu River, where my mother and dad had located near Montreal Lake. That's how we survived. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder. I really appreciate that. I've actually spent some time with this particular elder, and I've heard some of the stories. I've also heard from other people who may not have been personally kicked out of the park, but their families have. And the emotions are still very raw, even to this day. And so we're going to find a solution to this claim. We just have to figure out what direction the band wants to go. Does anyone have any questions about this claim? If not, I'll move on to the treaty annuities claim. So this claim is an exciting claim. When we talk about annuities, we're not talking about treaty promises like cows and plows, right? Cows and plows, like I mentioned before, that's considered a one-time benefit that was supposed to be provided at the time you received your reserve and you started cultivating the land. No time after that, Canada would say, were they obligated to give you any of those benefits. But in your treaty, there are other treaty promises that were made that were supposed to be given to you on an annual basis. We call those annuities. And so we're talking about things like the $5 that you receive every year at treaty time. We're talking about, similarly the $15 and the $25 that your chief and council receive. We're also talking about ammunition and twine. Now, somebody had asked me earlier about ammunition and twine. Now, the historic part of that claim has been settled, and that was settled, how many years ago now? Maybe 4 years ago. And the vice chief just reminded me, those funds were used to build a youth center, for example. But that claim was not valued very high. And we did not settle away your treaty right to ammunition. That treaty right to ammunition has to happen every year, forever. Every year in perpetuity, we say. And so ammunition and twine, the value of that hasn't moved either. All of these annuities have stayed the same since the 1800s. Yesterday, one of the elders at Little Red said, we can't even live off of $10 a day. Of course, we're talking about SA yesterday. But it's just a prime example of how the cost of living is rising so high, but yet this $5 stays the same. Now I can tell you that I'm involved with another band in another treaty area who is negotiating a settlement with Canada on these very things. They're talking about compensating bands for not raising that $5 to account for things like inflation. So they're talking about compensating for the past. They're talking about compensation for the non-delivery of those benefits. They're also talking about the clothing allowance that chiefs and councillors get every 3 years, and how the value of that hasn't changed either. They're also talking about calculating those benefits into the future. So it's a very exciting time, you know, for the band that I'm currently negotiating with. But then I realized Canada isn't negotiating with any other treaty areas, just that one treaty area. And I thought, why? That's not fair, right? It's not fair to other treaty areas. And so right now, this claim is in the research phase. It's sitting with Joan Holmes and Associates. Once that research is completed, we'll be able to file a claim. And so once we receive any updates, of course, we'll communicate that to the membership. But if you don't hear from me for a while on annuities, it's because the research is still ongoing. That would be the only reason why. This one? No, this one's about $5 a year. Any questions about this claim?
I just wanted to add that our ammo and twine, we receive a check every year, and it's $52.40 for the whole nation. I just wanted to make it clear, so when she's talking about annuities, that's what we're talking about. It's been $52.40 since the beginning, so it should be.
Should be 52.50.
You know, I did a calculation on this one time, and any hunters in the room would know about the cost of ammunition these days. Very expensive. $52 does not buy you anything. And how do you even begin to distribute that to the membership? I'll give you one, make sure you don't miss. I'll give you one, you know, it's unworkable. It's ridiculous and it's not fair.
Chief wanted me to add the calcium clause. So all the research that's happening, one of the things that we found this year was that our chief who signed treaties, William Charles, when he first looked at the treaty signing, he said no to the agricultural benefits. So when we were, one of the other chiefs, Penman, Benjamin Bird, he said no, we can't say no yet, you know, we'll come back tomorrow and we'll let you know. So the next day, they agreed that they would have agricultural benefits too, so yay for Benjamin. Yeah, he wanted a dog teeth.
like, what are we gonna do with these? Like, give me more ammunition and give me a dog team. Like, that would make more sense to our people. But the fact remains, those promises are in the treaty, and Canada has to fulfill them. Okay, so we'll move on. So we talked earlier about the Little Red timber claim, right? And we understand what that was all about. We basically had the Crown okaying outsiders to come in, harvest timber from your lands without proper authority, illegally, without your permission, and you weren't properly compensated for that. Through my travels, I had discovered that on your main reserve here, there was a timber surrender in 1938. And so, of course, it occurred to me that maybe there was some funny business that happened here too. You never know. We don't know if that timber surrender was illegal as well, right? So there's certain rules in the Indian Act that were supposed to be followed, and they weren't on Little Red. And so we're trying to investigate whether the same occurred on this reserve back in the 30s. And this claim is also in the research phase. And again, once we receive more information, we'll be able to share that with the membership. The one thing I wanted to mention about all this research is, you know, part of what I do is I try to find ways so that the band doesn't have to pay out of pocket for a lot of this work. Because of course, a lot of your funding is earmarked for programs and services. And the FSIN, through their specific claims department, they're funding all of this research, every project. So it doesn't come out of band funds. The FSIN also funds legal fees for me to complete the legal submissions, so that doesn't come out of band funds. Any questions about the timber surrender, 106? So I think this is the last claim on the list. I've done a few elder interviews with your people. Conrad even was a part of that. And, you know, through our travels, we had discovered that some of the elders were telling us that there may have been basically bombing activities that were occurring in and around your reserve. I guess one of the elders was saying he was out on the lake in a boat, and there was ammunition flew by his head. I don't know if he meant bullets or bombs. And so that prompted us to do a little bit of investigating. And Joan Holmes had advised that, yes, in fact, there was a bombing range that was very close to your reserve. And there was another, a flying school near PA. And so there may, in fact, be some truth to that. After our first 2 sessions yesterday, there were some band members that contacted me and said, I might have some information, or I might know who might have more information. And so we're probably going to be looking at some more elder interviews. If you know anybody who might have information about bombing range activities, please see me. But the reason we're bringing this up is in Saskatchewan, there have been nations that have been kicked out of bombing ranges, not allowed to practice their traditional activities. They have been charged for hunting there, and just access denied, right? And so they have settled claims with the government over these types of things. there was something in the news recently. There was a band that, the same thing happened to them. There were bombing activities, training activities that were occurring right on their reserve. In that case, they had given permission for them to be there. But then years later, they were discovering like live bombs right on their land while they were out hunting, right on their reserve. And that's very, very dangerous. Not to mention, could be toxic to the land, right? And so they had settled a claim, I think it was something like $80 million for that. It was in the news. And so these are the types of reasons why we're looking at this. We don't know if it'll yield anything, but we're going to find out. Any questions about this? So that is the claim update. If we could maybe spend a few minutes talking about another matter. The Chief and Council had asked me to bring another matter to your attention. And it has to do with the recent passing of Councillor Arnold Nadehout. And one of the questions that the Chief and Council keep being asked repeatedly is whether there's going to be a by-election. Feelings in relation to Councillor Arnold's passing are still raw for a lot of people. It's an uncomfortable conversation to have, which is probably why they're making me do it. But I'm happy to guide you through the process. And so, under your Election Act, Section 15 says, yes?
Before we go ahead with that conversation, we have a moment of silence for His Honor.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the members calling for a moment of silence in respect and honor of late Councillor Arnold. Thank you for that. That was a very good suggestion. So just to get back to Section 15 of the Election Act. So I don't have that on me right now, but maybe the manager does. I don't know if we even need it. But Section 15 says, if there are 12 months or more left in the term and quorum is not affected, the Chief and Council have the choice whether or not to call a by-election. So that is the rule in the Election Act, but the Chief and Council require some guidance. They're just not sure what to do. And so the first thing naturally that they did was they approached the Governance Committee, because the Governance Committee does this stuff all day long. They're very knowledgeable about the acts, and they're the go-to when it comes to stuff like this. So the Governance Committee met, and there was a consensus that was reached, but the consensus was not about whether or not to proceed with the by-election, because even they aren't sure, right? But they put together a bunch of considerations for the Chief and Council, and I'm going to share those with you. The first consideration was there needs to be a period where the community is allowed to grieve. First and foremost, let us grieve before we make any decisions. The second thing was that they wanted to know what the community thought. This needs to go to the community because the community voted Arnold in. They should have a say on how to proceed. The governance committee also wanted to know if a by-election was not called because a quorum of council still exists. Are the chief and council ready to assume late Councillor Arnold's portfolios? Or will they be stretched too thin? We heard from members of council over the last 2 days who have said there was a void, right? Councillor Arnold created a void and they automatically split his portfolios up amongst themselves and have assumed those duties because the work had to continue and they didn't want any gaps and they didn't want any program suffering, and so they have been taking on that responsibility. It was a natural thing for them to do. It had to be done, so they did it. But at the same time, we also heard from the councillors that they are kind of stretched to the max right now. We heard them say we work evenings and weekends, and we'll continue to do it if we have to, but we don't know how things are going to be for the rest of the term. There's some unknowns there. Finally, the governance committee said, how much is this going to cost? Because that's always a consideration, right? We know that typically elections can cost anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 depending on the nation. With your nation, the costs are usually consistently 20 to 30 grand. And of course, right before the election, you guys had the opportunity to amend your Election Act and your Executive Act. And with COVID, we had learned that online voting is a great tool. It's how we involve our off-reserve and give them a voice. And so that tends to add to the cost associated with any election. So that's what we heard from the governance committee. No formal recommendation was put forward from them, but they gave us tools, they gave us things to think about. And now we want to hear from the membership. We want to know what you think. Do you want me to tell you what the other sectors had to say? Would that be helpful? So, in the last 2 days, I think it was pretty clear from everybody who decided to offer a comment. It was that we think that a by-election should be held. Yes, so the question was, who gets to run? So section 15 is divided up into, a few subsections, and you can have a look at that at a later time, but it says that the by-election has to be held in the same manner as the original election. So the same rules have to be followed. The other thing it says is that those who are on that ballot, only those who are on that original ballot, unless they are now disqualified or say they don't want to run, those are the ones that are going to be in the by-election. The only exception to that is say everybody's disqualified or everybody it has no interest in running anymore, then it would be opened up for a new nomination.
Kind of mention the cost of the by-election?
Yeah, I think we did. It's about 30 grand, right? Yeah. The quote for the by-election work is 30,000. And does that include the online voting? Yeah. It wasn't a suggestion per se. It was somebody thought that that's how the rules read, but if they were like that in the past, they've been changed. We'd have to look back at the previous acts to see exactly when that was changed. But as it stands, your community had ratified the last election act, and that's the rule. It's not next in line. It's you have to hold a new by-election. Yeah, and so that's what the chief and council have to decide, whether they can just limp along and until the next election, or whether they should give the community an opportunity to vote somebody else in.
I think it's a good idea to have a by-election. My question would be, where's the currency going for the by-election? Is it coming from the capital? Or all the numbers that you produce there is gonna, it'll go against that budget, right? So, not $30,000. Is it an affordable, viable option? It should be,
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's an affordable, viable option. Where would the capital come from for the by-election? Can we afford it? It's needed though, so it's part of our self-governance, right? So.
Yeah, that might be a question for our manager or someone in finance who wants to assume the mic.
I guess because, you know, we never anticipate anything like this, there is contingency money for emergencies, and this is being classified as an emergency because we didn't budget an extra $30,000 for something like this to happen, because obviously we don't know, right? But there is extra monies that was identified for emergencies, and I'm pretty sure we'd have to shuffle some money around, but I'm sure we have it.
I think maybe you'll be next, Jason, is that okay?
Just a quick question with the process for a by-election. Nolan and I are sitting back there. Since Arnold was a representative for the Montreal Lake population, when you look at saying that only those people that were on the previous ballot get an opportunity to run for that position, what if in a situation those are all members of the urban sector or someplace else. How do we maintain the view that those people that were running from Montreal Lake for that position would be the ones that would, I guess, have that same opportunity? And one of the other points, when I look at a by-election, that's not dependent on the previous election and who ran in that position. So we're saying it should be open to anybody. What if I want to run, and based on what you're saying, I couldn't run? And that doesn't sit well with us. Thank you.
So just before Jason comes to the mic, I just wanted to address the question. So whoever the electoral officer is would have to undertake a review, just like in the general election, as to whether or not the person still meets the criteria. So if they move to a different sector, that would mean that they don't qualify anymore. And so it could be that could very well happen. So that would have to be determined on an individual case-by-case basis. As for your comment about opening it up to anybody, first and foremost, I think it's really important that the band follows its own rules. And your rules state that it has to be only those people that were on the ballot. Unless they're all disqualified, then it gets opened up. By not following your rules, what's going to happen is we're going to end up in federal court. These are not my rules. These are your rules that you voted on. And in the future, sometimes we realize, sometimes the hard way, sometimes inadvertently, that some of your rules aren't working for you, right? They were good at the time, but now they don't work, or you want something different. You are entitled to change your minds, but you have to follow the amendment process in your election act to do that. You can't just come to a meeting like this and change the rules, for instance. You have to do things the right way. And you'll have the opportunity to change your election act down the road. I think it's a year before the election. I think that's what your rule says too. So you start your process, you start your consultations 2 years before, but you vote on it a year before. I think that's how it is. Jeff can correct me if I'm wrong. Jason?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I guess that's somewhat my question too, but I also agree with Lionel. I mean, it should be open up to our membership, but again, that's what the Election Act says, so that's what we're stuck with. We do have to change it, I believe, but it's not going to happen today or in the next little while through an assembly. It's got to be done right according to our rules. But I guess my question was who gets to vote on this one? If we're saying that it's only the candidates that are allowed to run from the previous election, does that also include those electorate that have turned 18 and over since then? Because it almost says, or sounds like, that only the people that voted can vote again too. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Who gets to vote? And is it all sectors? Is it just the Montreal Lake sector? And also the appeals tribunal? What does that do to the appeals tribunal? You say, thank you.
We were asked that question, Jason, by the other sectors. So one of the things that your membership had raised in the last round of consultations was that, and I raised this as well as legal counsel, is, even though somebody's from a particular sector, they should have the opportunity to vote for people outside of their sectors. The reason being, when a councillor is elected, they don't just represent Little Red, for instance. They make decisions on behalf of the entire nation. They operate as a quorum. And so they're accountable to all sectors, not just the one that they were elected from. And so it's only fair that the membership gets to vote for all sectors regardless of where they live. So that's how it will be. As for the question about the tribunal, I think nothing's, I mean, I'd have to look at, I've never been asked that yet, but I think that nothing would change in that regard. It's only for that one particular issue, right? It's only that one on-reserve council position that we're dealing with and nothing else. So your elders committee, your appeals tribunal, I believe those would just stay the same.
Hi, I'm just gonna, as one of the band members here, and also Arnold's sister, yeah, and then I know, yes, we have, it was very unfortunate. However, I was just thinking, you know, like, I know a lot of people are not informed. There's a lot of people out there that don't know what's going on. And I'm glad that we have the website that they can turn to. And then I just think, well, let's just get this over with. Let's do a by-election. Let's get the process going, because these guys are already stretched out as enough already. So that's what I think, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, one of the things, I may not have said it earlier, but one of the things that has been said over the past 2 days is, you know, nobody's in a big rush to replace Arnold. How do you replace someone like that? That's what I've consistently heard over the last 2 days. And, you know, we had to find a way to address this question respectfully, especially while people are still grieving, right? So, I appreciate your comments for sure. So I've,
Hello.
Okay, there's another question.
Not a question or anything, just a little breeze, I guess. Bully ran because of his language, and we are all Cree language. We stand to negotiate kita ini David. Yago anoche agi mpata. Kutaga oyagi gusto ta mpata. Kispin ki kiskiviti na atan situ ya. Hai.
Seeing as how it's kind of an ongoing theme and consensus that we should have a by-election, how fast can we get the process started? Because you guys are stretched thin, and you're going to have to onboard whoever comes on to delegate the duties that Arnold did have, and learn those duties well. There's no, like you said, there's no replacing Arnold, but just to get somebody fully prepared that is elected. So the sooner the better, right? Is what the consensus is right now. So how fast can we get that process going? And that's really just my question.
I've just been informed by the chief to, you know, just to make sure that everybody's aware that their decision will be communicated to the membership as soon as possible, and then a timeline will be created, and hopefully things can be, like if the decision is to move forward with a by-election, hopefully sooner rather than later. No, next in line does not, there's no rule in your election act that speaks to that. It has to be like this.
And if you will, my condolences to the Nadehouse family on the loss of Arnold. He was an amazing and humble member. And on that idea of elections, would you still go with one feather? Or would you acknowledge the ability of your membership to perform that election so that members here would be able to do that vote?
That's a good question, Lisa. That did actually come up. There was a big discussion at Little Red about one feather yesterday. Although one feather, you know, they're first and foremost, they're the prime company that has been used by nations all across Canada. They help hundreds and hundreds of different bands go through elections and ratification votes and stuff. There are other companies out there, but the one thing that your governance committee is investigating right now is whether, you know, they could just borrow a platform from one of these companies, like even one feather, and then have your own people run it. You guys you have very capable people that can do this type of work in your community, and if it saves you some money as well, why not? So it is being looked at as an option. So your people would just have to be trained to use that platform. Whether it's One Feather's platform or somebody else's, there are other companies out there. I don't see any other hands. Oh.
Yeah, no, I just want to say a few words. Just in regards to the governance, for the by-election, we do have a timeline that we need to put together. We're also going to need to sit down with the appeals tribunal, just to bring awareness to their role that might have to be implemented here in the next little while as well. So, we're meeting on April 8th, and we're going to be making a decision on that day and passing a motion. So just so everybody's aware. Moving on to the governance committee in regards to the Election Act, the Executive Act. I mean, we're taking these notes as we're moving along. What works, what doesn't work. We're going to bring it all back to the nation for any potential changes that we might want to vote on in the future. So we're looking at 2 years' time. So as you all know, I was the governance coordinator prior to being elected into council. So right now I'm working with Latanya Ross. She's taken on a contract to take over my role as governance coordinator. So hopefully we can get meetings going here. So we still have to address the land code. We still have to address the citizenship code. And now we have to address the by-election. So, you know, that's a lot of work that the governance committee needs to take on. So we also need to fill a void on the governance committee. And I guess bring the terms of reference to the membership as well, just so they're aware of the roles and responsibilities that we're given the governance committee. So there is a heavy workload for the governance committee, and you know I know those documents are never going to be perfect. Nobody's never going to be happy with a lot of those the changes that were made. You know, the original document it was open to liability to the nation. So, you know, that's something that we need to be aware of as well. So moving forward, we have to follow the Election Act. So As far as changes, we can talk about that later, and hopefully they're cleaned up after that. So with that, thank you.
Are you guys following that 2016 election act?
No, I think the last one was changed in 2022.
But we have to use 2016.
Yeah. What you might be confused about is the document was originally drafted in 2016, and every time it's amended, it'll still say 2016, but it'll say on the document, but it was amended and passed on this date. And I think the last one was 2022.
That's the one that has all those three words in the first
Yeah.
couple of pages.
It has all the Cree words.
And, well, they're not followed. We're not understood.
The Cree words I can't read.
We're not understood. I can't speak this.
So that's all for me, I think. Unless somebody else has another question, I think we could probably move on in the agenda. Thank you.
Abby, I got confirmation. I know Sheila was here, but Sheila left. Sheila's looks after our funds, and she texted me back, and we do have money for a by-election. For all the people that are here, you have to be here. We have door prizes, and we'll be giving out tickets here in a little while. So if you stick around to the end, you're going to win some prizes. So we have staff that will be handing out tickets a little bit later on. The next program that's going to be reporting is Montreal Lake Child and Family Service Agency. So I'm going to call Lionel up here.
So, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come do a quick update what Montreal Lake Child and Family Agency has been up to in the last year or so, and what new changes are coming as a result of the Human Rights Tribunal decisions regarding children, regarding families and housing, the whole gamut of stuff. I think I've got a couple of council members passing along information on how, if you disagreed, you have a child in care, and you disagreed with our decision, there's an appeal process identified. So that information gives you phone numbers, gives you contact people that you can reach in order to be able to take us to task for the decisions that we make through the agency. So just background on the Montreal Lake Child and Family Agency. It was created in 1996 and was set up as a non-profit corporation. How the operation works now is that there is a board of directors of the MLCFA that manage the overall operations and the administration, finance, protection, and prevention programs. And what we forgot to write on there is Camp Hope as well. The board of directors do not get involved in the day-to-day decision-making process, but rather provide approvals for the audits, the annual budgets, interviews, reviewing applications, and they sign off on staff evaluations and any other things that we need a higher up organization to approve what we do as an agency. As the executive director of the organization, I manage the day-to-day decision-making process of the operations, the budget, the need to hire more staff if that becomes necessary, or to do staff evaluations. One of the other tasks I also do is I provide an annual report to the federal government, to the nation. And so this includes the audits, this includes our 5-year planning process, and any other major program activity that we're going to be providing. So we do that. That is my task within the organization. One of the misunderstandings of a lot of people is what role the executive director has. For example, I do not decide upon child apprehensions. I do not decide on child placements. I do not decide on who gets adopted, who doesn't get adopted, who can adopt, and who can't adopt. That is not my role. Family wellness planning is something I don't get involved in. That is between the workers and the families or the children that are in care. I do not decide upon kinship home placements. There is a process that is identified through the Saskatchewan Child and Family Services Act that we have to follow as an organization. And one of the things that we're working towards, I identified it as something I don't deal with now, but it's something that we're proposing to change, and that is family reunification. So, what is the role of the executive director? I think the role of the executive director is participates in all meetings with the FSI and executive directors working group to provide direction and recommendation to the chiefs at the FSI and chiefs assemblies, to the health commission chiefs. MLCFA has a mandate to oversee child protection matters for on-reserve families and non-reserved children through the Saskatchewan Child Family Services Act. One of the things that a lot of people don't understand is that because there's no First Nations law yet, that is something Montreal Lake is working on, and they have created a team to begin drafting First Nations law around child welfare. At this point, because we do not have those laws, we have to follow what the federal government has instructed us to do, which is follow the Saskatchewan Child Welfare Services Act. So this creates a lot of problems for our membership. When you look at even adopting a child, even a kinship home placement, or if you're apprehending children, we have to follow provincial law at this point. But one of the things that we want to do, and something that is pounded in my head over and over on a daily basis, we need our own system in place. We need our own laws in place so that we're not seen as the brown MSS, Ministry of Social Services, because that's basically how we function. And I totally disagree with that, because I believe the Montreal Lake Sk Nation needs to have its own jurisdiction, needs to have its own legislation. So we follow, or whoever at the end of the day is going to look after child welfare in the future. Maybe 2-3 years from now, there'll be a new system in place. And at that point, I hope to retire. So we may be looking for somebody in the future for that position with Montreal Lake assuming a full jurisdiction of child welfare. every First Nation across this country is looking at developing its own legislation. However, please be careful what you end up signing. We heard from the chief from Cowses that the agreement that they signed is less than what they had hoped for. They've ran into many issues where underfunding for program needs, for capital needs, for planning dollars, for family support services. They felt that it was too rushed. It did not give opportunity for membership to vote on those important legislation pieces. So my recommendation to leadership and to the working group is, let's involve the whole membership. When they vote on those changes, it shouldn't be CFS making those changes, it shouldn't be just leadership, but it should be through a formal process where everybody gets a chance to have a say in what laws should apply, how things get looked after, who can adopt, who can't adopt. That needs to come from membership. I don't want to be in a position 2 years from now still dealing with this. I think it needs to be dealt with by membership. The Chief and Council also will develop the procedures, the acts, and they will develop the actual agreement that they will sign with the federal government. I'm proposing that they do not sign any agreement as a province at this time or in the future. The province was given a task by the federal government. We're now going to replace the province. We're going to reassume our jurisdiction around child welfare. There is no business for the province to be involved in the affairs of child welfare in First Nations communities. And like I said, in the absence of First Nations law, provincial laws apply. So what I have for you this afternoon is a list of services that we provide: protection services, intake services, on-call services, ongoing support, resource, and of course, our piece on legislation. Intake services includes responding to and investigating all reports of child abuse and neglect. One of the primary tasks that we often get accused of is that we jump to child placement, child apprehensions before anything else. And I just want to be clear, that is not the mandate that we are given. That is not the direction we give our managers. Our managers are supposed to keep children in their own homes, with their own families, and within their own communities as much as possible. However, we run into situations where, let's say, in my family, I can't keep my grandkids because I'm taking drugs. Jan is drinking every day. Do I want those kids to be in my home? Yes, I do. But because there is no one else in the home to look after that child, to ensure that they are safe, CFS has to do something. I use myself as an example because I can't name anybody up here. I can't refer to any cases. I've been taught quite early that nothing specific, no case I can refer to in public or on Facebook or any other social media. I can't, there's been stuff posted about CFS. I can't respond to that because I can be charged for breaching confidentiality. I can be held in the court of the province as failing my duties as executive director. So I can't respond to this. However, I just wanted to some of those issues that are being raised. One of the other tasks that we have is to ensure families are healthy, provide supports to the family, but we can't go to every house and find out from that house what supports they need. So we rely on those families to come to us, where we either put them through prevention, or if there's a child welfare matter, then we get involved. One of the other things that we also do, like, for example, I'll use myself as an example again. I'm taking drugs, Jen is drinking every day, and we want our kids, we want our grandkids in our care. I realize I have a problem. So I come to the agency and say, I want to help myself. Is there any place that you could send me? Is there any support you can help me? We are mandated to provide that support to those people that reach out to us. So in my case, I would go see a worker. They would make arrangements for personal therapy or for family counseling or whatever becomes necessary. And we also help families identify their personal supports in terms of what they would like to see. Some of the on-call services contact information I want to share with you, because sometimes after hours, I get a phone call at home and saying, there is these children in these homes. We're concerned that mom and dad are drunk and there's nobody there looking after them. So by law, we have to intervene. The Child Welfare Services Agreement is very clear on that, and we can't say no. So after hours, we have on-call workers in Little Red, Montreal Lake. And for those that don't know the on-call numbers, they're on the back here. Montreal Lake 306-960-8638. In Little Red 306-982-2511. The on-call worker position is shared by all the FSWs that need to be able to provide this service because they're the most trained in terms of the Saskatchewan legislation. And some of the tools that we use take a lot of time, a lot of energy. I'll give you an example. That case that I shared with you where I, like a bird, have an addictions problem, a wife's got an addiction problem. They use this system that is being used by all agencies in this province. It's called a structured decision-making process, where there is an intake screening, there's intake reports, safety assessment, and safety plans laid out. It's a whole bunch of paperwork, but that's to feed the provincial government at this point. And why we have to do that is protects liability for leadership. So they're not assuming liability because they could be sued if they intervene in these kind of events. So I myself cannot tell the manager, no, I want that kid placed here. Because I'm then liable. Because I work for the agency board, they become liable. Should that child die in that home where I said that child should be placed in? So there's a whole bunch of provincial regulations that we really have to adhere to. And sometimes it's difficult when you know that that family, their history, their family connections, who they're related to. I would love to be able to, in my case, give Clifford my grandkids, be able to give Clifford my kids to raise as an example, instead of having to go through this whole system that is in place now. And it is so hurtful. I think through this process, and I don't think I know, we cause a lot of trauma to our families. we cause a lot of trauma to those little ones that can't defend themselves. And so, does it feel good to do this? No, it doesn't. But somebody has to do it. When you see a child getting abused, when you know that child is hungry, their hair is infested with lice. When they come to school, they got bruises all over. What does that indicate? So we are given a task to ensure that every child needs to be protected. And the saying goes, I heard earlier, every child matters. Yes, every child matters. But it's up to all of us in this room to look after those kids. It's not the role of CFS alone to do this. So you as a leader, when you see something happen, you as a manager, teacher, healthcare worker, or whatever, there is a process in place that allows you to make a report, because we can't take action on a child welfare matter without us being notified by people that are prepared to write their concerns to us. We need that paper for our legal protection as well. I'll try to speed this up a little bit. I know it kind of gets boring and dry. Ongoing services, we provide family service supports to the children and the parents that have children in care through prevention. We try keeping children from coming into care, and with the children that are already in care within the provincial system, within the rancheros, within Eagle's Nest. The board just approved a 5-year plan to bring back 100 kids home in the next 5 years. That means every child that is in care with the province, it means every child that is in care with the agency, we want to bring them home. The question becomes, do we have enough houses in Montreal Lake to bring those kids home? The answer is no. So what can we do the first year? So we're building 4 units right now to bring at least 12 kids home this year, maybe next year another 12 kids. So that mandate of bringing kids home is something that we're taking very seriously. The other supports that we provide, I mentioned earlier, through prevention, that we, in fact, respond to calls from people that are working with the agency that they need support on a weekend. They don't have enough groceries, they don't have enough beds, they may not have enough clothing for those kids that are in their care at this point, whether it's family or somebody else's family. I've instructed all my staff, do whatever it takes. Because right now, there's a dollar limit put on every given issue. You're only entitled to, I think it's $30 a day for a family visit, as an example. Well, $30 does not cover all the expenses. And so, in our office, everybody knows we're going to use maintenance as much as possible, but then we're going to use operational dollars to fund the top-ups that are required beyond the MSS rates. So the rates were developed probably about 20 years ago by MSS. It was mentioned earlier about inflation, the cost of living, the cost of everything has gone up. So in order to assist people going through the difficulties of not having enough money because they're on welfare, and at the end of the day when they get their welfare check to go to the store And right off the bat, they put an override because they've spent what money they had coming to pay their bills. And so I understand those people. I understand where they come from. Because I grew up in that same atmosphere. You know, as a young kid, many days we'd go hungry. There was 13 of us in our household. And, you know, there's a lot of chaos for 13 kids in the house. So I understand these things. You know, I can stand up here and sound like I don't care, like I'm tough, I don't need. But honestly, I feel what they feel. I feel what the kids feel. And so it drives me more harder to find solutions so our kids don't have to go through that. Resources, like I said earlier, we do a lot of supports, things I just mentioned, for some of the resources that we put on the table for our families. And the mental health supports, the addiction supports, we provide through our office as well, for the families that we work with, and for those children that are in care. I just wanted to say, as part of your legislative development, there are a few things that you need to have in place. There is a duty to report in Saskatchewan. And this duty to report affects everyone in this room. You have a legal obligation to report suspected child abuse in any home. You have a legal obligation to identify if there is crystal meth being smoked in that house with children in it. If they're selling crystal meth in that home, you have a legal obligation to report that to the RCMP. We are not the RCMP. We get involved after the RCMP do their search. If they find that the drugs are there, they find evidence that drugs are being used or alcohol is being used in that home, that's when we get involved. We're not the first ones to enter a home. Even though at times we have traveled together because we had proof with videos, with other things that there is something actually going on in that home. So it's not up to ICFS to do that, it's up to you and each one of you. You have a legal obligation and a duty to report those kind of things. And so the last point I'll make on the legislation, as you know, Bill C-92 came into effect as a law that states First Nations can now develop their own legislation and assume their own jurisdiction for child welfare. This is an awesome thing. Because now you, every one of you, will have a voice how those kids are looked after by participating in a development of your own legislation. This legislation belongs to you. It doesn't belong to the province. It does not belong to the agency. It belongs to each and every one of you. I spoke a little bit on prevention already, but maybe what I should do is explain the difference between primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention, and whose role is to do what. Right now, the Montreal Lake Nation receives 61% of the money that comes through Montreal Lake for prevention, but their role is a primary role, meaning that for those kids that are still at home, for those families that do not have any involvement with CFS, those are the services that the band prevention workers will provide, whether it's a youth, whether it's parental programs,
whatever the situation is. That's the role as a band prevention worker. Secondary services are those services where we're both working with the same individual. Those kids are at a point of coming into care. There's been reports made on those children, both to the band or to the Child and Family Agency. So our role then is to work a joint planning process between the band's prevention manager and the CFS prevention manager. They may do joint ventures. They may decide to jointly fund activities to ensure that no other kids come into care and to make sure that families get the support that they need. And some of those things could include spousal abuse, prevention programs, parenting classes, detox and treatment for drugs and alcohol, cultural programs, youth programs, and even a simple thing as budgeting, menu planning, and cooking classes are all something that needs to happen between Montreal Lake Prevention and MLCFA Prevention. Some of the things we do as an agency, we go one step further, and it's a tertiary level service, which means if you and your child already have a file with Montreal Lake Child and Family Agency, our role is to help you, not only to get your kids back, but to help you address if you have any addictions, or if you have trauma issues, you need counseling, you need referrals, family treatment, whatever. That is a tertiary level care service. That's what we do because we have your files at the office. And only you can review them. I can't even review your files. We can't disclose any information on your files. So, as an executive director, I have no business looking at your files. There's no purpose for me to even look at them. So, we make referrals to family treatment centers, whether it's in Edmonton, whether it's wherever. We try to help them where we can. I believe it's pamphlets that have gone out. I know there's people upset that sometimes we do things because we're mandated by provincial law to take action. And I just want to reassure people, we don't want to harm you. We have to do what's mandated to us. It's a dirty job. We become the most hated program in this community, as other agencies do in their nations as well. Because we're forcing families apart. We're placing kids in their non-homes. That's creating further trauma. But I want to say, if you disagree or don't agree with anything that we do, you have a right to appeal. First of all, you appeal to your worker, the manager, the executive director, and then finally you appeal to the province, and as well as a child's advocate. So let's say I take Joy's son away, and she totally disagrees with my action or my staff's action. She has this opportunity to take me to task for the decisions that we have made. So your voice is going to be heard throughout this process. But I'm looking for the day when your own laws will set up your tribunals, your elders forums, your apprehension committees, your placement committees. It's no longer going to be set up through the agency as it exists now. These are all things that you need to develop.
So, before I close, I just wanted to bring up the issue of compensation. I don't know if you're aware of the case that was made in 2007 by Cindy Blackstock, AFN. There's 2 other bands that were involved in this lawsuit. They charged the federal government on the basis that there was a bunch of discrimination happening by the federal government. They said the federal government was not providing adequate resources to First Nations agencies and First Nations bands. So it went to the Human Rights Tribunal, and since then, the tribunal has supported First Nations and the agencies to ensure that there is retribution for all the years of discrimination on the basis of program delivery, on the basis of inadequate funding. So one of the big pieces that came out of this, and you might all be interested in finding out if your name or your child's name is on this list. From 1991, MSS was removing kids on Montreal Lake, and those kids are ordinarily on reserve, but they were removing them in PA. To 1995. From 1995 onwards, the Montreal Lake Child Family Agency was established. They were now the ones taking these children into care until 2006. So any child that was placed into care either by MSS or by the agency since 1991 to 2005 may be eligible up to $40,000 for every child that was in care. So let's say a family of 5 kids were removed in 2001 by Montreal Lake Child Family Agency. Every one of those children would qualify for $40,000, as long as the parent was not the reason why those kids came into care. Those parents would also get $80,000. So let me repeat that. You as a parent, because your children were removed from you in that time frame, you could qualify for $40,000 suffering if you weren't the cause of your own children coming into care. So what's going to happen towards the latter part of April, this coming month, is that we want to have a public forum bringing the professionals from Ottawa here to explain how the system is going to operate. They will give you access to your child records that the province has access to. And I've been informed by Abby, it took years to get his child record. But this is going to be fast track. So for example, because IMAC was paying for the bill, they have a list of every child that has ever come into care for Montreal Lake. Even if it's for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, whatever. Because you suffered by being apprehended. As you got older, it impacts you. You're still entitled to $40,000. And if you're errant, because you didn't have, or they did not have the proper housing, or did not have a job to feed you properly, to clothe you, to protect you, they'd be entitled to the same suffering amount of $40,000. So we want to do that presentation here. I've yet to talk to leadership about that, but that's something that we're proposing to do, so that we bring everybody in Little Red, and as well Jeff, Eldon. I'd like to have a forum in Saskatoon to make that knowledge available, and for people that want to ask every question they have, maybe they'll come up with more. By then, I think this would be a great opportunity so that we're not missing no one. We're not leaving anybody behind. Being able to access 40,000 the federal government is prepared to pay for children and families that children came into care within that time frame. On the last note, and I promise this will be the last note, the big issue that is also coming up is there's negotiations right now between AFN and the Indian Affairs system. First of all, this is wrong. Why is AFN negotiating on our behalf? The Chief and Council did not say AFN representatives negotiate how much money we get for the next 100 years. Okay? They have no business doing that. But that's what's happening. And by the end of June, they're going to agree to the final settlement agreement. And it's going to outline how your child welfare system is going to look like for the future years. It's also going to identify how much money your nation is going to get to provide these services in the next 5 to 10 years. I want to close off by saying, don't get caught in this trap. Because all the directors are saying, this is a funding gap measure. Meaning, it happened in health, it happened in education. When they said develop your laws, we began developing our own acts. Now they come and say, nope, here's a formula. That's all they're entitled to. Our fear is that that is the same thing that's going to happen in child welfare. No matter what your needs are or what your child's needs are, it's going to be $1 for this, $1 for that, whatever. AFS is negotiating that. They've never run a child family agency. Who the hell are they to negotiate? And what do they know about child welfare? They should have come and met Montreal Lake leadership. They should have come and met the child family agency to gauge what our real needs are for the future. Your population is growing annually. Your cost of doing things are increasing annually. Inflation is going through the roof. Look at your gas prices. You know, they almost tripled in the last 2 years. Your food costs. Look at your store. You know, $100 buys you a bag of chips, chocolate bar, and a few other items. How can you sustain nutrition through that process? I'm not picking on a store, but that's reality. That's what's going on. And so as a family, as concerned people, we should be providing other avenues to that family when they get the supports they need. And if you like it, no, seriously, that is it. Not campaigning, and I never watch it, but just wanted to bring you up to date on things that are working. Thank you so much.
Anybody have any questions for Lionel? We do have one comment here.
I just want to add, going back to I guess the times when residential school dollars were coming out and day school dollars were coming out. The new thing that's coming out now is foster care. So what is our health center doing to help with that? So what we're doing is we're working on, we have Phoenix Counseling in the community of Montreal Lake and Little Red, and they're expanding their services to our on-reserve members to see members who have been in foster care and need that mental health support. So we want to ensure that, yesterday we had somebody disclose some information when they were in a foster care system, and you know, it was very emotional when she was disclosing that, and we just want to make sure that we're doing our part to ensure that the supports are there. So right now we have Phoenix Counseling in the community, as well as our therapists at our mental health building. So if you are currently seeing a therapist and you think you are eligible for these dollars, my suggestion would be to you know, start having those conversations with your therapist, because it's very important that they are your support as well mentally, because it could, we don't know the severity of whatever it is that you've gone through, and the therapist is more equipped to help you through that. So I just wanted to add that comment in there.
You want to be a scholar?
Lionel and I did discuss, good presentation, Lionel. Being that I was a permanent ward of the province, one of the last ones in the province, and there are many like us in residential schools. We're in, you know, the whole, I'm not going to go deep into it, but there are going to be people that are going to be looking for avenues to explore possibilities for what she was mentioning, but also claims. What are we, as First Nations children that were apprehended at an early age, what kind of compensation could be sought? Who do we go talk to figure out how to attain that information, and the steps going further on for holistic well-being in general, right? For our people, for the people that were in care. That's just a question I have.
The process that we're dealing with, at the end of April, myself and the guy we call Moses, Raymond Shingus, are being asked to provide support to the legal counsel that is representing Cheyenne Stonetrap, who is taking the federal and provincial governments to court for exactly what you're talking about. And so I'm looking at Eldon, I'm looking at Jeff as well, because this is going to affect the off-reserve membership. When I mentioned that this money is going to be coming, it's for only on-reserve members. And so there is another case of discrimination that is happening here, where you're no longer First Nations when you cross the reserve line. You've lost your treaty rights, you've lost everything, right? That's kind of what we're facing today. And so the same thing is true about child welfare. They're not providing you guys any money for compensation at this point. But once this case begins to pick up steam, we've asked the question, can other claimants be involved in the class action suit? We're not there yet. But that is something that we want to move towards. And hopefully that addresses your question. And if you need more explanation, come to the office. I'll get one of the people that deal with this on a daily basis to maybe give you a better direction and maybe better response. But I also wanted to close off by saying that this 40,000 that child from 1991 to 2005 is eligible to get. What's going to happen if you're under age of 18? That money gets pushed in the trust account for you when you turn 18. So that money's not going to be released to them until they reach 18. However, like if your family, if you're the parents of this child, and you did nothing wrong, the money will be released to you earlier. When the records come out from Indian Affairs, the agency will have no say in this. We're not going to determine who gets what. That's not our role. Our role is to help by ensuring that we have all our records up to date, dating back to the date that we opened CFS, to make sure that all child record files are up to speed, so that no kids get used. Continue.
Any more questions for Lionel? All right, thank you very much. Montreal Lake Education will come up next.
My name is Agnes Nadehout. I'm reporting for Simon Bird, our principal and our director. I'm one of the vice principals at our school, along with Andrew Johnson. He's back there. And our portfolio counselor is Vice Chief Dean Henderson. So I'll start off with our nominal roll for this year. We registered 485 students. We have a staff of 88 staff. That's including teachers, PAs, and support staff. Our school committee members are Elder Jennifer Bird, Andrea Nadehout, Clarice Roberts, Glenda Henderson, Roger Bird, Sherry Nadehout. The goal of everyone is to work together for the betterment of the students by providing support to the school staff. The school committee roles are to make recommendations to the school administrators and portfolio counselors. Our safety focus is communication is priority. We always make sure we talk to one another, whether it's through email, phone, text messages. We want to establish positive relationships amongst the students and staff. We're consistently working on staff attendance to ensure supervision of all our students. We establish a supportive administrative team. We improve physical space so we can make pride for our school. So we're always trying to make room for our school and our students. Our investing in our future. This coming summer, we'll be putting up a playground on the east side of the school, and we'll be having one on the west side of the school. Our student washrooms have been renovated, so it's still undergoing those renovations. We built a canteen at the front of the gym here for our students to use. It's busy every day. Last week we had some hairdressers come in and do haircuts for our K grads and our grade 12 grads for their picture day yesterday and today. We've purchased more student laptops and Chromebooks for our students so that they can do online learning as well as using our programs that we use every day. We have land-based equipment upgrades. I'll get into that further in the thing. After-school program is in full swing, so we have all kinds of sports, cultural programs, eating, whatever the teachers want to do with the kids. Here we have a picture of our St. Patrick's Patrick's Day kits from our kindergarten class of 2024. Our teacher went out and bought each of our students some St. Patrick's Day t-shirts, and she took pictures of her kids. I just want to go back to this front page here. We have a peak of the week, which Anthony does every Sunday night, and we all chip in and give information to fill into this peak of the week. So every week we pick a staff member, and we spotlight that staff member, and we talk about all the things they've done to help our school, our students, and to be part of our team. And then we give updates there on what's coming up for that week. We have the reminders at the bottom, and then we write down Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday what's going on. And then we email this out to all of our teachers and support staff. So investing in our future, approximately a $4 million investment for our school renovations for our Indigenous Service Canada. So that started in 2023. Well, they are working on the roof. You can see that outside. We've been fixing up our electrical system, our heating system, plumbing, and the foundation outside. Sidewalks and that have been replaced to take over the old ones that were cracking and falling. We'll have 2 new classrooms that will be portable, and they'll be on this side of the school in the fall because we're running out of space in classrooms. We bought 2 new school vans, so we now have a total of 4 vans for our school. We just recently purchased 3 new buses, and they are 74 passenger buses. They're building a student canteen to prevent students from leaving the school, so every day at lunchtime you'll see a long lineup outside at the front. We didn't do it today because it's quite loud and the kids are all over and excited to buy snacks. We are currently looking into building an on-site land-based building. And here there's a map of our school and everything that's around it. So our program focus, one of our biggest focus is our Cree language and program and the land-based instructor. So we're trying to connect the curriculum to the land-based and making sure our kids learn their language and they learn about their culture. And for literacy, it's not on this report, but it's on the other one. So every fall, which is September and January and May, which is winter, fall, and spring, we do FNP testing on all our students from nursery to grade 9. We find out what their reading level is, and I enter all that information into a database. And this will show the improvement of our students' reading levels throughout the year. Student services. We have data collection maintenance from all direct secondary support and services. They facilitate professional services, OT, which is occupational therapy, speech language, ed psych referrals, and hearing screens. This week we were testing students from, we tested from nursery to grade 8. We have individualized educational plans, which are called IEPs, and we do these for all of our students that need them. We have a parent and in-school team meetings, so when we identify the students that have IEPs, the parents are invited in to go over the IEPs with the Student Support Services team. And another one is connections. They come in and they buy specialized supports for students through Jordan's principle. So if our students need anything, we go through connections and they get us whatever our students need, like iPads, Chromebooks, special tools for them to get around the school. And with the student services, this is where the EAs are assigned according to the IEPs. We had report card day and parent-teacher interview on November 16th and March 21st. We met with, teachers met with the parents. We had lots of door prizes. and we provided the parents and children that came with their parents Chester fried chicken for supper. Staff retention and recruitment. Recruit teachers that love our community and take pride in our school. This year we've done teachers investments. We've put security systems in all our teacherages, did any necessary renovations, and we put fences around our teacherages so that their personal property is safe. We have professional development days for all our staff. In April, some of our staff will be attending the WASIS conference. There's external evaluations. We have Noella Mixon who comes in from TSEC and she evaluates our teachers. We support local events like the Fish Derby, Youth Center, hunting trips, Treaty Day, commemoration, Malinosa Days. This year, the Fish Derby, our staff went out there and started selling tickets about 10 o'clock till 5 o'clock that day. And we raised an amount of $110,000 for our students, and this goes for class trips. Recently, a partnership with Gakino Amagi. It's a teacher recruitment nonprofit organization to showcase our community and school pride. So a lady named Melissa came into our school and she met with myself, Simon, Andrew. She interviewed some of our teachers and she went around and took pictures of our school inside and out. She took pictures of the teacherages and took pictures of our community. And she posts all these pictures on this site, and this is where teachers can go on our site and they can check out our community and see what our school has to offer. They were kind of laughing about it because they said it's like a dating site, but it's a school, it's a site to find a place to go work. Our mental health and wellness, after school programming happens on evenings and weekends, so we're constantly working with our students, not just during school. We have cultural support from students during and after school, so there's the staff that work with the kids after hours. We have workshops and events for students and the community. For example, the Winterfest, the Bazaar. We're actively involved with the community. Wellness activities for students, for example, free haircuts, powwow, dance troupe, supporting our youth conference, students having regular access to the fitness program and the Fitbod app. So on my right, we have a Fitbod app which the students can go on when they go upstairs there into the weight room and they can exercise, and it tells them what kind of exercises to do, but it also records how many minutes or hours that they participate. Sports program is ongoing but needs improvement. Our mental health and student retention. We have food security, so our students have daily hot lunch programs, and they also have breakfast in the morning. Keeping an eye on our students that may not have food at home also. If they have no food, we provide them something to take home with them. We have our land-based program, and a lot of kids take part in this, and it makes them feel good and take pride in who they are. We have cultural activities which are run by committees in our school. So we have a Treaty Day committee, we have a Bazaar committee, we have a Trappers event, we have Trappers events. We did it for the elementary and for the high school. We have sports programming where the kids participate in whatever sport is going on during that season. We have extracurricular activities that happen after school, whether it be sports, feeding, going for a walk, going into the city to watch a movie, whatever the teachers offer. Mental health, this year we have an addition of 2 full-time guidance counselors, and they provide timely response for students when issues arise. So we support and we also support our young parents. So So they have scheduled students to see, but if we have an emergency or somebody needs one, we have an extra one. Student transportation now includes extra supervision for rides home, so we have 2 liaison workers to help us make sure our kids make it home safely, or if they need to go home, if they're sick, or pick something up. We have hallway and classroom break monitoring, so we have 2 security on throughout the day from 8 o'clock to 8 p.m. and then we have 2 security from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. in the morning, so we always have security in our facility. We prioritize supervision for our students, so make sure there's someone always there taking care of our kids, whether it be inside the school or outside the school. Our community focus, we do a daily morning Cree prayer. So we have different classes come up every morning and we start off each day with a morning prayer. And this prayer is also in Cree. So a majority of our kids know the prayer. And each year our students will take part in the Fine Arts Festival in the oratory, and they'll go and say this prayer. We have a communication strategy, involvement in school events like the celebration of the 135th anniversary of Treaty 6 Adhesion, which was on February 9th, where we had our students involved, our young youth chief and council, where they kind of reenacted the signing of the treaty. And they were all excited about it. The optometrist came to our school on February 12th to the 16th, and we had about 200 kids that got new glasses. We have post-secondary tours. So there are teachers like Peyton and McKenna be taking our students to SIAS, the U of S, to go see what's out there and what they are interested in doing after high school. This year, our students, our grade 8 students, attended the FSIN Math and Science Fair. We had 4 projects. This coming April, on April 25th and 26th, the youth conference will take place at our school. But while the youth conference is taken on, which is grades 6 to 12, we're going to have a group of teachers and support staff run a conference for our students from nursery to grade 5, so they don't feel left out. So we're going to do fun activities with those ones, so they feel part of the conference. Community use of school protocol in place. So when our school is used, we just ask that it's cleaned up. Community social gathering needs. Relationship building and public relations, and partnerships with other departments and programs. So we work with other programs in running events or wherever we are needed. Student engagement throughout land-based. So our land-based coordinator is Christine McKenzie. Her assistant is Janet Bird. So they run the land-based program from nursery to grade 12. They involve all our kids. So a lot of it is hands-on learning, environmental awareness, so that the kids take care of the land. If they make a mess, they're asked to clean up, keep it clean, to show respect for the land. Learning to respect the land and animals. Learning Cree terms, so if she's teaching something, an activity, she uses a lot of Cree terminology, so the kids are learning about the activity, but also learning the language. Seasonal teachings, Christine picks whatever is happening in that season, and she teaches that to the children. We have cultural teachings. We have a land-based partnership with Sask River School Division. So, for example, yesterday, Pasquaski brought their students out to come fish. So I had Christine go out there and help them drill holes and make them feel welcome. We had a school from Sask Rivers, and they came out and Christine showed them how to set a net. So they came back again today and they set the net, and we had some more kids from Pasquaski come out here today. Ice fish. So here are some pictures of our winter youth hunting trip with the land-based staff, with the portfolio counselor Dean, and they went out and did some hunting, and they got us a couple of moose. Here's some pictures of the moose and the students there, picture of them skinning it. And then on the next page, the kids had moose rib and moose nose with the grade 2s and 4s in kindergarten. So in this picture here, you can see the moose nose on the fire, and they're singeing it. And the kids are having hot chocolate or tea. And here they're lining up. These are the kindergarten kids. And then here we have our grade 4 sitting in at an open fire in a kind of tarp tent. And they're making tea, and they're cooking some moose meat. So that is our presentation. Anyone have any questions?
Your fitness program, has that started already?
Yeah.
It's open to every child that's attending, right, that application?
Yep. It runs some students are taking it as a class, so they have to do 100 hours of physical activity up there. So once they receive 100 hours, then they get a credit for it. So they'll be doing that during the day, but the weight room upstairs is open every day after school for about 5 or 6, depending on when Andrew or Ron need to leave, but it's always open. And it's supervised, so we don't let anybody up there unless there's a supervisor watching the child. Any other questions? That's it, thank you.
Out of curiosity, how many grads do we have this year?
We have 22 grads this year.
Sorry, just to further on with the fitness question, I'll ask about the graduation, so that's awesome. Right now, Prevention Services is running a fitness program as well from Monday to Wednesday. However, you say till 5 or 6. Would there be any willing to collaborate with us so that we could just come here and elongate that Monday and Wednesday, just to have you guys open a little longer instead of doubling up our services? Would it be okay if we just were to come here and entertain the same children that are already partaking in your program to get extra hours onto that application so they can further on their education? Is that a possibility?
I think it's a possibility. The only thing we would be concerned about is making sure that they're supervised.
Well, I would be here. I commit to being here from Monday and Wednesdays up until whenever it's time to go. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm usually here for the
Cool. We'll talk about it later.
All right, thank you.
Grad Day is June 26th. So everybody knows, June 26th. So as part of education, I am going to ask Sherry to come up with Woodland Education and Training, and she's going to do a report for us. She's been waiting patiently.
I have a small report here from Woodland Cree Employment and Training. I started working in 2020, and I did some programs. I'm so nervous. Okay, I work as a student advisor and coordinate training programs. I also help clients with resumes, cover letters, and job searching. We also help fund students or clients that want to go back to school for up to 2 years. The programs that I've coordinated since I started are sawmill and log cabin training, power mobile equipment training, hospitality and tourism, customer service and for the program, residential renovation and construction work for women in trades, pre-employment cooking in Washington, adult basic education, grade 10, work experience, child trains we just finished, and we're going to be starting the roving program in April. I'm also going to be getting a concrete program going and some training for staff that want to upgrade on their Excel or Word or any kind of program for good office. I also work with Valerie on employment and training, get more training into our community. We co-share costs on bigger programs. So we're looking at bridging to grade 12. It's a program that you can take to help you to go to grade 12 the next year. It's not a grade 12 program. It's just teaching you how to get into grade 12. I also do volunteer work for the Neil Squire program, and this is a disability program. I advocate for the membership that have learning disabilities. This is a 12-week job-focused employment skills program and digital jumpstart online program. After they finish, they do 2 weeks unpaid work experience. And then they have a possible 3-month contract. This is I like working with this disability program because I noticed that there are a lot of older, like middle-aged that are shy to go out there when they want to work. Like how can I say this? They're scared, they're shy. They just want to work, but they don't know how to go about it. So I advocate for them so they can start the program with no squad. Also, I also do the fitness program. I'm going to start again this year. A mentorship program. The mentorship program is from 17 to 30 years old that can apply with me for work experience. And summer student program, I'll do that when the students have their grade. That's all I have. Also, I just wanted to thank Sean Clissard. I know he's not here. He's my friend. He helped me get 6 desktop computers for the community. So if there's any questions, I'll try to help.
Question I have is, I was actually going to ask Agnes, just for the overage students, is there going to be a grade 12 program coming? I know she mentioned there's a bridging program. So I remember Sherry just graduated, I think 6 students from the adult 10. So, 10 students? Yeah, so there's the adult 12 program. Is that one coming? Okay, I was just wondering because the federal government is going to be giving money for overage students, so I don't know if it's going to training or education. So that came out last summer, is that with education, there's not going to be an age limit. So as a community, that's what we'll be working on. So I just
up here. I see Georgina is going to hand out some reports here for health, so, and Tina will walk you through the report.
As you may not be aware that I'm the acting health director till the job is posted since last month, February 8th, was the first day I started. There are 52 employees employed at the William Charles Health Center, bringing in a total of 62 altogether, including Little Red Health staff, including myself. There are 5 vacant positions right now in the William Charles Health Center program. That would be the NIC, home care nurse, part-time community health nurse, NADAP position. All of these positions are posted on our William Charles Health Center webpage. It was just recently posted this week sometime, so if you want to look up in the website, everything is there. Currently, I'm responsible for managing 2 health programs, WC Health and Little Red Health, fulfilling the roles of acting director and Little Red Health program. Little Red Health program manager has been a challenging experience for me, but you know, like I said, I'm glad I was given this opportunity to take on this role. And both WC Health and Little Red Health have excellent health teams. I will remain as acting health director until the job is posted. Andrea Nitaho, our office manager and human resource worker, has been a valuable help on day-to-day operations here at the health center. I want to express my gratitude for continuous support. I also want to acknowledge the hard work of the rest of the staff, as their contributions do not go unnoticed. As a health director, my role and responsibilities require me to oversee the day-to-day operations of healthcare programs and services, ensuring that patients receive quality care and that we comply with regulatory requirements. I am responsible for managing the budget and financial performance of healthcare programs. We are currently working on our annual reports and work plans and budgets for the next fiscal year of 2024 and 25, so I'm in the process of getting all those handed in. I haven't been here for very long, so I only have a little information to share on all the health programs here at the health center, but I did get a chance to have the staff from each program, such as the mental wellness, community home care, nursing, dental, medical transportation. I got them to do a little report, so on those handouts you'll see them. Well, I have 6 years experience working as a Little Red Health Program Manager in Little Red, and I'm also taking a course for First Nations Health Program Manager Certificate program right now. I have a grade 12, I have a diploma in human resources, and I also have some other training. But like I said, I was just appointed here for the time being. We are committed to providing the best healthcare services possible here at the health center. And as the health director of the William Charles Health Organization, we aim to address current challenges, optimize resources, and foster a culture of continuous improvement. We focus on collaboration, transparency, and patient-centered care to ensure we remain at the forefront of promoting healthy living. I'd like to add to, when I was asked to
take this role on as the acting health manager, I did not hesitate because I know I do know the process of running a health program since I have been working at the Lorette Health for 6 years, and I know what needs to be done. So I just wanted to give a little update on that. And I'm trying my best, and I love my community, and thanks.
You're doing a great job.
Does anybody have any questions? Oh, I have something else to add here. Sorry, I'm just kind of getting distracted here. Our health committee is Simpson Nitaho, Bernard Bird, Carrington Primo from Little Red, Sherry Ann Hogan from Little Red, Absent Hogan from Brent Nitaho. And our grand opening, possible set date is May 22nd of this year for the William Charles Health Center, which is now going to be called a nursing station. So yeah, it's going to be a big event. Hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Carol has got some comments here.
I just want to acknowledge Bernice and her comments that she's made here today, as they are valid questions and concerns. And I want to acknowledge them because those concerns that she has, a lot of community members have brought them to myself, as well as other leadership and our health committee. There's been a lot of concerns, and to me, you know, that's our community members having their voice back. That's our community members realizing that they have a voice and they can speak. So some people are scared to speak up in meetings like this. So they'll come and speak away from other people. So, you know, in the future, I do want to say that we are addressing concerns that are brought to us. There are some changes going on at our health center, and as Tina mentioned that she is our interim health director right now, and she stepped up to take on this job. It's a huge job to do, and she's doing a great job so far, and we're grateful that she's there. And the rest of our health staff, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on in there. One of the analogies that came to me was that when you're moving from a house into a brand new home, you know, that's change. So we're moving from a health center that's been our only health center since we've had a health center in 1989, I believe. And now we moved into a brand new facility. And so a lot of people are questioning our facility. And one of the things that I wanted to say is that we are having a grand opening. You know, we are moving towards it, and we've had a committee in place who's willing to listen. So I just want to give Tina a round of applause again, because this is a huge endeavor that she's been taking, and we're grateful for her. So can we give her another round of applause?
So do we have time for questions?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
As long as you don't, okay.
What's the receptionist jobs? When you call to the office, health center, the receptionist job is to transfer you to whoever you want to talk to, right? Like for transportation or home care, whatever. That's where my problem, I think, is reception they're either not transferring my calls or they're putting me on hold, you know, just to try to get me mad or something. I don't know, but I felt what's been happening. We're not getting picked up for our appointments. We left a lot of appointments. I have this mask on because I really need to see a dentist, but they never pick me up, so that's why I'm so kind of mad. And I don't think it should, I have a right to be mad, I guess. I don't know wear this mask forever, but other people have worse masks on. But that's my problem, and I don't think anybody, like, what did my grandkids do? What did my children do to deserve that, to go see their doctor? That's everybody's treaty rights. And what's the discipline for when you don't get picked up? You just get a slap in the hand. Oh, okay, just take a day off. That's all. Thank you.
Bernice, I want to thank you for bringing that and speaking up for that, because this is not the first time we've heard that. We've heard that we have to do better, especially when people are calling the health center. The person that answers the phone, that's a very, very important job, and we need to do better. And this has been brought to our attention, and I know Tina's heard it, we've heard it, so I'm really hoping that the message will get out there that whoever's picking up the phone at the health center, you have a very important job. Make sure you pick up the phone and that you're transferring the call to, if it's for transportation, if it's for other things, make sure you transfer the call to the right person, and you don't leave them on hold forever either. If you're going to put somebody on hold, make sure that you go back and say, that person is busy right now, we will call you back. But it's just customer service, and we got to make sure that the calls are being answered that are coming in. Does anybody else, does anybody want to make comments on that? But I wanted to thank Bernice for bringing that forward. Absolutely, it's not just the health center. The band office is the same thing. I've heard that at the band office too, that when you call, sometimes nobody answers, or you put on hold, or that's for all the office buildings, not just the health center. We have to do a better service to the Montreal Lake band members. We serve the Montreal Lake band members, so if you're working in one of our offices, please, customer service, if you need training, come and see us on what we need to do better for customer service, because we need to do better in providing better services. Yeah. So I believe prevention is next. Working for Montreal Lake Cree Nation. We have Kim Jonathan working as prevention, was on the FSIN executive, and also Simon Bird, your director of education and / principal. He was also the FSIN chief. So here's Kim.
Okay, good afternoon, family and friends, and it's an honor truly to be here as a relative and a visitor to your nation. Thank you for welcoming me in to serve alongside as your servant and a worker. I'm just going to introduce one of our prevention workers here. You all know him. He's a prevention worker here in Montreal Lake, Abby. But I also want to, there's committee members here, and we haven't been full staff, but our committee members are so digging in and helping us out so much. I know today we have Talia, Bev, we had Shirley and Jolene yesterday, our portfolio holders, Councillors Charmaine, Councillors Carol are here. So I want to say thank you to the committee members. You guys have pulled us through so much this last little while. So Abby, our prevention worker here, will talk a little bit about what he does and how he's created some programming, put them through budgets, and it's awesome. So welcome Abby right now.
Hey folks, how you doing? So I was approached many moons ago about what I wanted to do upon moving back, and one of the opportunities that came to me was prevention services, and I was curious to know what it was really about, what opportunities could be presented to the community through me, and I was told that not just my education, but based on my background as a child that was raised in services since birth, and what services, even as a child worker at the time, what I would like to see as a parent provided to help me raise my children in a sober, violent-free environment, which I hold in the highest regard in my household. My objectives were to raise my children the best that I could without the infractions that were imposed upon me as a child. And I did the best I could. My wife and I did the best I could with our families. And now I have the opportunity to do the same for all of our children. Not just me, but the whole community. And that's what I do. I look in collaboration with all entities within the Montreal Lake Sk Nation. You witnessed it just now. I asked Agnes that question about collaboration with the school for the fitness program. I run a fitness program right now, Mondays and Wednesdays. And it's just called Fitness for Fun. So you bring a mentor if you want. It's ages 14 and up. To come get a good workout, keep track of your intakes and everything, just fitness related, and to bring a mentor is to bring somebody that you look up to. So if you're a young child looking to, bond with your mentor or with your parent, you're welcome to come on in. Another program I do is a fishing program. That's where I just meet up with some parents or some children if they reach out to me. We're open book, we're open door policy, and I just ask if you want to go fishing, let's go fishing, and that also helps provide for the families that can't otherwise provide for themselves off of our land. And I know that's a big thing for our community. We have 2 beautiful lakes here, we have a lot of beautiful forest here that can help us provide, and a lot of things that can sustain a healthy advocacy for all our children and their families. So that's what I'm there for. I love my job. I love what I do. And I look forward to working with every single one of the people in my community on every level. I even go to homes with families with children that are having a hard time or in need. I get ideas from those parents and from those children when we go on outings and stuff, just hanging out, shooting around some ideas, and just I take those ideas that are presented to me from the families, from the children, and then I try and troubleshoot ways to bring those to the programming or to collaborate with education, health centers, all entities, the youth center as well, everything. Takes community to raise a child, so that's what I'm here to do, is to help in that aspect. And I think that's what prevention's here to do, to help in that aspect. So, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Abby. And thanks to everyone who are here. And I recognize our veteran's wife who's here, Eliza. Give you honor and your husband honor. As much as we can. So thank you for your service and for his. And thanks to the prayer Pasqua today, our elders, our Katea. And just going along with what Abby said, the reason that prevention is here, we heard from Lionel, who was with Child Protection today. We are the prevention services to help or to prevent children and babies and families for coming into the prevention or protection services. We want to prevent children from going into care. And Lionel was very clear today that even though we want to prevent our children from going into care, We do have a legal responsibility and a duty to report should there be something that is of concern that our children do need to go be in protective services. With prevention, part of the work that we do is mentoring. Sometimes we have families that need the mentoring, that request our services. We go into homes, they'll come to the buildings. We walk alongside whatever the gaps are, whatever the needs are within each individual family. That's what we do. So say there's grandparents, chaplains, that now want to caregive for their children, their grandchildren, their chaplains, and maybe it's been quite a while since they've had children. But to prevent children from going into care, they're going to take them into their homes. We'll be there to support. We have, as Councillor Carroll said too earlier, Phoenix Counseling, Phoenix Therapy. With that team, we'll go along because we want to work with individuals and families in a holistic manner. So that means mental, spiritual, emotional, physical. That's how we approach it. And we don't think and we don't respond, we don't provide the services like the cookie cutter way. We're not going to do the same support that we would do with one home as we would with the next. We'll come in and see what your priorities are, whether it's individual therapy, individual discussing with, or out on the land therapy can be so much more than someone sitting in an office. However, recognizing as well that also works for people. So that's what we do. We go into homes and do whatever is required to help people and support people with parenting, support people with keeping their children from going into care. One of the groups that we do have that's very unique is what Robin Finlayson is his name. He's a forensic psychologist. He's here in Montreal Lake Sk, and what his forte is working with men, boys, youth, and also people who have been incarcerated, and people that are coming into the community, coming back home to the nation. And there's sometimes a lot of stigma attached to that. And coming back home provides a lot of challenges or unique challenges. And so Robin will work one-to-one, and there's also a group, I can't think of that group right now, the name of the group, but it's coming home. And another group that we have ongoing is what I talked about with the grandparents, because that was a gap when we started working, is many caregivers, aunts and uncles, and people are like, we're taking these families home, these children home, but we don't know our best practices. We don't know we just need support. So that's why that group started, and again, that's individual as well. So we also believe in the repatriation of families, the reunification of families. That's what we work daily with these visits and promoting them, the parenting skills, the family therapy, addictions treatment, group treatment, and we just want to make sure that the safety and well-being of children, youth, and families in the community is also culturally appropriate. So what might work here and be needed here with individual families may not be what we need in a different nation, in a different area of this region even. So there's a whole bunch of programming that we have, and the programming, the weekly programming, the family week of events, the community barbecues, the community gatherings that we have, our future initiatives, and the traditional medicine gathering this summer, this fall, the lab base, homework club, and spending time with the students from grades 5 to 8, linking mental health supports and motivation of staying in school with our youth and our children. We've got the summer skateboard club working hand in hand with, I can't remember that business in Prince Albert. Okay. And Abby wants to add a couple more. So all of the information for prevention will be on the app. If you download the app, you need help downloading the app. The calendar will be on there, the calendar for prevention. Everything that we provide will be on the app. So Abby, you wanted to add a little bit more?
Sorry, I'm not sure if you guys are aware that Montreal Lake has been bestowed the responsibility and honor of holding the identification camp for 2020 for archery. Prevention has already developed an archery program last summer, and we'd like to bring that to the community on that respect. Roger Mongu is going to be collaborating with myself as well as Beth from the school here. So there'll be 3 different entities collaborating to start hosting that identification camp. So the start will be, I'm hoping, early to mid-April on prevention level until we can catch up with other things. And then we'll be holding a few identification camps for our own community members, getting them ready to actually compete in the identification camp. And then once we can get that going, hopefully we can go further with that. We used to be a really predominant community when it came to archery. Everybody was medaling, everyone was doing great. I was in the archery program. I got 3rd in provincials, I got 1st in provincials, 3rd in the nationals. We have a lot of good community members here that can assist in that program, so looking forward to that. Another program that we're looking to get is giving a voice to our youth on the issues that they face on a daily basis, whether it be in their home or in their community or with their friends, gang balance and all that stuff. So one of the things we're looking to bring in was a media program, teach them how to make videos and edit and all that stuff. And we're going to bring in a music program to teach kids how to play their specific instrument that they want to learn. Jordan from Phoenix is going to be helping me out. I'll be doing the guitar and stuff. We're going to bring in a karaoke type program as well because I love to sing. And I'd like to bring that voice to the children. And we're going to collaborate all those entities into one thing where we will do creative writing as well, and we'll bring everyone that's involved in that, the youth, I mean, to write their own songs about their own situations that they face within their community, give them a voice, and make a video at the end of it to present to the world on our community's level through the children's voices. So that's one of the things that we're looking to get going on. So, and I'm really, really excited about that. So, thank you.
Hey, thanks, Abby. And further to what Abby was saying, I'm just kind of jumping some stuff. We're really happy that there's been some youth and children that have approached us and have said that they wanted to be involved and wanted to have NA, Narcotics Anonymous, and they wanted to attend that as youth. They wanted to attend Alcohol Anonymous, AA. They wanted to have those groups accessible to the youth asking for this, which is wonderful. It's great because we need to be able to answer the needs of our patient members. So we have that, and Jordan is heading up the NA and the AA with Abby. So I guess I'll end or conclude with please come to us and come and have coffee. I know Frank's been over to visit a bit and talking about the needs of the elders and how we need to continue to engage elders in the nation. But just come and have coffee, come and have a discussion with us. Let us know, because as much as we sit as a committee and we sit as staff members and we take our recommendations and direction from the leaders and our elders, just come, just let us know. Give us a text, give us some ideas of what you think we need to do more, better, or how we need to kind of navigate through what the needs are here. So with that, do we have any questions and/or concerns? I love feedback. Well, thank you. We'll keep, so you can come for coffee too and come and volunteer and be a part of the team. We'd love that. Thank you. Anybody else? And there's more soup. Thank you for having me in your nation.
I think there was a young lady who wanted to ask a question. Just go to the mic.
Is there an age limit for the programs? No? Okay, that's all I want. Wide open.
Hi again, it's me. I just want to add, this is one of my programs as well. So if, there's, our team is a very small team, but the work that they've done is huge. And I want to say, like last summer, prevention is what funded our youth to go to NAID. So we had 10 youth that went to NAID. So prevention funded that. When you think about Malinosa Cultural Days, prevention funded that. Because the goal of prevention is to ensure primary prevention. Kids, the whole community is community-based. So community dollars to help our members, to ensure that their children do not go into care. So, we may have all the ideas, but you might have ideas too, and this is the lady you can talk to, Kim Jonathan. I want to say, through Christmas, they had the cheer hampers. Their team went out to every house and delivered the hampers. There's so many different events that they've done throughout the year, and I just want to say thank you, Kim, for joining our team, and give her a round of applause for her hard work.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. So, do you guys plan on hiring cultural coordinators for like sweats or full moon ceremonies?
Thank you so much for that question. I did miss that. Thank you for that question. Yes, we have 3 positions for prevention, 2 prevention workers, 1 mental health, and 1 cultural connections worker. So thank you so much for that question. It was in here and I failed to bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you for answering it.
Of course.
Thank you very much. We'll just keep moving on with your agenda. So, report on daycare. While Reeve is coming up here, I'm going to put the chief on the spot here. Chief, how do you say gorilla in Cree? A gorilla. Mistimangi. How about this? You know, beg pitune papa mataway tatugin na stay maswa. Okay, Reva, here you go.
Carol, I'll say that. Good evening. Thank you, Albert, for the opening prayer. Thank you guys for all being here. My name's Reva Bird. Actually, it'll be my 8th year here as the director. I manage a full-time staff of 6 of them. I also have 3 mentorship workers, and they have been my greatest bunch since I got mentorship workers. So kudos to them. Their names are Angela, Kylie, and Shalandria. Our daycare space, we have 20 seats available. We're only funding the 20 spaces. However, we do want to add more, so we'll be adding 2 more infant spaces as soon as we can get another infant worker. We currently have 18 spaces that are filled. 2 spaces are available for our preschool and school age. Our daycare is open Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Summer hours are in effect as of July 1st, and our hours are 8 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Our daycare program is open all year round, excluding all staff holidays. Head Start, we have 12 children enrolled, and we have just begun Head Start as of March 25th. We had trouble with our Head Start getting a teacher, so I took on the role of being a Head Start teacher. It's a high need in our community, and I'm excited to teach our children and bring so many programs to our center. Our Head Start program runs Monday to Thursday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This summer, we have a summer program. We haven't had a summer program in a couple of years, so we're hoping to bring our summer program back. Rental and repairs, we have completed all the renovations and repairs for the year, and we added a wheelchair accessible ramp, emergency fire exit in our center. We expanded our driveway and got a new storage shed in our backyard. We also added security cameras inside our center, so in our center we have cameras in all our playrooms. We just need some minor renovations which we hope to get done in April. One of our big plans is to build a new Head Start building. So we hope in the future we'll have a new Head Start building so we can get more services in our community. Events. As of April 1st, ours will no longer be with PUGC. All our funding with Colcom Straight Foundation from this. PUGC will still monitor daycare Head Start for a service charge. Last year, Head Start was away from PUGC. Now this year, daycare will no longer be with PUGC, but again, the process for this transition will take some time as it did last year. Our program offers parent engagement nights 2 times a month. We will be inviting our community members with children 0 to 6 to join us, as most times parent engagement nights only have a few parents to attend. We offer first aid, CPR, safety handling training, and limits to all our staff and parents free of charge. We have a parent retreat every year, which we collaborate with Little Red Early Learning Center. We had ours in November of last year, and it was another successful event which parents all enjoyed. I host staff appreciation days every 2 months, and always give my staff incentives, as I feel is a good way for staff retention, and it makes them feel good and supported. We like to collaborate with community events. We usually set up a baby cot station during Mimosa days. The health center asked us to assist a few times at their events, which we gladly did. We were also asked to provide an event for our upcoming youth conference in April. So we are waiting for April so we can help our youth center with that. We just recently hosted a free pancake breakfast on Family Day, and we got a lot of positive feedback, which is always great, and also a free pancake breakfast for our winter festival. And we just came back from a women empowerment workshop in Saskatchewan on National Women's Day, which was hosted by Kendra Weedy, which was a real good motivation boost for our ladies. Our annual Easter egg hunt is today, and our Easter dinner is today as well, and we're running late because of me. So I hope to have our food hampers available for our staff, children, and our community members tomorrow. We finally have a daycare Head Start committee for, I don't know, ever. So our members are Nora Bird and Tristan Bird from Little Red, and we have Frida Nataho, Jerry Bird, Jean Perry Nataho, and our elder is Claire Valentine from Montreal Lake. And that's pretty much my end of my thing. I just want to thank Carol Nataho and Charmaine, who I work closely with, our counselors, and also London for their support. Any questions?
So we'll just keep moving on with our agenda. I got, because housing had to be called away, I'll do a report that was sent to me. This report is for social assistance report for 2024. This program administers social assistance to on-reserve at Montreal Lake. The eligibility for the assistance, you gotta have provide a valid ID, case plan, tenant agreement, income tax summary, and a 30-day bank statement and a resume. Currently, number of clients, there are 600 clients. This including spouses, children, approximately 900 clients. We provide basic needs. We pay utilities to approximately 175 units. CMHC 77 units, sorry. Also clients residing in the working units with portion of rent and utility bills. User fee is 150 units. We currently deduct 400 store bills for clients every month. Special needs, furniture, traveler assistance, birth certificates, funeral expenses, travel, pest control with bed bugs and cockroaches. Approximately 35 houses have been sprayed this year. This is again through social. Staffing, we got Val, Brenda, Amy, Beatrice, and 2 part-time, Miranda and Lawrence. Of course, they do filing every day. There was inflation relief funding that came in, but it's winding down now, so the clients were receiving $300 for the last 7 months for inflation relief. We provided meat packs to 267 houses, Christmas hampers, chocolates, stockings, all the goodies for Christmas, turkeys and fixings, school supplies, Thanksgiving hampers, and camping gear. Also meat packs, chicken, cleaning supplies, hygiene products, winter clothing and boots, Pampers, formula, hygiene, air conditioners, air purifiers, heaters, air fryers, water dispensers, toaster, microwave, blankets, pillows, pots and pans, curtain rods, curtains, shower curtains, towels, tea towels. I'm not going to read all of them, but they provide a lot of stuff through social. Some of the issues is clients are cashing checks through mobile and other places, and we're addressing this information. It was released from finance, so clients are cashing checks more than once. So starting on May 1st, we'll be changing from checks to electronic funds transfer. We are still waiting for clients to drop off their direct deposit forms, so there'll be no more social checks. Everything will be done electronically. This is starting on May 1st. April 1st, there was an increase from for social clients, there was an increase from $315 to $345 per client, which includes $65 Northern allowance. Example of this, an adult will receive $410. Each additional child will receive $65 Northern allowance. Assisted living report. Currently, there was 8 clients within Saskatchewan with assisted living for adults with chronic illnesses, disabilities, mental and physical health. That's institutional care, private care, foster care, home care, and residents on reserve prior to getting assessed. This program pays for their care, so that's assisted living. First Nations Youth Employment received money in December till March 2024 to employ youth ages 18 to 30 that were on social assistance. We have 20 in Montreal Lake and 5 at Little Red. Youth are in work placements within the communities such as the youth center, the store, the arena, housing, ECDEV, security, daycare, and the school. We have applied for funding again for 2024-2025. Social assistance, employment, and training program, we delivered 18. First aid, CPR, sustainable harvest workshop, SIIT job connections, septic hydro training, gun license, safety, chainsaw safety, brush saw safety, learners, 6 hours in class and 6 hours driving, driver's test, security training, safety tickets, trapper's course, emergency medical response, food handling, balance, office administration, secretarial, and digital literacy. This report I am delivering is for Valerie Bird, our Income Assistance Administrator. So that's from Valerie Bird.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Judy Bird. I'm the membership clerk for the Montreal Lake Nation. I work in Little Red in Montreal Lake. Sometimes I go to Prince Albert. My main duties are I help with status cards, and I register children, and I help with other registrations like adult registration. I deal with a lot of members in Montreal Lake. Our population for Montreal Lake as of March 1st is 4,403. Montreal Lake is 1155. Little Red is 402. These are not accurate, but that's the last count I did. So the urban total is 2,828. Alden? Jeff? So a lot of urban members call me, and I refer them to Jeff. So I thank you for your help when you answer my call. I help out with the water claim forms. So hopefully people will start getting their payments. They ask me sometimes, when do I get my check? I don't know. I also help with taxes. I do a lot of taxes. So far I've done 250. I got more to do. So I've been doing taxes since 2016. I help at least over 500 people from the band. So that's a lot of work. I take my work home to do. I don't know what else. Well, thank you to all the program managers for doing their reports. It's a lot of work to come up here. It's kind of nervous right now. I don't know why. But anyways, I help with status cards and I help with birth certificates. I work alongside with Val. Val really helps me out a lot because I deal with her clients. So if you have any questions for me, now's the time to ask. I also work with recreation. I just help out with fish derby. So I'd like to thank Dean for doing the fish derby this year. We had a lot. We had a total of 2,674 fishermen, women this year. We raised a lot of money. Thank you. And yeah, help with recreation a lot. So thank you. Dean again.
I have a question for you. Under Section 10 in the Indian Act, do we have control of our own membership code?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Okay. When did it become adopted?
Actually, the citizenship code is coming to the membership soon. So So that's something that the governance committee will be introducing to the membership. We just gotta get our priority in order before we go. Once that happens, Judy is going to be taking on a bigger role in keeping track of every single band member. Every time we need a voters list, Judy's going to be responsible for providing that. So the changes are going to be coming once that citizenship code is ratified. So there will be postings. So.
Thank you, Jeff. Hope that answered your question, Denise. Anytime, then, my dear. I'm available for treaty cards any time of the day. Like I'm busy with taxes right now, but I'm available to any band member that comes to ask for help. So I'm here. I also help with recreation. I don't know if anybody's here to do a report, but 1.3 gathering in Little Red will be in July. Our Molly days are coming up, and our treaty day is coming up in May for both Little Red and Montreal Lake.
Thank you, Judy. It's not really a question, it's just more of an appreciation. You've helped my family, my children, attaining their treaty rights and advocating for them. You're doing it now for my grandchild who has special needs and has dual treaty rights with 2 different bands. Advocating for them and offering to advocate for them beyond what we can attain. So as a member, I want to just let you know I really appreciate you and all you do. Great job.
Thank you. That means so much to me. I'm limited to what I can do, but I'm still trying my best to make it work every day.
One more question. If I was to change my name, how long would it take for it to get into the membership code?
To change your name, you have to go through eHealth Saskatchewan.
Okay.
So you go through them, and then you come through INAC. You have to present legal document for your name change. Yeah.
And so I know you're in charge of birth certificate. So how long would it take? Like, would I still be on the and a membership, the old membership code with my old name on it, or would it be on a new one?
Probably if I was statistics would have that information, I wouldn't. Okay. So to get a birth certificate, we can help you with that. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Again.
Thank you very much. I did see Janelle here, and now she's gone again. Oh, she's on the phone, sorry. I am going to call on Lance to come and make a report. Jason Valentine sent me his report. See if I can find it here.
Thank you, Chairman. Elders, thank you guys, to the Council, Chief and Council for being here today, for listening. I'll try to go through my report. There's a few pages, but I also have a couple of other things there that I'm involved with. So I'll just read off the first page, don't worry about reading it. But the Land Management Framework Agreement on First Nation Land Management establishes a process by which First Nations have the option of assuming control over their lands and resources by developing a land code that must be ratified by a vote of the membership. So eventually the membership will have to vote on this code. And right now, Montreal Lake Cree Nation is in a, just that first page. Yeah. So an environmental assessment was completed in the last couple of years, just prior or right after the pandemic, for both Little Red and Montreal Lake. So we had some engineers go to each house, each public building, all of our roads, all of our assets here in the community. They were all assessed to make sure that everything was okay with them. We had our project team that we brought Brian out of retirement to come join us with that work. And Pinter and Associates were the ones selected to do the work. So I just want to talk about a little bit. I'll go through this report, but I also want to talk about a little bit about Molly House at the graveyard, the treaty signing site. Some duty to consult work, no invitations, but I'll just get on with the presentation. So what is in the land code? The land code is a comprehensive law created by the First Nation to replace 44 sections of the Indian Act that relate to land management. It becomes the main law on how a community administers its land under the framework agreement. So we talked about membership code. Lionel was here talking about child and family services code. So one of the most important things, again, another important thing is to have control over our own lands, our lands and resources. So just some things for everybody to know. Did you know? The framework agreement, which was developed by First Nations, continues to be led by First Nations, not Canada. It protects the title to reserve lands and resources. It helps demonstrate successful and sustainable economic development, and it helps demonstrate there's jurisdiction, decision-making, and control are in the hands of the community. So right now we have everything that goes through Indian Affairs or ISC or the department as they're called. Once we get into this agreement, if the band members say yes, they vote yes, we become in control of our own lands and our resources. The framework agreement was a specific agreement sought, developed, and driven by First Nations as an alternative to the Indian Act of land provisions. As such, the framework agreement cannot be changed without First Nations consent or support. Under our own land code, Montreal Lake Reserve land cannot be sold, exchanged, conveyed, or transferred except for a community-guided voluntary exchange. So if we ever have a land exchange with the government, this is the process we'd be using. We wouldn't need permission from any government. It would be our people deciding that. Land must be protected for the benefit of future generations. The land code ensures accountability and transparency to the members. Instead of reporting to Canada, annual reporting will be to the members on the management of our land, resources, and revenues. The land code will not make Montreal Lake a municipality. Municipalities are creations of provincial law and subject to provincial legislation. We're on reserve land, federal lands. First Nations are not brought under provincial authority or made municipalities under the Framework Agreement on First Nations land management. The provinces are not signatories to the Framework Agreement. So once we sign this, if we agree to this, it's directly with Canada. The Framework Agreement is not a treaty and does not affect any treaty rights. It does not define or prejudice our inherent rights or any other rights to control our lands and resources or preclude other negotiations in respect of those rights. Tax exemption of Montreal Lake Reserve lands continues under sections 2981, subsection 1 and subsection 2 of the Indian Act. The land code does not allow taxation of real or personal property. Under our own land code, Montreal Lake will have the power to make laws dealing with the development, conservation, protection, management, and use of possession of Montreal Lake Reserve lands. Under our own land code, Montreal Lake Reserve lands will maintain reserve status and protection under Section 91, Sub 24 of the Canadian Constitution. Our lands must be protected for the benefit of future generations. Under the Indian Act, Montreal Lake does not receive funding for land management. The Framework Agreement on First Nation land management provides for Canada to fund First Nations to govern their reserve lands and resources, environmental protection, and land laws. If there is an existing environmental problem on our reserve lands that was there before the land code, Canada continues to be responsible and liable for any actions or inactions that may have caused the problem. First Nations that adopt the land code continue to receive core funding for all other programs. Examples are education, health, and economic development, Montreal Lake will still be able to access all external sources of federal and provincial funding programs. Under the Indian Act, Indian monies are controlled by Canada, and First Nations must ask Canada to access those funds. Canada may deny the request if they deem the reason is not valid. Under our own land code, once a land code is enacted, Canada transfers the revenue and capital monies to the First Nation. First Nations will take responsibility for collecting, managing, and controlling all revenue from the reserved lands and resources. Under our own land code, we will have the authority to protect the environment by creating laws that respect our culture, traditions, and customs. Allotments previously granted to members will continue as normal. Third-party interests, such as a lease, will continue in effect in accordance with their terms and conditions until they expire. All new interests will be negotiated directly with Montreal Lake. All members of Montreal Lake who are at least 18 of age, whether living on reserve or off reserve, have the right to vote on the land code and the individual agreements. If approved by the members, the land code will be the basic land law of Montreal Lake and will replace the 4-4 land management sections of the Indian Act. So just on that pie there, 35% of the Indian Act will no longer apply to Montreal Lake Reserve lands. So that's just the land code. If there's any questions on the specific land code before I move on to the next. So what we're going to need to do here, right now, we've been waiting for the by-election to be called or a decision made. So once we know those dates, we'll follow along with the date to have a ratification vote. But in between then, we're also going to have community meetings. Of course, we'll be providing supper. And each community will have its community informational. So there's still a lot more meetings to happen, a lot more information. We'll have a copy of the land code at the office. It's a lengthy document, but it will be available. It is available. Again, I want to thank the governance committee. Jeff Badger, who was there at the time. And I think we went through 13 or 14 drafts. So a lot of hard work was put into it. So I do have one question over there.
My husband farmed there was the fishers at their farm, they moved over there, and the field is right here, and the fishers field is right here. But the fishers are moving towards off the land of the Montreal River. And I did talk to that young girl that just the land in red, Carrington. I talked to her and I mentioned it to her and I told her, can you help us come up with so that farmer could not keep doing that. So we need, and she was supposed to do something, but she hasn't come to the house. Even Donald, he was plowing Montreal Lake, but he's not doing that anymore. What I want, because he keeps saying it's for the future, so that we have land stay in the Indian land. So maybe somebody should come and talk to my son, and they'll figure a way if it's really happening. But according to my son, he's already plowing and doing his crops more and more long. So maybe Indian Affairs or you guys could come and see what's going on.
Okay, yeah. I'm aware of that. We're somewhat aware of it. There is some, I don't know if I want to call it encroaching, but some of our land is being farmed in Little Red. And as it is now, there's not much we can do, but again, we've had Indian Affairs that's been responsible to look after our land, and that's not working out. Some of our land is getting poached. I can say too that some of our forests have been cut without our permission. So these are things we know they're happening. We don't have the authority, or it's not the law yet. But for sure, if we are going to be doing any of that work, it should be our members first. It should be our nation first. But first, we've got to do what we can to protect it. Farmland is very valuable, especially when you don't have a whole lot of it. So I know the Little Red Council that I've served with others, they've had to face this and deal with this. So we'll definitely look at that. And we've been told a little bit about it too. Any more questions on the land code?
Hello, sorry. Does this have anything to do with the building codes and like if we were to bring our own blueprints onto them and wanting to make our own part of land, our own household? Does this affect us?
No, that's a good question, but that is eventually it is going to affect all of that, because right now as it is, if you've lived in a home for 20, 30 years and you've been maintaining it and you've been looking after it to your art, at the end of the day when you pass on, it's not going to be yours, it's still going to be the government's. Under our own land code, we're going to have the ability to own our own homes, call them homes, family homes. We're able to put them in our will, and it'll be respected, it'll be the law. Right now we can't do that. Everything is owned by the government. But as far as building codes and permits and things like that, we don't have that system in place, but we need to have that in place. And that's just for safety, liability, and making sure everything is done right. I think when we get down to eventually owning our own homes, you want to do those things right because it's an asset you're going to leave behind. So.
Hello again. I don't know if I'll be off the topic, but it's something about Waski Zoo, right? Is there anything done about those graveyards that are over there? Is there any wooden crosses or stones be able to be put up? Because my grandparents are buried over there. Late Malcolm Bird and late Lydia. And I've taken my Nosima every summer there just to go see and know that there's family from my side that are buried over there. Last summer I took them, there were still no crosses, just red ribbons on those graves. And there's about 8, 9 of them there. Yeah.
Okay, Jeannie, thank you for that question. That's a good question. One of the things we've been doing, and I think there have been a few people part of this process with the park, they've actually reached out to us. We know where those graves are. We have them GPS marked. The big worry and the concern, and this has already happened, if we put crosses on those graves, there's been some incidents where there's grave diggers, believe it or not, people who are digging up graves of our ancestors. So we have them on GPS, we know where they are. Our leadership will get those coordinates. I know we have them, but and there's still people here who know where they are. So it's just for that sake that We don't want to put crosses and have, some of them are right along the walking trails. And we don't want our graveyards disturbed. But we know where they are, and if you want to go and visit your ancestors, definitely. But we have people here that can help take you to those places, those locations. But there are some red markers in different places, so it doesn't say what they are exactly. But definitely we know where they are, and we're going to keep somewhat, not keep it a secret, but try to protect them first and foremost. Okay.
What are the pros and cons of if this is approved?
I guess the first pro is we'll have control over our land. We'll make laws to it. Cons, I guess we'll have to live with those laws because those are rules we're going to adopt ourselves. We may not like some of those rules, but they're there to protect our land and what sits on our land. As we have these community meetings down the road, we'll have more, we'll start hearing more about what our people want and what they don't want. So we'll have to balance it. We'll have to balance that somehow. Except on that one. Okay, I just want to move on here. I guess we'll have, I want to just talk. Except. Oh. So what we did here last September, a few of us speaking on that subject of cemeteries, graveyard, Molinosa, you're all aware we have a cemetery over there. We also have some burials across the river and a couple more in different places. So we're trying to protect and enhance those. As you can see this one here. This one here, a part of that graveyard is actually swept away. We have 14 babies buried in that cemetery. And I just hope that none of those were swept away. But right, if you look right there, you notice the water has already come up. This one here is the treaty signing site, so that's almost getting close to that. But this one here was the big concern. If you just look on the water line was right at the graveyard on the site there. This one here is next, the treaty signing site. We want to do something with that. We can do that in here next year. Please. Okay, so now this last 2 weeks, we actually got some contractors out there on the site. We had to do a lot of work with Sask Environment, the Water Security Agency, to get permits in place. So we were lucky to get those permits because this is the only time you can do that work because of the ice being so frozen, to get heavy equipment out there and to get a big truck to carry to haul those big boulders out there. So that's actually a retaining wall. So that will protect the graveyard as it is now. But if you look at the graveyard, we still need to go there this summer and do some work. Plant some trees or some seed, grass seed, fix the fence. So hopefully we can do more for this year when we go there. We didn't put those rocks together to get a good fishing spot there. But as you can see there, where all these tracks are, that's actually where the water line is. And all those rocks, it's actually a nice retaining wall now, as it is now, so hopefully it'll last. That bear at least 6-7 feet, but again, we need to plant some trees, plant some grass and some grass seed to make it a little more stronger. Over the years, we've done so much cleaning there, but we've also done a little bit of harm by removing a lot of those shrubs and brush off the way. But more than anything, we had a big flood in 2012, so that came close right to our cemetery. So if you just look at, I think it's Joe here, right from this tree down, that's actually where the water line is. This was in September, October, so the water levels were low. And again, that's a tree. And that's a treaty site. The treaty siting site, which isn't far from the graveyard, so we want to hit that one next year, next winter. The big issue, the big thing we got to do now is we got to find money to pay for all of this. I just thought this was something urgent, it was something important, and our leadership said, go ahead, get it done, just do it. So that's what we did. We owe some money on it. It's not a whole lot, 63,000. So when we look at the treaty signing site, we're going to be spending that much. We have a relationship with the Water Security Agency and Sask Environment. They're supporters, they're a part of this. So as long as we work with them, we'll follow the law, getting this work done, and then getting it recognized and protected and preserved, more importantly. So any questions on that? Big Sid?
Talking to myself. I think in the future, we want to protect these sites, and I know Eldon and his team are working on making this reserve status. But I think at some point we put some kind of a fence, like a steel fence or something that make it solid. You know what I mean? Like these are part of our ancestors, and we want to protect it. So at some point, I think we should do something, even with our Treaty 6 signing site. Right now, we just had we had some guys build. I think Simpson was part of that. Build the gazebo over that. But I think at some point we should get some kind of a monument there, and that'll, I think Eldon was. Where is he? Oh, sitting beside me. Trying to make it some part of a historic site with, what's it called? Something Canada. Canadian Heritage Canada. Yeah. So it'll be recognized, nationally. But anyways, yeah. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Dean. So I don't have any more unless there's some questions you have. I continue to do the work, whatever's thrown at me from our leadership. Again, I have tremendous support from our leadership. My immediate supervisor, Dodd, also very helpful, supportive. And we're just going to keep on doing what we always do. Dave, come on, I don't have a whole lot else to say.
Thank you very much, Jason, for all the hard work and preservation of the graveyard. That's very important work.
That unit rent is $137.50. For elders, it's $50. We currently have 279 units in Montreal Lake. 103 of those units are CMHC units. 176 are banned. Out of the units in Montreal Lake, 108 are not paying rent. There are 128 units in Little Red. 46 are CMHC. 82 are banned. Out of the 128, 80 are not paying rent. Renovations. 81 renovations. There have been 81 renovations since 2020, and that is in both Montreal Lake and Little Red. 41 of these renovations were completed. 23 were incomplete due to being over budgeted. 17 that have been started or have not yet been started. So far this year we were approved for 15 renovations on bound units. 9 will be in Little Red and 6 in Montreal Lake. We will be replacing and repairing 268 windows in Montreal Lake and 200 windows in Little Red, along with exterior doors. I don't have the number for that. We are able to do that with new funding that we received this year. I am currently working on 4 applications for more renovations and repairs for band units for the new fiscal year. We will also be repairing some capital items on some CMHC units such as windows, doors, roofs, and siding. But that won't happen until the summer of this year. Our issue is not having enough carpenters or contractors for both Montreal Lake and Little Red for renovations. We will be doing a survey for each unit in Montreal Lake and Little Red for the month of April to see what issues need to be addressed. A lot of the times we don't know the issues for each unit because of miscommunications or information lost from previous years. In Montreal Lake, we have currently outgrown our 2 subdivisions, so we need more service lots. The Montreal Lake Cree Nation will be getting 11 new units that were approved from last year and have not been started. 3 in Little Red and 8 in Montreal Lake, including 1 5-plex that will be located up the hill. We are also working on new designs for housing this fiscal year. Just some other stuff. Little Red has 64 work orders from August of 2023. These include furnace issues, waters to leaks. Out of these 64 work orders, 35 of them weren't paying rent. We've replaced 10 water heaters and 6 furnaces in Little Red. Montreal Lake has had 210 work orders from July of 2023. 101 of those were plumbing issues and water leaks. 54 were furnace and heating issues. We've replaced 4 furnaces and got parts for 5. 29 water heaters that were also replaced. The rest were electrical, fridge, and stove maintenance. Out of the 210, 26 were not paying rent. We have been informing tenants when they come into the office or at the meetings the importance of rent and the responsibility as a tenant of Montreal Lake Cree Nation. We, the housing employees and committee, have been enforcing the policy when the tenant breaks the agreement. We understand the hardship many face on not being able to pay the rent or maintenance fee on band units, which is why we encourage everyone to call housing so that we can work together on this. On behalf of the Montreal Lake Housing Department for Montreal Lake and Little Red, thank you. Does anyone have questions?
Hello. Again. Hey, for the renovations part, how many workers do you have for renovations and stuff like that?
Like to fix up?
Yeah.
To do the renovations?
Yes.
We only have 2 right now.
Only 2?
We only have 2, and then we have 1 for Little Red.
What's their procedure after they finish the renovations? There used to be an inspector or something that comes from PAGC.
So any renovations over $10,000 is when PAGC comes in to inspect the renovation. Anything lower than that, then we have someone from Montreal Lake just to go look and verify to make sure it's done.
Okay.
Jishka, thank you for your report. That was very good. Just one question, and it might help us in the long run.
And it's for some of us that have been living in our homes for over 30 years. And at one time we had a home ownership program going. Environmental assessments on the homes were already done, and they're still there. And as the mortgages age out, we're going to be getting more band units in the long term. So I think we need to kind of focus on the home ownership part and maybe contract somebody to work in that area if possible, if it kind of takes you away from what you need to do. Because
I agree with you. Right now, CMHC units are the only ones that are insured, so if anything were to happen to CMHC units, it's covered. With band units, there's no insurance on them. So I think something... I'm still not familiar with home ownership either. I've heard bits and pieces. I'm not sure if the leadership has anything on that.
It's an idea that Frank brings forward, that home ownership into the future is the way to go. As you heard probably, if just with Jason's presentation, that right now with the land code and until you make your own laws and stuff, right now the homes on the reserve are owned under the Indian Act. You don't own your home even though you've lived in there for 30 years. So I think if you're listening to Jason's presentation, that's the way to go. And also home ownership is another way that you can at least own your house, but it's on under Indian Act land. So that land code is very important.
But after living that long, you should be able to transfer your house to a family member, supposedly, you know, right? Or no? Like pass it on to another family member?
Like Jason said, that I think that's going to be, that conversation has to be part of the land code agreement. Right now, because of the Indian Act, none of the houses, even though you've lived in your house, you can't pass it down to family members because those houses are not owned by yourselves or us. They're owned by under the Indian Act. So that land code that Jason's talking about is very important, and you could put agreements like what you're suggesting under that land code.
Well, it's already happening anyway. But anyway, that wasn't my question. My question is contractors. Do we have our own contractors for Montreal Lake?
For building
houses
new housing and renovations, we do only have Montreal Lake band members.
How many do we have that have their? Do they have to have their papers for that?
Right now, they just need experience.
All right. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi. So there have been quite a few people that have approached me regarding the contract work. They said they've been turned away multiple times. And also for the band members that do pay their rent faithfully, well, not rent, maintenance fee faithfully, a lot of them are still waiting.
Yes, so what I've been trying to work with finance, so when rent is paid, it's all under one account. So what I've requested for the new fiscal year is to start separating CMHC to band units, and then we have a chart where we're keeping track of the payments for each unit. So what we want to try and do going forward is start utilizing the rent. So say if you're paying your rent, when you're paying your rent. So we want to start utilizing those dollars with the rent that you're paying to fix up your unit.
Okay, so when will this take place?
I believe we have a meeting within the next couple of weeks. It is one of my top priorities to start doing that, especially for people who are paying rent on band units. It's not fair that they're paying rent and we're fixing up these other units that are not paying rent.
Okay, so these people that come ask me about contract work, renovations.
Can you tell them to come and see me? We do need workers, we do need contractors. We're, like I said, we only have 2 and we have more renovations coming up, so we're gonna need all the help that we can get. Thank you.
My brother Francis there, he lives in one of those duplexes there. Dorian pays $50 a month and he pays $260 and he's an elder with medical conditions. Because I seen his receipts, I said $260 and they're in both the same unit. Just try to figure out some information for him that.
So that unit is a CMHC unit. I don't want to discuss another tenant on how much they're paying or not paying.
What's that?
I
know he pays $260. I seen the receipt, so. An elder, yeah, elder with medical conditions, eh? I just wanted to know. Because Doreen came over and said she pays only $50 and it's the same unit there.
We'll look into it. He should be paying $50.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add to Janelle's report. So with housing, this is one of the portfolios that was assigned to me in January. So it's been a learning process and she's done an amazing job teaching me as well, and Troy's been helping. So I wanted to add though that there is a lot of applications that are going out for more funding because the needs are there. We can see the different needs based on past surveys. We've had people go out and measure windows and whatnot, and they're collecting data and they're looking for more. So the more information that we have, the more we can utilize it to request for more dollars in certain areas. So one of the new things that I wanted to mention, because I would like community members, to see Janelle, because it's confidential reasons. So one of the things that's come out is FNCFS dollars and Jordan's principal dollars. So the goal of these dollars is to help prevent children from going into care, and also to adapt housing to a child's specific needs. So if there is a child in the home that has special needs, and this house needs to be adapted for that child, there has been some dollars. It's not a lot of dollars, but there has been some dollars that has been given to the nation this year and for the next 4 years. So we're trying to develop a process for it. And one of the things right now is we have a Jordan's Principal Coordinator in Prince Albert, and we can request, what are the names of your special needs children, we can request that, but the answer is going to be, we can't give you that information. That's confidential, because there's confidential reasons there. So the thing that we want to put out is if there are community members in the gym, or if you know of any community members that have children with special needs, to contact Janelle and Housing to start creating some files there specifically for that. The other thing that I want to mention, like on my mind, we've had community members who raised the concern with their special needs children with fencing, that they can't they can't let their children go play outside because they're worried, something will happen to their child. So these dollars, can help with that. So we just need to start collecting our own data. So if you're aware of anybody, you have children in your family, please see Janelle for that because it's something new and we want to ensure that the dollars are being used efficiently for those children with special needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Any more questions for Janelle? If not, thank you very much, Janelle. For use for public works. December, we had the opportunity through a youth social incentive program. 3 employees were available for our program. Having 3 employees available at no cost, I submitted a proposal to finance to hire a casual employee to start up the sawmill and oversee the youth employees. It was approved. The sawmill was once again in operational and producing lumber. Due to the sawmill not being an enclosed environment, the mill is only operational when the weather conditions are favorable. As of early March, the mill is sitting idle till spring and will be funding when funding is available to hire experienced sawmill operators to oversee the production of lumber and other duties. It will resume. Economic Development received work orders to build a shed and a home warm-up shack for Little Red. I hired an experienced carpenter to work on a contract basis to design and construct these projects. Brian Valentine. Brian is still working for ECDev on a contract basis. His most recent projects were a shed and an elders transportation trailer. I think you guys all seen the trailer that was used for the Montreal Lake Sk. I am currently trying to work with other programs to kickstart projects for producing lumber for our sawmill and employ local members for the operation. We will have 3 full-time employees for the operation. If I can reach agreement with housing, depending on funding, Jordan's principal, we are proposing to supply and install a wood fence packages. This will employ additional 6 to 10 full-time employees, seasonal employees for Montreal Lake, and 4 for Little Red, 6 for Montreal Lake and 4 for Little Red. Other projects, our sawmill are currently being worked on for consideration. It depends on funding. There's also a natural gas hookup for a genset, phase 3. Various tools including but not limited to a generator, portable air compressor, handheld drill, augers, cement mixer. Approximate cost for all these tools is about $15,000. Used truck, 2 are needed, approximately $50,000. Funding to hire qualified economic development foreman to oversee all operations of the economic development projects for a period for at least 3 months. Approximate startup cost is $110,000. So if any programs have extra money to donate, please do not hesitate to do so. It will be a tax receipt. Teenage. This is from Leon Sorensen, who couldn't be here. Once we have the right people in place to be successful and start improving our financial situation, we will be purchasing other equipment for operations and expand. We also need to build a structure to enclose our sawmill operations so weather will not be a factor. Thank you to all for your contributions to ECDev moving forward in a positive direction. Leon Sorensen. Sorry, he says, P.S. Sorry I couldn't make it. I'm in Saskatoon for economic development. Besides, I know Don likes to talk in front of a crowd. That's from Leon. Now the guy that's been waiting all day. Just hang on.
I just want to I want to thank Leon and Dev for, I think most of us were there at the Fish Derby, and you saw that wagon that was being pulled behind the Elders Transportation. I want to thank the ECDEV guys, Leon, and I believe we got Brian Valentine and his brother there to construct that unit that was hauling around Elders for the Fish Derby. That was a big hit for our Fish Derby this year. We got a lot of, we got a lot of appraisal for transporting elders. And it's not exactly what I pictured when I first saw it. I was amazed. I was like, wow, that's great. So a big shout out to them for doing that for us. Leon, I know you're not here, but if you're listening, thank you for that, and to the guys that built that transportation unit. Thank you.
I think we have a question. This gentleman standing. Sorry.
I'm a woman.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, since we're on economic development, I had a question for Chief and Council. I was wondering if it would be possible to get an auto mechanic's place, try, be built, make a place where we can take our vehicles to get fixed instead of taking them all the way to PA, spending our money out of reserve when we could be making it in reserve.
Thank you, Sheila, for your question. I do believe we tried this, I think 3 years ago at the fire hall. We did have a small engines program that ran out of there. There is a tire machine, air compressor, hoist, tire balancer. They are still in good shape. I don't lend them out because if they break, whoever's uses them and breaks them, they won't fix them, right? So I've been holding off, and we've been trying to get someone in there to run it for us, like a business. First, we're going to start with shocks, oil changes, tires, something small, and then hopefully work up big. We were actually talking with Joe Tire out of Prince Albert. We're trying to work with them as well. So it is in the talking stages. We do have the hoist, we still have a fire hall where all the machines are. So that is a good idea, and we're still working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, our last presenter for tonight, we saved the best for last. Oh, I guess I forgot, I didn't forget, but second last, we'll call our CEO for Montreal Lake Business Ventures, Gary Daniels. And then we have one more after that.
Good evening. I just send send some greetings to all the elders, to Chief and Council, any dignitaries, and then to the elder that did the prayer at opening. Thank you. My name is Gary Daniels, and I'm CEO of MLBV, and I'm from Mistawasis, Nehewak, so just south of the park. And I'll try to be quick. I know you guys want me to hear all day, so I'll try to be quick. Some of the stuff we're working on with MLBV, and some of you have seen all 3 nights, so you're going to hear the same thing over here. One Sky OSB mill, and OSB is just a fancy word for chipboard. That's what we're working on in PA at the site of the old mill, and looking at a potential of 2025 opening. Lots of hurdles ahead. And there should be 700 well-paying jobs. Site is pre-opening, might be security jobs and spin-out jobs like harvesting and trucking. And right next to it now, it looks like there's going to be a pellet plant, and this will be a little smaller. And pellet plants are used to heat homes, and but this one here looks like we have a market. They want to build a planter in 2025 and on the same footprint as the OSB mill, and that one has 200 well-paying jobs. And the pellets that are made there will be shipped to central Alberta to a hydrogen plant. So looks like we already have a market there already. Log supply agreement, we did a 40,000 cubic meter agreement with the OSB mill in Sky. We did that in May of 2022, so that's ready to go. Log supply agreement, carrier softwood, and this is 200,000 cubic meters. We're in year 7 out of 10, and we're currently working as the window to renegotiate is open, so we put some stuff forward, and we'll see what happens with that. Indigenous Forestry, IFI, we created with 9 other First Nations to apply provincial loan guarantee for more equity in the OSB mill. So the 9 First Nations are MLTC, their bands, and then you have Wapayton and Big River and ourselves. So that's 12. And just in the last 2 months, the province will be releasing, first of all, Weyerhaeuser isn't going to be opening, so the existing pulp mill. So right around the PA region, there's 600,000 cubic meters of hardwood that's available. So now with IFI, we've teamed up to go after the province to get some of that. So hopefully we'll get a chunk of that too. Manitoba Mucklucks, we just hired a new CEO there. Her name's Carol McNaughton from Portland, Oregon. She has an MBA from Harvard University and has worked past 20 years with Nike and Under Armour, so she's well versed in the whole shoe thing. You guys are aware that Manitoba Mucklucks was bought out by the original owner was from Winnipeg. He sold to a group out of Los Angeles, California, Endeavor Capital. So that's where a majority of the central offices are, and then they have corporate offices in Winnipeg, but not sure how long they'll keep those there. Sagawa Ski, we're part of a group in the whole forestry thing, so they have a new general manager named James Fisher. Any questions, just throw your arm up, and I'll let Eldon answer it. Sterling Concrete and Gravel. A little dark up here. It's like a movie theater. We sold our interest to that to Nordcast out of Prince Albert, finalized just before Christmas. The main reason for selling is we didn't have any aggregate or gravel lined up, and buying gravel is just too expensive to cut right into the margins. And Nordcast sent us a lifeline, and they bought us out, and they paid up all our bills, so we're good to go there. Website looks like will be it'll be going live on April the 10th. So with that, we'll have a newsletter. We'll be working with a newsletter on that, so we'll have more information. Like I said last night, I don't know if it'll be as good as your local app here, but it'll be something to read anyway. Office lease, we signed a new lease with Sturgeon Lake Developments behind the gas station, TP gas station. The old Frank Elmer's guitar store there, so we have a small little office there. And we're looking at signing an office space with Kapuistahau Band in Saskatoon. They have 40 acres right by the airport, and it's reserved land. And they built FSIN there, and they built a gas station. They're starting to do some other stuff. The second phase will be done by next year, and that's where we'll be trying to move in. They said we're at the top of the list. So then they have other stuff that they're going to be doing on their land, and we're trying to partner up with them on whatever they might have there. Part-time executive assistant, I did a competition. I think I had 4 people. By the time I started calling back, all of them had full-time jobs, because this is only part-time, so they all did good, so that's good for them, and I guess good for me. Happy House, halfway house. I know I talked to Leon last night, and he's looking at the same thing, so I said, okay, well, looking at setting up a card lock at the halfway house, and meeting with Co-op and then United Farmers of Alberta, UFA. They're just starting to get into the province. So that'll be there, and we're in the early stages, and I'll probably bring them out there and we'll take a look. Rogers Phone Company, you guys are well aware, like if you're an Oilers fan, Rogers Arena, or is it Rogers Place? Yeah, they're the name sponsor there. Vancouver, they're the name sponsor. Anyway, they're going to put up 4 cell towers in northern Saskatchewan. Weyakwen North, La Ronge, Stanley Mission, and Montreal Lake. So now we're looking for a location on the reserve, and they're going to be coming out here and they'll do a assembly like this to see if there's anybody that's against it. So we'll see how that goes. And they're looking for 5 acres of land, and the first site they proposed was just over here by the new clinic, but according to some of our elderly board members, there used to be a garbage pit there and it was covered up, so they can't use that area. Excuse me. Yeah, what's that? Oh yeah. 2 season tickets. That's what the vice chief wants. Also, we've been working on, we did strat planning. We did that about 3 months ago, so that hadn't been done in a while, so we finished that off. And with strat planning, director training, they have a thing called Corp app, and I applied through there, and they paid for 80% of that, so they took care of that. So we did director training, and then we did an investment policy, and same thing, I applied for Corp app, they took care of that. And that's about it. Oh, also, the chief had asked me to look at ambulance for Montreal Lake and for Little Red. So we're looking at that and seeing how they do it. We heard Onion Lake has a couple on the reserve, so trying to figure that all out and see if we can do it. And the other thing I was thinking about was electronic boards. We're trying to put one on each reserve. And that's, I've been thinking, maybe that's something we build in with Rogers, because Rogers is heavily into signage, so maybe that's something we can work with them and get a better price, because I think it's about $110,000 a piece for those signs, just to keep the reserve informed on different things, meetings or anything, so that they're good to have. And that's all I have. Thank you very much. Any questions? Why Montreal's not going to make the playoffs? Billy? And why Toronto got beat so bad, Simpson?
Just because you're picking on my Montreal Canadiens, I'm going to ask you a question. Actually, it's in regards to a few things, I guess. I think one of them was one of the last comments you made with the old Apito House site.
Yeah.
And possibly, doing what you're thinking of doing there. And maybe with the co-op and things like that, maybe they can be part of the supplier for gas in our community as well too, because I was in Stanley last month. I attended a funeral of a friend over there, and their gas is cheaper than ours. And usually the farther north you go, the freight is a little bit higher, so I'm just kind of wondering, how they're able to do that. So maybe they got a good deal somewhere, or they're part of the co-op, I'm not sure, but I think that's something that we could look at. So I don't smoke either, but I know I get a lot of complaints from people that I hear with the cigarettes being high as well too. So that's one area. But I think one of the things is you talked about year 7 with agreement with Carrier Lumber. And we do claw back some of that lumber. I'm just kind of wondering if that's still happening for the band, so that, we do have quite a bit of lumber in the bag, but it's getting to the point that it's going to be no good for anything more than just, rough lumber, I guess, if you want to call it that. But in a way, we need to utilize that in a more, I guess, meaningful way, like maybe tiny homes or something like that. I know that our Egg Dev Arm gives money to the band, 100,000 a year in dividends, and also there was another 100,000 for the education and training as well too. So I think that's something that maybe Leon can work on as well too, in terms of, I guess, trying to help out our homeless folks. And we heard the housing report as well too. And the majority of those people on the waiting list are either single people or single parents. Thank you.
Let's see if I can remember. Gas. Yeah, and that's why we're going to go to co-op and UFA, and we might even add another group in there to see who can give us the best price on that. Spokes, the same thing. I'll talk to the manager and take a look at that because I've heard that quite a bit. What was the other one? Oh, tiny homes, yeah. I talked to Leon last night, and we're going to sit down together. I'm going to show him how to do corp apps, because it's, you know, you apply to the government and they give you 80% of whatever your project's worth. So it's just getting it done right and filling in everything. So yeah, we've been pretty successful with that. So it's a good way to help your projects. And you had a fourth one, didn't you? Oh, carrier? Yeah, I think in the agreement says that the band claws back 5%. Yeah, but I know after 2 years, like you mentioned, it dries out and it's really no good, so it has to be used within a 2-year frame. Yep.
My question is, I'm a chairman for P6920, and there was probably, I'd say about 9-10 years ago, or even 7 or 8, each zone got $8,000. And I think Frank mentioned to me, we had to open an account to get that 8,000, but we're a couple of days late and somehow got lost and got spent up in the band office or something. So we didn't receive any of that, but 35, 36, P4 did. So I'm just wondering, how do we get that?
I'll have to look into it, and I'll give you my card, and you can email me all of the specifics, and I'll take a look into it, and I'll email you back.
And
whatever you throw in.
also the clear cutting in our trap lines. Like P69 has a lot of cutting. At the recent trappers meeting there, I don't know who that was that come in there with their maps. We told them to go meet with the chief and council, because they make us sign that name when they come put our names on that paper. And it's like a shortcut to us. They take it to their bosses. Okay, we're good to cut. So now, as chairman of P69, I told him to go straight to chief and council, where the proposed cuts are, and then come and see the chairman, and we have 4 councillors on there. And we'll see if it's okay with us, then, because there's so much cutting back there, like, it's just ridiculous.
That's probably Ed. Was his name Ed? What's his name? Ed Kawatowski?
I don't know who's cutting up there.
Because
but
usually he comes over with the maps.
they're cutting towards halfway up that way, north, west, Thunder Mountain area.
Yeah. And I'll because usually once a month we have a quick Zoom call, so I'll bring that up that you're worried about all that. So we'll try to get it flushed out. I'll come to the chief and council before we come forward.
And then they can call me, and I can get the councillors from our side to come sit down.
Yep, and I'll give you my card, and we'll set all that up.
All right, thank you.
Yep. That's the most questions I had in 3 days. The store's under MLBB.
I had a question towards solar panels. If we're going to be moving towards any like that, so we can get some self-sufficient energy.
Yeah.
Like, is there any projects going on,
Yeah,
or
we have-
any ventures going to be happening towards that?
We haven't really looked at that at all yet, yeah. We're just, since I started just kind of catching up on everything, so, but that's a very good project. My brother is married, just a little story, my brother's married to a girl from Moapa, which is 40 miles north of Vegas. So now they have 3 farms of solar plants, 2,000 acres, 24, and 2,500 acres. It's just full of solar panels, but they sell their power to the city of Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, and Salt Lake City. And they're building a couple more, so I see the potential, not just like even in the home, but on a larger scale too, where it's really feasible. So. Any more questions? I'm gone. Okay.
Thank you, Gary. So we do have one more presentation, and then we have some prizes to give away. So I am going to call on Virginia, Director for the detox, to give us her presentation.
Good late afternoon, or I might as well say evening now. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Virginia Bird. I'm here to do our Montreal Lake Sk detox report. established by the wishes of our community membership and enforced by our chief and council. As a result, the established, supported, and mandated an incorporated governing body who is now our Montreal Lake Sk Detox Inc. Board of Directors. Our portfolio councillors, I do want to acknowledge late Arnold Naitaha was part of this. And he did sit in a few of our meetings and supported us in what we did. So our portfolio councillors now are, Carol was always there right from the beginning. Carol Naitaha from Montreal Lake, and then we have Charmaine Irmine from Little Red. We do have our board of directors. Our chairperson is Gerald Valentine from Little Red. Our co-chair, Arlene Bird from Montreal Lake. Frank Roberts, our board member from Montreal Lake. Blanche Bird, board member, Montreal Lake. Eva Henderson, board member, Montreal Lake. Alan Halkett, board member, Little Red. Fred Halkett, board member, Little Red. And our elder that sits with the board is Gilbert Halkett. So our team at Montreal Lake Detox, I didn't name the names, but our positions are, we have one director, one intake worker, we have a part-time finance officer. We do have a position for admin assistant, however, right now it's vacant. Addictions workers, 2 support workers, 2 cultural coordinators, 2 cook, custodian, and 4 security, 4 full-time security. Some of our highlights in the beginning, the incorporation and board of directors was established July 16, 2021. The director was hired January 21st, 2022. Our grand opening was November 28th, 2022. We did our staff recruiting and training between November 22 and January 23. Montreal Lake Detox opened its doors to our community members January 21st, 2023. And our first intake was January 25th, 2023. I'm just going to, this next part, I'm just going to speak a little bit about medical detox, because there is a difference between medical detox and social detox. And there is reasons why we don't take everybody into detox when they do need detox. So, medical detox is for individuals experiencing severe withdrawal symptoms, there's a typo there, such as hallucinations, psychosis, insomnia, irritability, severe depression, agitation, violent behavior, suicidal thoughts or ideations, etc. Medical detox involves ridding the body of toxic, addictive substances under the direct supervision of medical professionals to ensure an effective start to the recovery process. Medical professionals will monitor and administer the necessary medications needed to help patients get through their painful withdrawal symptoms. We do not have a medical team at our detox. However, we do work closely with the medical practitioners at the health center and any of the medical services whenever necessary. So that would be medical detox, and that would be when they're going through what they call the acute withdrawal symptoms. So for Montreal Lake Cree Nation Detox, we're a social detox. And I'll just back up a little bit. Montreal Lake Cree Nation is located at 722 Bird Avenue. We are an 8-bed inpatient 14-day social detox program, not a medical detox. Montreal Lake Social Detox Program is a short-term, non-medical service for individuals with substance use disorders. Our social detox uses emotional support, land-based, traditional, cultural, and holistic approaches as primary methods for individuals going through withdrawal symptoms. Is there any questions in that area? Okay, next I'm just going to move into our stats. So since we opened our doors, January 25th to now, in the last 14 months we've had 119 referrals, 67 females, and 52 males. 77 people of the 119 completed the referral process and were admitted into detox. So they actually came through our doors. 30 of those either broke treatment or they self-discharged. 47 had completed the 14-day detox program. 18 of the 47 had completed the detox program and went on to treatment directly from detox. 24 of the referrals were no-shows. So out of all the referrals that we got, there was 105 referrals from Montreal Lake. 56 of them were females and 49 were males. From surrounding areas, there was 14. We had 8 from Little Red, 5 females and 3 males. Saskatoon, we had 1 male. Prince Albert, we had 3, 2 females and 1 female. From Timber Bay, we had 1 female, and from Sturgeon Lake, we had 1 female. But out of all these stats, every person that came through our doors was a Montreal Lake band member. We haven't been taking people from other communities that are not band members. So right now we're only open to our membership. So I'm just going to explain a little bit about the referral process now. Our referrals come from a variety of different places, which include but are not limited to. We have the NADA program, mental health, child and family agency, court order, probation, and we do have self-referrals. The intake worker is the first contact at detox for getting individuals into detox for a 14-day program, and works closely with the referral agencies and or organizations. Prior to admission to detox, individuals are required to do 3 sessions for counseling and assessment with NADAP or mental health workers. After 3 sessions with NADAP and mental health worker, after the 3 sessions, the NADAP worker or mental health worker will set up an appointment for whether the patient will need medical detox or social detox. If they need medical detox, they'll have to be sent to the medical facilities, whether it's in PA, Orange, Saskatoon, even as far as Regina times. If it's a social detox, then we can take them. And it's very important for us that it does say medical, or sorry, it's so that it says social detox on the medical, because they may go into psychosis when they're in the building, and then we have to try to get them to the hospital or get the proper services that we need for them. And often that's not there for them. They get sent to the hospital and then they don't get admitted to the hospital, then they're left out on the street, and that's a problem. So we do not take people into our detox unless they have a medical form. Once they arrive at detox, individuals are admitted and will go through a security clearance to ensure safety to the individual, other relatives, and staff. All personal items are locked up throughout their stay and are returned when they are discharged. They are given bedding, clothing, and assigned to their room to get settled in. The individuals are most often sleeping for the first few days. However, once rested, they start daily programming. During their stay, when a relative is settled and coherent, the intake worker will meet with relatives individually to complete intake forms and assess their needs, discuss any difficulties or problems, and provide support. Intake worker will start case plans and support the relative in reaching achievable and realistic goals. When the relative decides treatment is part of their case plan, the intake worker will start the referral process for short or long-term treatment. Continued support and referral services is offered to those whose needs cannot be met at detox, to mental health for assessment and ongoing supports, CFS if their children or grandchildren are in care and working towards family reunification, CFS prevention for programming, Montreal Lake prevention, Montreal Lake clinic for dental and other ongoing medical needs, Montreal Lake income assistance, MLBC housing, etc. We utilize community resources to advocate and support relatives by assessing in the completion of any forms necessary. When the individual completed our 2-week detox program, we host a grad ceremony where the relatives can invite their positive supports to their celebration. We offer words of encouragement from staff to participants and supports. We present our relatives with gifts, a certificate of completion, and a meal of the graduate's choice. For programming, we have an addictions worker who does programming from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Programming includes morning prayer and smudge, circle check, daily affirmations, Indigenous mental health lessons for healing program on addictions and recovery. Various recovery topics include post-acute withdrawal, triggers, urges, and cravings, relapse, warning prevention, warning signs and prevention, alcohol and other drugs, which includes Our coordinator will carry out land-based teachings such as hunting, fishing, and gathering, traditional and cultural teachings, protocols for picking and making cleansing medicines to help detox the body, teachings on protocols for different ceremonies and attending ceremonies. There we do some teachings on the Cree language, nature walks and meditation, and we also use the wild riding program. Our support workers do the evening program and offer support to our relatives from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. The program includes a variety of different arts and crafts, which includes beading, ribbon skirt making, hand shirts, dream catchers, mini teepees, etc. We also, because it's spring now, we've got seeds out there and we're planting seeds as well. We also do self-care activities. As part of their planting, we do facials, foot baths, Epsom salt baths. They also do meditation and exercise. Support workers are there through the night to support relatives when they are struggling with their withdrawal symptoms and cannot sleep. This detox program report is a short description of detox programming intake process of staff, our governing body, portfolio counselors, and who we serve. We have been in full operation for 14 months, and we have had we have had success and watched our relatives continue to heal and grow. Some are well enough to start working and further their education. Others are involved in our community programming and events. Not everyone is there yet. However, we are here for membership when they decide they want to stop using meth, alcohol, and other drugs, so they can make positive choices in their lives. We do know that there's a need for medical detox, and we'll continue to work towards that as our end goal through our board of directors and the support of our chief and council. In closing, I would like to share a philosophy. Montreal Lake Sk Detox Inc.'s philosophy is based on the belief that all people living in Montreal Lake Sk have the right to inpatient and outpatient community-centered detox services provided by our own professional resources are providing resources in the home and the community. This concludes my 2023-2024 Montreal Lake Sk detox report. Any questions? Oh, I have one.
Hello, I'd just like to sing a song. Just kidding. I was just going to ask, when will you be taking people from outside?
We're not sure yet.
The reserve.
We're working on, that's a tough one.
Sorry.
We're applying for provincial funding. If we do get it, we may be taking people.
Thank you.
But we haven't got word back from them yet.
Hello again. Is there any aftercare services, like after somebody has graduated from your detox program,
Yes.
like there is a few that I know of that have, you know, like how do you call it, relapse or something like that, and I think you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So every time we have a graduation, we do invite our participants to come back for day programming. That would be like through scheduled day program, they are allowed to come back. We can't operate like a drop-in center where they can just come in anytime. It kind of has to be scheduled because we have to make sure that we're still protecting our clients, and not only that, for confidentiality reasons as well. We need to make sure that nobody's bringing in any drugs for the clients, and we also need to make sure that everything is still confidential, because we don't tell people who is in our detox center. So it's kind of a touchy situation, but we do invite them to come back for day program if they need it. And at the same time, mental health does a lot of programming as well, so we do refer them and connect them there too.
I just want to say thank you for assisting the reserve, and it's a very big crisis, I guess you could say at the moment. I just want to thank you for giving our band members that opportunity to seek help for healing. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to Virginia, that outstanding work. We all know that there's a crisis, as just been mentioned, and that she's doing very important work to try and help members that are struggling with addictions. And it's not a very easy job, but I want to just recognize Virginia and the Detox for doing the great work. Let's give her a big round of applause again. We're just about done. We've got 8 more draws to do, but we're going to do the draws at the end. I just want to say, I just want to take this opportunity. I've had 3 incredible days with Chief and Council, with the managers and directors coming up here to do their reports. As you guys all know, we started in Prince Albert on Monday. We were in Little Red yesterday, and we're here at Montreal Lake today. It's been 3 long days, but you know what? It was well worth it. We gave a lot of information to band members. You know what the Chief and Council are up to. You know what our managers and directors are doing. And it's been a very important 3 days to inform the band members what is going on with Montreal Lake Cree Nation. So before we make the draws, I'm going to ask the Chief to give us some remarks. I'm not sure if any of the other councils want to say anything, but I'm going to ask the Chief. Well, we'll start with Carol. You got 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I do want to say thank you for all of you guys for staying here until the end. It has been a long 3 days. It is a lot of information that has been given out, and Conrad recorded us for the last 3 days, so I might be camera shy after this. Just kidding. I want to say a huge thank you and to to our program managers. You know, some of them never came up here to report before, and they did a great job because they do the work at their offices and then coming to report gets a lot of, they're brave to do that. You know, I'm grateful that they were able to come here and report because a lot of the questions can be directed at leadership, you know, and we're here to support our managers when they come and do their reports. So I'm just grateful for them to be here, and you know, to my colleagues, you know, thank you. It's been a great 3 days, very tiring, but always grateful for, you know, meeting with our membership. Thank you, and safe travels if you're traveling home. Thank you, Don, for emceeing, and thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Carol. I just want to say thank you to everyone that stuck around and stayed with us, you know, for the whole day. You know, I see Billy sitting here. Billy's been sitting with us from Monday, all day, or all evening Monday, all day yesterday, and all day today, right from morning to start. So thank you, Billy, for sitting with us. I want to thank all the programs, you know. I know we haven't done this in a while, and, you know, so for some program managers, like Carol said, it's kind of tough for them to come up here and speak, and then we have some that are you know, kind of too shy. There's some that didn't come, and it's just because of not doing this enough, I guess. We're supposed to be doing this twice a year, 2 times a year, I believe is what it is. So, you know, we got to do it on a scheduled basis, I guess. Just keep it on your calendar, and let's stick to it. You know, sometimes there may be funerals or whatever that prevents us from doing it, but let's try and set dates and stick to those dates. And then that way people can think about what they want to bring to the floor when they do come, right? So you got whatever it is, every 3-4 months we have these assemblies. So you got time to, you know, write things down, and when you get here you can bring it to the floor. And, you know, it's great to see questions, you know, concerns. There was some questions and concerns last night or yesterday in Little Red that, you know, I've never known they've had some of those issues before until it was brought out, right? And, you know, there's always concerns. This is your chance to bring it to the floor. You know, people, I don't have social media. I don't have any social media at all, and I haven't for, I don't know, 7 years. I had Facebook for a little bit there, and I shut it down. But, you know, I get told of people posting their thoughts or their comments on social media, you know, but, you know, this is your chance to do it. You know, come to the floor. I know some people are camera shy or whatever, but maybe the video, maybe we have some kind of phone-in system or a text message for questions or concerns if you don't want to be at these meetings. Maybe we can do something better like that. Anyways, so I just want to thank everybody once again. I just want to mention, you know, we just finished one of our biggest events of Montreal Lake Sk Nation, and we're starting to get known pretty much across the country for hosting one of the largest ice fishing tournaments in North America. You know, I think we all have a reason to be proud of that, because this is our nation and it's growing, and the fish derby is growing. We had 2,674 fishermen this year, and we're getting bigger. You know, our 20th annual, you know, I want to do something big. And I want to thank everybody for supporting our fish derby, for the people that worked it. You know, it generates a lot of profit for our community, but not only that, it employs some of our band members for, you know, a few days, gives them a little extra sunyas, you know, to spend. To the board, to the fish derby committee, thank you for all that, and thank you for the meetings that led up to it. You know, we're already planning next year's event. We already set the date for March 22nd, 2025. We already set that date. And, you know, we're gonna probably start planning already next month. You know, that's how you have good events, is just keep meeting and planning, right? So thank you for that. Anyways, safe travels. Have a good night. Have a good Easter break. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday are all holidays. Enjoy that time. Spend it with your families. And we'll see you all again. Thank you. Good night.
Hello. First of all, I want to say thank you to Masqua for the opening prayer and also the blessing of the food. Thank you to the membership that are here and with all your questions and concerns for our managers. Our managers for doing their reports past 3 days. It was a good 3 days. And thank you to our Chief and Council as well for being present. It's always good to be present at events such as this and making sure that we're visible, and if anything comes up, then we're here as well. So tomorrow we're having a celebration for one of our longest employees for, I'm not sure if she's the longest employee for Montreal Lake. I think she is, but she's been employed in Little Red for about roughly 50 to 51 years of service. So we're going to have a celebration for her tomorrow evening. In Little Red, we have entertainment coming courtesy of Little Red Health, and our store out in Little Red is bringing in Curtis Cameron for photos. Prevention is catering, which is very nice, you know. And yeah, and if you have time, you know, come and eat and celebrate with us. Everybody's welcome. And thank you, Don, for emceeing. It's and keeping order as well. We really appreciate that. So with that, I hope you all have an enjoyable weekend. And also, I believe school is out next week, so we're hoping our kids are kept busy at our youth centers, and go Leafs, go. Just kidding. Okay, thank you. Okay, have a good evening.
I'll go after that. Go Leafs, go there. So. There's a cheer you want to hear there for me. I just want to say good evening, everyone. I know it's a little late today, so I'll keep it short. I just want to say a few thank yous to the Conrad guy for being here for the past 3 days, and all the elders that were here. It was good to see our junior chief of council sitting over there. We're going to start working on some plaques here. It was good to see our elders here. Elders since this morning they've been here, and it's so good to see them here, and I'm glad everyone made it out. I'd like to say good job to all the program managers. You guys did awesome. I know it gets nervous up here sometimes and you forget what you're going to say, but also a good job to your employees that help you make it possible. And I'm glad to hear all your concerns. That's as I was telling housing yesterday, we can't fix what we don't know. So but now we did understand some comments yesterday that there is the housing issues, and we are going to do our best to address it. So this is why the assemblies are here, to see what the problem is and see how we can make it better for living in our communities. Thank you to my colleagues for being here, the chief and all the councillors. Have a good evening and safe travels. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Chief said 2 minutes, but I'll probably be like another 50 seconds. I'm one of those people that are camera shy and have a hard time talking in public, but I try my best. But I just want to thank Mary for the prayers this morning, and everyone else for the food, for setting up, our managers, my colleagues here, Chief, for everybody being here, Elders Advisory, the youth, Chief and Council. It's good to see our youth Chief and Council here. I remember being on the youth Chief and Council for about 6 years when I was in high school. So now that in leadership here, it's a totally different platform, but it's still good. But I just want to acknowledge all the reports that come through for our from our managers. It's not an easy job. It's standing up here and having to report to our nation. But it's our responsibility, right, to make sure our nation knows what goes on behind our doors at our offices. So, I'm proud of all of you guys and appreciate all the hard work that you guys put into making sure our community members and our nation is well looked after. We're not the only ones that do that job, so I give you guys props for that too. And also, Charmaine mentioned it was supposed to be a secret for Eliza, but now it's live and the whole nation will know. So we invite everybody out for tomorrow evening. The doors open for Eliza in the Red Hall. Everyone is welcome. We'll be there till probably about 9 or 10 tomorrow night. But yes, thank you, Conrad, for always being there for the live stuff. Technology, right, changes everything. So if people can't communicate through text, phone call, or showing up here, then there's always that option too. But thank you guys, and I would say go Let's Go and go where Let's Go. But hey, I'm a Vegas fan, so. Thank you guys. Have a good evening. Safe travels home.
As for myself, I also want to thank everyone for sticking around for all the final reports. I know it's very important for us to reach out to our membership and also provide accountability and transparency to the nation as well. I want to thank Conrad for his live feed. There's a lot of people that do social media, and they do want to know what's going on. And social media is a big piece that allows that. So people, we've asked that we have a link on our app so we can refer our band members to our app, so we can provide more transparency to our members that cannot make it to these band meetings in person. They can listen on the live feed. I think it's very important, not only for that, we have a citizenship code that needs to come into play, the land code. We need to communicate, and this new app is going to be key for communication purposes. The cows and plows file. That's a huge one. We're going to be coming together like this more often in the next little while. So this forum type setting, it needs to be more familiar. Hopefully we get bigger crowds. The cows and plows, we're going to need to reach out to our membership that are all over the place. So I really think it's key that we're able to refer our members to our app and have that link where they can tap on that link and just listen in to what's going on and be updated. So, that's a huge part of, trying to get to our band members that are unable to be here. So it's very key, in today's society. Back in the days of we were talking to Will Red there, they used to have band meetings in the house. And there was no communication. There's no cell phones, there's no social media. So times have changed. Look at our band membership. We need to try and reach out to as many of our band membership that are out there in the next little while, especially when it comes to these land claims, these thousand plow settlements. So they need to be a part of the process as well. So a lot of changes that are coming. We have a lot of work to do yet. We get very busy. And as you can see, some of the files that we're working on, it's going to keep us very busy. And I'm glad we reached out to the membership to get direction on the by-election. And we need to move forward. So with that, I don't want to take too much more time. I want to thank the council. I want to mention one more thing. I missed the audit this morning, but in Prince Albert, I mentioned, this is the first time Montreal Lake has ever seen an unqualified audit. And that's something to be proud of. And I give acknowledgement to the chief and council. I wasn't a part of it, but, these including Ricky over there, he was a part of that, and I want to acknowledge Ricky to be, he was a part of that, and thank you, Chief and Council, for that. That means a lot. Over the years, we want to be transparent, we want to be accountable. The finances, an unqualified audit states a lot. It's huge. People are going to be looking at us at, the funders. It makes a difference when they see an unqualified audit. They're going to want to fund Montreal Lake. They're going to want to continue working with Montreal Lake. So that's very key. So with that, I'll leave it there, and we'll see you once again. Safe travels and good night.
Thank you, Jeff. I just want to, part of our closing comments, I definitely like all the questions and all the answers that were done here today. I want to begin by thanking the cooks, whoever did all the catering. Wonderful job. You've fed the whole assembly, and I know it takes some time and effort to do that. So, and then to all the staff that are, it kind of reminds me of PHGC and FSI assemblies where you have staff in one area, and then you have the Senate and the elders, and then we had the youth council right on that end there. And so, I think we continue doing this and inviting our youth council. And I know we talk lots about them at our council table, so it's we welcome them. And I know Carol was we were doing our internal texting here this afternoon, and we want to show gratitude to our youth council and give them some kind of compensation for being here, right? So we all agreed on that. And we're just doing a little multi-texting here. I just want to, there's one of our flags here, and I just want to do a little mention on that. And there's a lot of hard work put into that. And we created a thing called the T6A, Treaty 6 Adhesion Committee, and that's L'Orange Band, Montreal Lake, Peter Valentine Cree Nation. Then you have your external Office of the Treaty Commissioner, FSIN and PAGC, and even ISK, right? So ISK was our last, in 2019, we celebrated our 130th anniversary. And we started in Mollinois until the winds started picking up. And Frank, you remember that? And we had some really beautiful pictures that day in Mollinois before the winds picked up and everything else like that. But I guess the emphasis and the treaty right to education, treaty right to health, and all our other treaty. But I'm not sure if this is backwards. Yeah, hold on. So this flag here, we did a logo contest between the three Woodland Cree bands. A grade 8 from Stanley Mission won that. And so, what part of our treaty work, what we did was we at PAGC Assembly, FSI Assembly, AFN Assembly. Each assembly we passed a resolution. We passed a resolution. And it was unanimously passed at those assemblies to bring in our flag. So anytime there's a grand entry at each assembly, this flag is there. It'll always be there forever now. And so, we want to, applaud all the people that were behind the T6A committee. And, we lost a couple of folks there too. But, this year is our 135th anniversary. So we're gonna fire up our T6A committee again. And there's a few that are sitting here. There's Frank, Simpson, Billy, Jeff was part of it. I think that's it from here. But see, for this year, we're going to be celebrating our 135th anniversary. And when I think it was Dean who talked about a monument. Yeah, there is a monument, and it's in Regina, and we're going to finish it off. And it's too bad I didn't have the photo here, but we can make it happen. We'll probably put it on the app. That's what we'll do, the image of it. But that's going to go to the treaty site, and then during our T6A committee meetings, I got a call from PBCN, and they said, well, we want 6 of them. Can you imagine that? 6 monuments. I'm like, oh, that's a pretty big order, and but that's what they want. So that just shows you that, that treaties mean a lot to the Woodland Cree, mean a lot to the Chief of Council and to our band members. So I just want to invite everybody to Montreal. It'll be in August sometime. I just have to figure out the dates. But what I was reminded that if you're going to honor treaty and especially for our 135th anniversary, just don't do it for one day. Do it for at least 2 or 3 days. Bring in some speakers from all our treaty 1 to treaty 11. And so forth, right? So we have a new treaty commissioner now, I believe, and so this is ongoing work that we're going to be doing. I don't want to take too much more time. This is turned into a treaty workshop, but I guess the other thing too, June 28th, mark your calendars. June 28th is our 3rd annual MLCN Urban Services grade 12 and post-secondary grad. So so mark your calendars. We're gonna get a poster out. We'll put it on the app. There, and we invite everybody to come and support your urban band members, their grads. And we have a scholarship, by the way. Last year in PA, we struck up a new scholarship program. That night alone, we didn't even ask for any money. We raised $3,500. So now, at $3,500, and we got another $1,000 from Kitaski now. Hats off to Kitaski now. So that bumps it up to $4,500 without even writing a letter. A sponsorship, donation letter. So, Chief saying 2 minutes. But, this is what excites us, is education, treat the right to education, and all that. So, Dean, again, thanks for your time, and have a good, long weekend. Thank you.
I have 2 minutes, okay. Especially I want to say Marcy Cho to Mary. You know why? Maspa, I want to say Marcy Cho, she knows why. Even I want to thank Simpson for the prayer. Thank you, Mary. And I want to thank managers for for their reports. They're going to be the combat guy. He's been with us for 3 days. I also want to acknowledge Abby. Thank you for reminding us to have a 1 minute silence. We find it very hard to talk about bullying. Because we think about him every time that Calgary loses. So. We think about him every time the Calgary plays and then they end up losing. So I also want to acknowledge the people that are brave enough to go up to ask questions, especially the youth that are out there asking questions. And Bernice is one of them, a woman. Frida, I want to acknowledge you for the work that you do, for the 50-50 tickets. It's not easy running around finding donations. Don Mackay, who is working very hard. He has to work hard. He has to keep up with the Chief of Council. So I think you pretty well heard everything from everybody here, and I think that's we're all very grateful for you guys to stay here. And I want to wish Billy and Simpson, the elders that have been sitting here, the elder council, they're finally gone. So they've been sitting around for 3 days, joining us. But my commending all the membership that are here. You know, you care about your community. That's why you're sitting here, and to hear because you want to see change. And there's a lot of things. There's a lot of exciting things that are coming up this year and next year. And you know what? Your community, where we have actually a great community. You know, sometimes maybe 5% or 10% that are out there that are not with us yet, but also to. When you look at Montreal Lake, you know, people talk about Montreal Lake. We do have a great community, and you guys should be proud of that. I was given 2 minutes, so I want to wish you guys a long weekend. Good Friday, good Saturday, good Easter Sunday, and Easter Monday. You guys have a long weekend, and I want to wish you guys a real safe long weekend and safe travels to your home fires. Just so you know, we care about each and every one of you, and we love each and every one of you. And thank you for all you do. Dinigi Hai Hai.
Thank you very much to the leadership that, we've been, like I said, we've been doing this for 3 days. They look pretty hungry right now, so they got some food given to them, but they had a beautiful setup here, so I want to thank the school for all the hard work for putting this together. I'm going to ask that we close with a prayer again, so I am going to ask Musqua to close us with a prayer.
Almighty God, we thank you for the gift of this day you have given us. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts to people here that are still very interested in this kind of meetings. It's so nice to be able to know what's going on in our reserve. But sometimes we're without knowledge, not knowing what's going to happen. Next time I want to thank you for them. And I also want to thank the folks, especially the chief and council, for helping. They're so anxious for peace. And I sincerely thank you for that. me Father, whose name is the God, who message all day, be happy. And also, at the close of this evening, we ask that you just take care of the ones that are going to become failures, that they don't fall into accidents or things like that. But I think it's here, everybody's lessons that really now help us each and every way, each and every day. His name is in heaven. Like you said, we go home. We think of our little grandchildren, our children. They don't forget to say thank you for the gift of another day and another evening. Heavenly Father, it's everything that you have done for us. Through the love of our precious Son, who died for us on the cross, also the Holy Spirit. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Amen.
I walked into that. That's me.
Come up and see you. Thank you so much for coming and saying the prayers. Get some rest tonight.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.